Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Naruto became the god of games and had tie with Temari and Tayuya? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Now enjoy the video. The tails appeared and slammed into a forest. Then it began to transform, slowly forming a little girl looked to be about 10. She had long white hair and one visible red eye. She blinked as she looked around. Quote, question mark, quote. She did not know how to speak, she did not remember how. Then when she saw a sphere moving through the sky, she remembered. We are God. We were killed by that mortal god again. Why was she killed? What were they doing again? The mortal god said that he won. Were we playing a game? A game? She thought for a moment. Yeah, they were playing a game. That mortal god was supposed to be her servant. He was supposed to bring her toys. But he took a liking with one of the toy and fought with her. Toy, bad. She came into conclusion. If a toy could turn her servant against her, then she doesn't want a toy anymore. Then he came to her home and played with her. He beat her in the game and she was locked away. We don't want to be locked away, she muttered. Her servant was mean. But that couldn't be it. She won't make a meanie her servant, right? That means, the mortal god must be a good guy. It's the toy's fault for taking him away, she came into conclusion. She nodded, that must be right. That's true. In their second game, he protected many toys from her game. Then they played again. She lost again but she gave birth to her and asked her to avenge her. What does avenge means? She tilted her in confusion. She remembered it as paying back for something. So, we ask us to win a game. She asked herself. That seems to be correct but not all of it. What else could the other her want? She want us to get mortal god back. That might be it. She wanted her to save the mortal god from the toys. But how? She began to pout as she thought for a moment. Then she knew the answer. Maybe we can play somewhere where the toys are good. With that in mind, she began her journey to find the mortal god. Uzumaki Naruto walked towards the forest. In the end, I decided to come here, he commented. You know Tendo, when we gave an advice, we expect you to follow it, Geto commented. Naruto sighed, I cannot help it. The presence feels too similar with the one-eyed god. I am curious. Just be careful, okay? Our eyes haven't recovered yet? That is true. 6 of the 9 Tomo had returned but he still lacked the highest ones. Still 9 months away from now, huh? Naruto sighed as he entered the forest. Naruto blinked when he sensed the presence near him. I do not see anything around, he commented as he looked around him. Ah, it's the mortal god. He heard a voice and turned towards the sky. He saw a little girl with white hair jumping from a tree branch towards him. Scratch that, a naked little girl jumping towards him. Still stunned, Naruto reflexively caught her. Yay! Mortal god is a good guy after all. The girl giggled as she shouted. Who are you? Naruto asked as he looked away from the girl, trying to avoid looking at her naked body. Why are you calling me that? Then she thought, we are. Who are we? We don't have name, we think, she said while tilting her head to the side. We call you mortal god because you are mortal god, she told him happily. Naruto blinked. You have no name. You do not wear clothes too. Maybe you are an orphan but that does not explain why you are calling me mortal god. The girl ignored his words. Mortal god, do you know our name? She asked. Naruto shook his head. I do not. I do not believe I have met you before. She laughed. What do you mean, mortal god? You met us before. This is our 5th meeting. The first time is when we made you our servant, the second when a toy took you away from us, the third when we played the first time and the 4th is our second game. We are born then, you know. 5th, servant. Naruto's eyes widened realizing who was in his hands. Hitotsu no Kami, Naruto asked. She thought for a moment, that's what you usually call us, that's not our name. Tendo. Her eyes, Geto shouted, her voice full of panic. Naruto turned towards the girl and for the first time, he saw her eyes. The white eyes of God met the red eyes of God. Naruto froze. Hey, mortal god, why are you staring at us? Her servant said nothing, merely staring at the space where she used to stand. She pouted, her servant is a meanie again. This must be because of the evil toys. We will save you, mortal god, her eyes began to glow. Then the playground disappeared. Time and space bent to her will and they reached a new playground. Naruto snapped out of his shock when the girl's eyes began to glow. He summoned his chakra in preparation for a fight, but all he saw was the world disappearing and reappearing again. What did you do? Naruto asked her. She grinned. We saved you away from the evil toys, mortal god. Evil toys? The toys meant humans. Evil? What does the girl mean? Yeah, they took you away from us, so they must be evil. Naruto blinked at the logic. Apparently she believed that humans are evil. Then she took him away from the other humans. But, I still sense their chakra. No wait, now that he thought about it, he did not sense Itachi-sama in the Hokage Tower. He did not sense his mother and Fu. Most importantly, he did not sense Yuya. Where did they go? Naruto shouted as he grabbed the girl's neck. The girl laughed happily. Do you want to play again so soon, mortal god? Tendo, be careful. Geto advised him when she felt the girl's chakra rising. Naruto froze. To this girl, playing meant fighting, and he knew that if he fought the girl now, he could be defeated. Against this monster in front of him, defeat meant death. He released his grip. Let me ask again. Where are we? Where did the people go? The girl smiled. We are in a new place. We are in a playground where the toys aren't bad. Playground where the toys are not bad. Naruto tried to translate that sentence. Are we in another world? While to most people that would sound unbelievable, he knew that it was an easy task for the Hitotsu no Kami. Even Amatsu Mikaboshi is a gateway between worlds. The question was, how could he return? Then the girl grinned. Mortal god, let's play another game. If we win, you'll be our servant again, she declared. Being the god's servant again. Naruto wished he could shout at the girl, but he knew that would be counterproductive. Naruto frowned. And if I win? At least he should be able to make a condition where he could return if he won. The girl thought for a moment. How about we be your servant? She nodded to herself. That's fair, right? Naruto sighed. He doubted he could change the girl's mind. However, fighting might result in his defeat and he could not return to his world. At least, not without the girl's help. If he won, then the girl would be his servant, and so, he could command her to return him to his world. He thought about Yuya and his mother. The problem is, could he win? 3 months had passed since he fought Ama no Hitotsu no Kami. 6 of the 9 had returned, but the highest ones had not. If I lose the game, as she put it, I will not be able to return back home. Patience is a virtue, Naruto-kun, Itachi told him once. Risking his fate simply because he was impatient would not do. No other choice then. All right, we will fight in 9 months, Naruto declared. The girl blinked. What's a month? Is it something tasty? Naruto thought for a moment. This girl seemed to be quite innocent. Twisted but innocent. He doubted it was an act, and so, come with me. I will tell you when I want to start our game. Tendo. Are you crazy? Geto asked. This will allow us to watch over her. Besides, I do not believe we have any other choice. The girl's behavior seemed to indicate that she knew nothing about the world. If left alone, she could cause trouble. Then Naruto added, also, you have to be a good girl and do what I say, all right? If you disobey me, we will not play another game. The girl seemed to be scared at the prospect of not playing another game. She nodded rapidly. And then, you need a name, Naruto told her. The girl blinked. Naruto continued, if you do not have a name, you are a bad girl. And bad girl will not be allowed to play game. In actuality, Naruto was already planning on creating false identities in this world. The girl pouted while thinking. If she was not a god who tried to kill him multiple times, Naruto would have called the sight cute. I dunno, she declared. Mortal god, give us a name, she yelled as she jumped up and down. If we don't have a name, we can't play. Naruto thought for a moment. All right. I will name you. Let us see. You gave me the samsara eyes long ago. What's a Rinnegan? She asked, not knowing how humans referred her eyes. But then she grinned. That's it, mortal god. Rinne. Naruto shook his head. Rinne is not an usual name. How about we shorten it into Rin? The girl, Rin nodded. Rin, we are Rin. As for me, I suppose I need a name in this world. In case that this world Naruto exists, Naruto muttered. Tendo. Gedo immediately shouted. Naruto nodded. Rin, call me Tendo from now on. Rin blinked in confusion but nodded. We are Rin, mortal god is Tendo. She repeated. And thus, the journey of Tendo, his paths and Rin in another world began. 9 months without seeing Yuya and mother, Naruto frowned. What did I do to deserve this? Killing a god actually, not that he cared. In the original world, Yuya froze. Ruto's chakra disappeared. She immediately ran towards the Hokage tower. I guess that's the first chapter. I hope you all aren't here. Yuya will come to the other world in later chapters. As for the pairing, Yuya will still be with Naruto of course. But I am thinking of adding Gedo to the mix. What do you think? Chapter 2 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto. Summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths and Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? This chapter has yet to be baited. Review responses. Druid FWY. She does seem similar to Ilya, doesn't she? For Jubi, that's a secret. The game will start when Naruto's eyes have recovered. For the canon interaction, it will start after the game. Seeing as the game will start just before Naruto graduates. I like Jido too. Review provider. Thanks, I like her too. Cravenmotto. Haha, thanks, I'll do my best. Eornside 8710. Thanks. It was my original idea. Some of them came from the teachings of samsara in Buddhism, though. As for the 9 gods, they came from Shinto teachings. Your comment about Jido is noted. Though it won't be a harem. More like rivalry between Yuya and Jido to see who can get Naruto. Dragonskite. Canon actually. Well, mostly canon because samsara Naruto's existence there will change things. Balmung 1993. Thanks. Refler. She won't. Gedo is simply taking an aggressive stance here. Imsabel. Now that would imply that Naruto's enemies are the people in Otherworld. Don't worry. He has more enemies than that. Insanely strong ones, literally. Hey. Gedo will join the pairing actually. Yuya will come because if she doesn't Naruto will be, in Gedo's words, like a lost puppy. As for how, well you'll see later. Abdulosaurus. Thanks. Futon Lord. After 3 years time skip perhaps? She is too young for now. Fuyuhara Sora. Thanks. Malavis. Thanks, glad you approve. Rothwell. First, Naruto doesn't know that Rin is just one tail of Hitotsu no Kami. All he knew is that she is someone with the same eyes as it. Second, he would rather not risk his chances of coming home simply because he is impatient. Thinker 1234. Thanks. Hizashi 11. Thanks. NX Chris. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that's the theme of the first arc. Second arc will be Naruto and enemies interfering with canon. And yes, the enemies are stronger than Naruto. The Hokage Naruto. No need to worry, this is not a harem story or anything like that. Gedo is just taking an aggressive stance instead of a passive one she took in the first story. 8 Swords. Ha ha ha, I like Rin too. Why yes, I am a bastard and evil. Bow before my badassness. Uchiha style. A simple fool. Unfortunately this chapter focus on the differences and them establishing their place. Rin's antics will start from next chapter. SSJ3 Kyuubi Gohan. Why? I thought having a name from Rinnegan would be appropriate. Velial 13. Canon, well mostly canon. As for the pairing, this is not a harem story. It's just that Gedo will be more aggressive than in Samsara where she simply waited inside Naruto's soul. Zelga Lim Lee. Ha ha ha, thanks, glad you like Rin. Cody Skater 31. What do you think it is? Thanks. Battle Neurosis. Using Rin's childish logic. The toys, aka humans, in Samsara world caused her servant, Rakudo and technically Naruto, to betray her. So she deemed them as bad. She sent herself and Naruto to another world where she think the toys are good. Samsara. Game of the Gods Chapter 2 Differences. Naruto sat on a tree branch while staring at the moon. A month had passed since his arrival to the new world. Now, he could state with confidence that he had made up his mind. "This world is annoying," he declared. "Is that what you believe, Master?" a man with blonde hair and eyes of God asked. "Shirato," Naruto nodded in greeting. After he and Rin arrived in this world, he summoned his paths, except Geto and Rakudo, in their respective bodies. He ordered them to explore the lands and find out the differences between there and this world. A week later, they returned with their reports. First, most of the major villages are the same, except for Konohagakure. It appears that the divergences began from Kurama's attack to Konoha 11 years ago. He remembered the words he uttered the moment they reported that. So, father failed. It was a statement full of resignation. For a simple fact, Kurama attacking Konoha meant that his mother died. Part of him was angry, but he knew that the Kushina in this world was not his mother. The task to avenge her should fall to this world's Uzumaki Naruto. The second change, Namikaze Minato's death to seal Kurama inside his other self. A laughable secret maintained by Konoha. Even a fool would realize that Uzumaki Naruto is a Jinchuriki the moment they see how the boy is treated. He remembered how he came to Konoha, curious about his other who became a vessel. Tendo watched as Naruto trained in an empty training ground. Accuracy slightly below average, he could see mistakes in the way the boy threw his kunai. Taijutsu, bad, that could be explained by him not having any teacher. He supposed he could not blame his other. Ninjutsu. He watched as Naruto failed to summon a clone. Chakra overload. A similar problem Mother had. Not a problem, he simply need to learn technique that did not need chakra control. Might be a good ninjutsu user if trained correctly. Genjutsu. There is no need to check, impossible. With the amount of chakra Naruto had, Genjutsu was impossible. How about his physical strength? Not bad for someone who ate only ramen. The body saved him, he concluded. The sage's body was the only thing keeping Naruto from illness, and perhaps, Kurama. Intelligence. This part is something that Tendo hated. Abysmal. This boy simply had no interest in reading. For someone who loves reading books such as him, this is pathetic. When he investigated the boy's apartment, he could see expensive books that Shirato told him was given by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The boy never read them. Even though the books contained chakra control exercises, basic elemental jutsu, simple knowledge of chakra. Everything that could help him in the shinobi life. Whenever there was a class in the academy, he would be sent out of the class. Either OU of prejudice or because of the boy's own doing. He should at least eavesdrop the class or read the books, Tendo muttered. Personality. The boy was a fool. He chased an impossible dream with a foolish reason. Becoming a Hokage. He could not blame the boy for that. When he was young he wanted to become the Hokage for the sake of surpassing his father. Though, the boy's reason, for the villagers to approve him? To put it simply, it is a bad reason. To start with, it is impossible for someone who is not approved by the village to become a Hokage. Second, even if by some miracle he became a Hokage, that would not change anything. Did this boy even know about the civil war in Takigakure? That is a proof that a Kage could be hated. For his positive personality, the boy never gave up. A good trait he must admit. However, the boy never actually looked at himself and see his faults. He simply tried and tried, never trying to change himself. The greatest problem is, he is too forgiving, too naive, too optimistic. He had yet to see the boy hating anyone. The boy cried, the boy glared, but he did not sense any hatred. Weak, childish, he concluded. Without a good teacher, this boy would be doomed to fail another year. No, even with a good teacher, the boy would not grow like he should. But, he has potential. He had potentials. Massive chakra reserves, the attitude to never give up, strong body even with how he lead his life. The boy's chakra reserves, by the gods, it is beyond human. Even now, his chakra is already growing to match his mother. In a year or so, it would surpass his mother and Kisame. Insane, he muttered. By his calculation, he himself had about Shukaku's chakra. His mother and Kisame had Matabi's amount. This boy would reach his level in about half a year. Even now, the boy had about 3 times chakra as Kakashi. Gai-san would be the best teacher for him, he concluded. the Jonin was able to turn Lee into such great shinobi. It would be easy for him to train Naruto. Even if Guy is not a ninjutsu master like Kakashi, he should be able to acquire several scrolls from stores or library, and yet, I doubt he will be able to pass this year. He had seen Neji-san, Lee Senpai and Tenten-san in another class. If everything went the same way as his world, then Guy-san will pick that team. He sighed and shook his head. I wonder, is it better for him to end up like the other vessels? Looking at Naruto trying to make another bunshin even though he was tired, he chuckled. I will see what he can do next month. He entertained the thought of teaching the boy but then shook his head. A mismatch. Elemental manipulations in my level would require high chakra control. Something that he could not possibly have. My strongest techniques all came from samsara or gods. I am not suited for him. He watched as the boy failed again, his bunshin exploding. If he failed another year, I suppose I can lend him a hand. Indirectly, though. According to Shirado, Naruto already failed the graduation test twice. If Naruto failed one more time, then he had to interfere. Failing 4 times in a row was not something he wished to associate with his name. The boy is pathetic, the potential is there but he cannot use it, he told Shirado after he returned back to their tent. Which reminds him, another difference is the Uchiha clan. When he heard that they were massacred by Itachi, he blinked. What? He remembered asking Ninjendo in disbelief. After talking with the others, they came into conclusion that Itachi killed the clan because they planned to rebel. Unlike in the original world where the rebellion was planned only by certain members of the clan, here the clan was unjustly resented because of Kurama's attack and so they planned to rebel. Another sacrifice for the good of Konoha, Itachi-sama? With Itachi known as a criminal, the position of Hokage is held by Sarutobi Hiruzen. A powerful and wise shinobi in his prime, and yet, now is simply another weakling. Perhaps he was being too harsh. However, the fact that he allowed Naruto to live in such conditions showed how he was too kind to the village. A Hokage does not lead. A Hokage rules the village. Itachi-sama told him that long ago. Then, Tsunade-sama is not in Konoha. It seemed that she left Konoha and began to wander around. Jiraiya-sama is gone too. That explains why other Naruto is alone, Naruto said with a frown. What reason could they possibly have? Another difference is, Orochi. Here, Orochimaru is a missing nin who truly betrayed the village instead of acting as a spy. Shirado, who went to check Otogakure, reported that Orochimaru is the leader of that village. That means Orochi is my enemy. And Yuya, he did not want that. Even if he are not the same people he knew, he would rather not fight them. Wait, enemies? Why is he treating them as enemies? He did not owe loyalty to anyone in this world. He would rather just observe this world. That's kind of boring, isn't it, Tendo? Geto asked. Naruto sighed. Fighting against a god 3 months ago and doing it again in 8 months from now is enough excitement for me. There are 2 paths he could take. 1, he could join with an existing village. 2, he could remain an unknown by staying out of sight. I would rather not hide. There is no reason to. Now, if I plan to join a village, where should I go? Major villages? No, they have too many problems. That meant, minor villages. That suited his plan just fine. Seems like I will go to Takigakure. Shirado, prepare our supplies. The path nodded and disappeared in a flash of yellow. As impressive as ever. Once he acquired a Hiraishin kunai from his mother, Shirado immediately replicated it perfectly. Though, the technique can only be used by Shirado. Mortal God. He heard a yell and turned towards the source of the voice. Rin was floating behind him, wearing a smile that would melt anyone's heart. Well, anyone who did not know that she is a god. Anyway, why are you here? Naruto asked her. I believe I told Ninjendo to play with you. Sorry, Tendo. She wants to talk with you, a silver-haired man told him. The body of Senju Tobirama. Ninjendo, help Shirado pack. The path grinned and nodded. He dashed towards their tent with a water slide. Naruto sighed, wasting chakra like usual. I see. Hey mortal god, what are we going to do? Rin asked. Call me, Tendo, Naruto told her. For now, we will watch the situation. Watch, not play? Rin asked, her eyes dropping. If something happens, then I will let you play, Naruto told her. He almost wished that bandits would attack them. That would give him a chance to see her power. Okay. She nodded with a smile. Then she began to sing as she floated away. Lyrical. Magical. Kill them all. Naruto sighed. Such a troublesome child, but he smiled. It had only been a month, but Rin had already wormed her way through his and his pad's heart. He was sure that Shirado and Ninjendo thought her as their daughter. Jigokudo as little princess, Shikushodo as friend, Gedo and him thought her as little sister. As for Rikudo though, we do not trust her. The way she managed to get close to him so quickly reminded him of his lover. Thinking about her always made him depressed. He sighed and turned towards the moon, Yuya. The next day, Naruto, the pads and Rin gathered at the gate of Takigakure. Each of them are wearing special contact lens that Shirado made to hide the eyes of God. The pads had the same eyes as their bodies originally had, while he, to avoid association with the other Naruto, chose a red lens. Rin also wore the red lens as she said they looked pretty. Halt! Identify yourselves, the guards said as they stopped. Naruto sighed, time to start their act. Shirado spoke, greetings, honored shinobi. My name is Asura. I am a blacksmith traveling through the land. These are my companions. Jin, the shinobi I am hiring to protect me. Ninjendo Wave. And his brother, Shiro. Jigokudo, who is using Kimamero's body, watched them without blinking. Gakido did not come out for the obvious reason. Shikushodo cannot come out because his body is Kisami's, and that would be difficult to explain. What about those two? The guards asked as they were scanned for chakra. Of course it failed. Any techniques shinobi would use to scan their chakra would be useless. The pads are dead bodies. He himself had enough control to keep his chakra level low. Rin. Well, she is immune against most mortal techniques. Shirado, or Asura nodded. These two are my adopted children. Tendo and Rin. We are planning on staying in Takigakure for a while. As an introduction, please hand this over to your leader. Asura handed them an armor. One of the guard warily took it. Then he blinked. This armor is so light, he shouted. Why don't you have a chakra? The shinobi who are scanning their chakra asked Ninjendo. Jin smiled. That's because I am wearing this armor. Jin pointed to the armor. It was a lie. While the armor could hide chakra, Jin's chakra could not be sensed because he is using a dead body. Normal chakra sensing technique would be useless. The shinobi blinked. Asura nodded. Indeed. That armor is a special chakra armor I made. The wearer can channel chakra into it and it will create a small barrier around the wearer. Depending on the chakra placed in it, it could deflect even in a rank jutsu. And as you can see, it hid the user's chakra. The guard seemed impressed but a little hesitant. We will take it to Shibuki-sama. Shirado, who is this Shibuki? Naruto asked the path. I believe he is the son of the previous leader, Master. He is rather cowardly but loved by everyone. It would be easy to manipulate him. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed. Make sure he trusts us. Also, convince him so that Rin and I can join a genin team here. If possible, make sure that Ninjendo is the teacher. I will do my best, Master. After a few moments, a young man walked out from the gate. Hello. I am Shibuki, the man bowed. Asura, Jin and Tendo bowed back. Rin just blinked in confusion while Shiro ignored the man. Shiro, or Jigokudo, would not bow to anyone other than Naruto. Did you make this armor? Shibuki asked as he stared at the armor with undisguised awe. Asura smiled proudly and began to explain about the armor. Tendo sighed. This will be long. Once Shirado began to talk about his creation, he could go on for days. Current record is explaining Hiraishin to him, which took 3 days. After Jin cut off Asura's speech by saying that Tendo and Rin are tired, they were taken to an inn. Shirado, I leave the rest to you, Tendo told his most trusted path. Asura bowed. Yes, master. Then he left to talk with Shibuki again. Rin, let us sleep. We will explore the village tomorrow, Tendo told Rin, who looked around the room with sparkles in her eyes. Did that contact lens Shirado made include sparkles? Tendo, can't you give me a body already? Gedo asked, appearing as an ethereal body when Tendo laid down on his bed. Ah, it's the girl mortal god. Rin shouted happily and tried to tackle Gedo. Of course she failed and went through the outer one. Rin, sleep. As for you, Geto. I told you, you can have any body except her, Tendo told his sister. Geto glared, but she is not your lover here, she is just another stranger. For all you know, she might already have a boyfriend. You may not take Tayuya's body. That is my decision, Tendo told her as he closed his eyes. Boyfriend, huh? What if that was true? What if the Yuya here had a boyfriend? While he had no plans to chase another girl, even if she is another Yuya, seeing Yuya's other with another man would be painful. After Naruto was asleep, his eyes opened again. Shirado, come, he shouted. Asura immediately appeared near him, in a yellow flash. Yes, Lady Geto, he asked as he bowed. While Shirado usually would not obey anyone other than Tendo, Geto is a special case. Let me borrow your body for a while, Geto told the second realm. Asura blinked. May I ask why? I will take her body, he declared. Master will not like this, Asura declared. He laughed. Come now, second. Have you forgotten how he acted 3 months ago? How about recently, 2 weeks ago? He was like a lost puppy without her. Trust me, it's better that I use that girl's body rather than him seeing her acting cold towards him. Asura said nothing. You do know what is the best for my brother, don't you? Geto asked. Asura bowed. Everything I do is for Master's sake. Geto smirked. Good, let's go then. To Otogakure. Geto laid back down on the bed and transferred her soul to Asura. When the two were gone, Tendo opened his eyes. Why did I not stop them? He asked himself. He wished he could say that was because he trusts the two. Because he knew that the Shirado and Geto wants what is the best for him. But he knew the truth. Perhaps deep inside him, he prefers to have Yuya's other's body being used by Geto rather than another Yuya who would ignore him. Rakudo, I am selfish, am I not? He asked the sage. No, son of man. You are merely acting human, the sage told him. We would rather see our salvation dead rather than seeing her in another man's hand. Seems like we really are alike. We both are a cruel and selfish man. Rakudo said nothing. Then he felt small hands grabbing his right arm. Mortal God is not a meanie, Rin declared. Naruto laughed. If only you realize how mistaken your words are. He watched as Rin closed her eyes. She started to snore lightly. He wondered, is she really asleep? Or merely pretending to be? Asleep. He sighed and closed his eyes, returning to slumber once more. The next day, he woke up feeling his head on someone's lap. So you did it after all, Geto? Tendo asked his sister with a sigh. The fact that Geto is here meant that this world Yuya had. He shook his head to avoid thinking about that. Then he stared at his sister. His sister who is now wearing his lover's other's body. Geto stroked his head. Here, she doesn't exist. Here, I can have you all to myself, she muttered almost in daze. Tendo raised his head and moved away from the outer one. Do not think of this as Tayuya's body. Just pretend that Geto acquired a body through some miracle. It was surprisingly easy to think that, even without changing anything, Tayuya was already similar with a member of Uzumaki clan. The only difference was their eyes. And now, with the eyes replaced by the eyes of God, she looked completely like an Uzumaki. I will not betray her, do you realize that? He asked Geto. Geto nodded. I know. That doesn't mean I'll give up, though. She isn't here, is she? I'll take you away before we return to our world. Tendo sighed. Try if you wish. However, I will not make it easy for you. Then he blinked. How did Shirado convince the guards to let you in? Tendo asked. Geto thought for a moment. He said that he saw me on the road outside the village and took me in. The guards believed that? Tendo asked in disbelief. Geto smirked. The golds Shirado gave them probably helped. Tendo sighed. Humans. Their conversation was interrupted when a loud voice cut in. Ah. It's the girl Mortal God. Rin hugged Geto. Hey, Mortal God, can we go to the buildings now? She asked. Call me Tendo, Rin. And it is not called buildings, it is a village. I'll join you too, Geto declared. Tendo sighed. Spending a day with those two would tire him out. However, seeing their smiling faces he relented. All right, let us go. Takigakure is far different from Konohagakure. In Konohagakure, The location of various stores and restaurants were not organized. For an example, the Ichiraku Ramen is located near the gates of Konoha, while the dango store Tayuya frequently visited was at the other end of the village. In Takigakure, there is a market district which contained every store and restaurant in Taki. "'Tis certainly makes our trip easier," Naruto thought, but then as another bag were placed in his hand he sighed. Both Yuya and Geto are the same. Though at least Geto is buying clothes for the others too. As for money, they were quite well off. After all, Asura really is a blacksmith. Throughout the month, he sold many weapons and armors to the other villages, making him well known by the leaders of the village as the Wandering Blacksmith. Do they not have a better title? Naruto wondered. Then again, the title the Cage of his world gave him were not much better. The Lone Hero. They gave him that nickname to remember how he fought against Hitotsu no Kami alone. Naruto sighed. I prefer the title Jiraiya-sama and Itachi-sama gave me. God of Samsara, they called him, because of his eyes and because of his ability, which was ironic now that he thought about it. Tendo, you all right, there? Geto asked. For a moment, he almost thought that she was Yuya. But the eyes that wore red contact lens remind him that this was not her. Naruto shook his head to clear his thought. I am fine. Where is Rin? He asked. Geto blinked. She isn't with you? Naruto's eyes opened wide and they both cursed at the same time. Shirado, Ninjendo, Jigokudo. Find Rin. Asura, who was talking with Shibuki, froze. My apologies, Shibuki-sama, may I be excused? Shibuki smiled. It's fine, we can talk more later. Asura nodded. Of course. Next time, I will show you the blades I made. I am certain Taki Shinobi could benefit from it. Shibuki nodded. Thank you, Asura-san. Jin, Shiro, let us move. The three began to search for the missing god. Rin, Naruto shouted as he ran around the village. Where could she be? Geto wondered. She is a child. Therefore, she could be anywhere she deemed interesting. Is there anything unique around here? Naruto wondered. Then he realized. The village, Takigakure, was built around a certain landmark. The giant tree. He immediately ran towards the massive tree at the center of the village. Geto ran following him. When they reached the tree, they saw a group of people talking and pointing to the sky. Naruto followed their fingers and saw Rin walking on top of a branch. She really likes doing that, does she not? When he met the god a month ago, she was on a branch too. Rin, he shouted, gaining attention from the villagers, and Rin. Come down here, he shouted. Rin smiled and nodded. Then she jumped without hesitation. Naruto cursed. Of course the girl would do that. Even if she most likely could land unharmed, Naruto was afraid that she would make a mistake and injured herself. He immediately ran towards the falling girl and caught her in his arms. He flipped in the air and skidded when he landed on the ground. He examined Rin to make sure that there were no injuries. Then he placed Rin on the ground. Do not do that again, Rin. Do you know how worried I was? Naruto asked her. Then he began to lecture her like his mother usually did to him. What will happen if you failed to channel your chakra before you landed? What if your concentration wavered? What if you were injured? Naruto continued to lecture the girl. Honestly, I should not have let you out of my sight. Then he stopped when he realized that tears fell from the girl's eyes. She began to cry, hugging Geto, who walked towards them. Mortal God is mad at us. Naruto's mouth closed and opened but no sound came out. Tendo, apologize to her, Geto told him firmly. Naruto sighed but nodded. He sat until he was eye level with Rin. I am sorry, Rin. I am not angry at you. I am just worried. Do not do that again, okay girl? Rin nodded as she sniffled. Naruto patted her head while wiping her tears away with his other hand. Good girl. After Naruto, Geto and Rin met up with the other three, they returned to the inn. Naruto ordered Geto to keep Rin company until she was asleep. Then he, Asura, Jin and Shiro sat around a table. How is it? Naruto asked. There is no problem. I will talk with Shibuki again tomorrow, Shirado declared. Naruto nodded. Jin? The humans here are weak. In case we have to fight, Shirado and I should be enough. Shiro. While the humans are weak, the village is located in quite an advantageous place. We should make this our base. Naruto nodded. Have any of you find her? The three paths shook their heads. It appears that she is living outside the village, master. All right. Tomorrow, Gedo, Rin and I will find Fu. Also, Shirado, make sure that Rin, Gedo and I are in a team. Dismissed. The paths nodded and disappeared into their room. I wonder how Yuya and Mother are doing, he wondered. 8 more months. He wished he could ask Rin to return him now, but last time he asked her to. No, Rin don't want to. Rin wants to stay here with good mortal god. No matter how hard he tried to convince the girl that he would not be a meanie, even after returning to his world, the girl would not budge. I guess that meant I have to play her game after all. Time before the game. 7 months, 29 days. End of chapter 2. I think most of you believe that this will be a harem story. That is wrong. Gedo's Naruto's Yuya meant that Gedo will take an aggressive stance instead of the passive one she took in Samsara 1. So, Gedo will try her best to steal Naruto from Yuya because in her logic, the girl is not here. I can use this chance to take him away. Finally, to recap. Original name, body name, alias Tendo, Naruto, Tendo Shirado, Minato, Asura Ninjendo, Tobarama, Jin Chikushodo, Kisame. Gakido, Jugo, for now, Jigoku-do, Kimimaro, Shiroji-do, Tayuya, Canon, Jido Rakudo. Also, can someone here draw me the eyes of God? If someone can, I would like to ask for permission to use it for the story's image. Finally, I can tell you that I most likely will not be updating this story on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday and maybe even Friday. I have job and university at those days. Chapter 3 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths and Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? This chapter has yet to be baited. Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review responses. SSJ3 Kyuubi Gohan. Quite a surprise, ain't it? Druid FWY. Sent to PM, but here's the summary. 1. Canon Naruto is male. 2. He does seems like Gilgamesh. Yeah, everyone loves Rin, except Rakudo, but that's understandable. 3. Gedo is not as impatient as Tendo. Of course, they are opposites after all. 4. A megacure with Hanzo is attracting too much attention. Takigakure's defense is formidable and Fu is there. 5. I defined harem as the Arabic meaning, oh well. Guest 1. Thanks, I got the picture from The Eye of God, but I appreciate the help. Kazers. Thanks. Nightmare Fire. I like Rin too. Nope, I'm not telling. 8 swords. Ha ha ha, be patient then. The Eye of God. Thanks for the picture. Puckfleck. I hate them too. Don't worry, you are not alone. Jostanos. I believe Sharky will be too, obvious. Gakudo doesn't need nickname because he will rarely be out. Rothwell. Well, first they are wearing contact lens, so at least their eyes aren't the same. Second, just like how Nagato modified his paths' bodies, so did Naruto. I guess I forgot to mention that. The modifications are just longer, shorter hair though. Canon Jubi. I already have a reason for the differences between them. Hizashi 11. Thanks, I got the picture from The Eye of God, I appreciate the offer, though. Battle Neurosis. Ha ha ha, read this chapter then. Drigas. Of course, she had hard time just convincing Naruto to use Tayuya's body, how difficult it must be to ask for Kushina's. Dragonskite. This is 1 year before canon, so no painted Hokage monument yet. Guest 2/3. I will assume that you are the same person. First, about the pairing, I doubt I will change it. No offense, but making a pairing is an official author's right. Unless I see a reason to change it, I won't. Second, excuse me. Kushina is already dead in canon. And why would I need to kill her in Samsara? She is not even here. For giving Kurama to Naruto. I assume you mean the Samsara. 1. Why? He is strong enough without that, he doesn't need Kurama. Third, even if Rin is just one tail, do not think that she is weak. You will see her power in later chapters. Itachi's Apprentice. Thanks, Happy New Year to you too. The Hokage Naruto. Still no fu for now. Maybe next chapter. Thinker 1234. Thanks. Fortunately I managed to find some free time to write, so here's the next chapter. Samsara. Game of the Gods Chapter 3 Uzumaki Naruto. Why the hell wouldn't he improve? Tendo shouted as he punched a tree, slipping out of his usual speech pattern. Chill, Tendo. What got you so angry? Jin asked as he and Asura approached their raging master. Behind them, Rin and Geto looked towards Tendo in worry. Uzumaki Naruto, Tendo muttered the name like a curse. Asura and Jin looked at each other, confused. Perhaps you could explain more, Master? 3 weeks after his last visit to the boy, he received report from Shirado saying that Naruto failed the Genin exam, again. Then it seems that I have to train him, he stated. Though, how exactly did he turn out like this? He began to wonder. Is it not obvious, son of man? Rikudo asked. What do you mean? Do you sense the eyes inside him? No, now that he thought about it, he saw no indication of Samsara eyes inside Naruto. Why not? Do you remember the differences you listed weeks ago? Tendo nodded. The differences are merely side effects. The real deviation started 100 years ago. The moment we defeated the god. The moment you defeated it, there is only one possibility then. Correct. The Rikudo of this world was not cursed by the god. You are able to awaken the Samsara easily because we rest within your soul. Without us, you will not awaken the Samsara. The curse of Samsara was the start of the deviation. So, I may turn out like him if you were not cursed. Tendo sighed. No use in thinking about what if. He should train the boy for now. At first, he tried to do it indirectly. He made 2 shadow clones and transformed them into 2 genins he saw in Takigakure. He made them talk loudly about chakra control and tree walking. He made sure to do it when Naruto was within earshot. That should be enough, he nodded to himself. However, even though the boy learned the basic of tree walking from the clones, he still could not improve. A step on a tree and the Uzumaki was blasted away. Naruto shouted in frustration but tried again. After his 3rd tries, Tendo gave up any notion of stealth and approached him. Control your emotions, lower your chakra. Right now, the amount of chakra you are using is too much. You will never learn tree walking like this. Naruto turned towards the newcomer in surprise. He was a boy with short blonde hair similar to his and red eyes. The boy's eyes seemed to stare through him with cold indifference. He hated it. He hated those eyes. Watching surprise and suspicion in Naruto's eyes, Tendo nodded in approval. There is no need to glare like that. I am just passing through, Tendo told the boy. I thought I should give some advice to my junior. Here, look. Tendo began to walk towards a tree. Naruto continued to watch him warily. The wary turned into surprise as Tendo walked on the tree vertically and sat on a branch. Come, I have some free time today. I will train you. Naruto looked at him hesitantly but nodded. The stranger's eyes seemed different from before. It was more friendly. Though it still had the cold feeling in it. He tried to ran to the tree. Tendo sighed as Naruto was blasted away for the 4th time. Kid, do not run. Just walk. Also, did you not hear what I told you? Do not use too much chakra. Naruto muttered an answer. Tendo raised an eyebrow. I cannot hear your answer. I don't know how, Naruto shouted. Tendo blinked. Excuse me. I don't know how to change my chakra size, Tendo sighed. He should have known. First, it is not chakra size. Chakra size would imply your chakra reserves. The one you need to adjust or change, as you put it, is your chakra output. As for how to change it. He jumped from the branch and walked towards Naruto. Put your hands into a ram seal, he told the boy. Naruto's face scrunched in concentration as he tried to remember which one was the ram seal. This one, Tendo showed him and Naruto followed. Good, now, charge your chakra. Naruto did and instantly Tendo felt pressure around him. Stop, that was too much, just do it slowly. Relax, no need to be hasty. Naruto tried again. This time, the pressure was less than before but still too much for tree walking. Lower it again, Tendo told him. When Naruto did so, Tendo nodded. It is barely low enough for tree walking but it should be enough. Now, try again with this amount of chakra. Naruto tried to walk on the tree. His eyes widened in surprise when he was not blasted away. Tendo watched as Naruto walked 3 steps before falling. Acceptable. Try it again. Adjust your chakra output as you need. After 10 minutes, Naruto managed to reach the lowest branch on the tree. Yada! He shouted happily, losing control of his chakra as he did so. He was blasted away. Bansho Tenin, Tendo muttered as he pointed towards the flying Naruto. Naruto was immediately dragged back to the ground. Do not be easily satisfied by success. You should be vigilant. Seeing Naruto's eyes blinking in confusion, he fixed his words. You should be cautious, be watchful. Naruto nodded. Then he grinned. That jutsu was so cool. Tendo raised an eyebrow. The one you did to save me. Can you teach me? He asked with a grin. Tendo shook his head. Unfortunately, this technique is made for my clan. I cannot teach it to anyone. Naruto deflated, his disappointment clear in his eyes. However, I can teach you many other things. Do you always train here? Tendo asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah, no one used this place in nighttime. Tendo sighed, with a good reason. During the night, most shinobi are resting for their missions. However, if someone found you here, it could cause trouble. Come, I will take you to a better place to train. No one uses it, even during the day. Naruto blinked. He wondered if this person planned to trick him like some others. But he seemed like he is a good guy, just a bit confusing. And cold. But he noticed that it was different from the coldness he felt from the villagers. It seemed that this guy is just naturally like that. Seeing Naruto following him, Tendo smiled. Tendo stopped at the training ground near the Uzumaki house. He noted that the house was kept in a rather good state. Perhaps the Hokage or Jiraiya did it for Naruto. Here, he pointed to the forest. No one used this place. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Why not? Tendo thought about how he should answer it, because it is a clan's training ground. Hearing that, Naruto grew worried. Do not worry, I am a clan member. And so are you. Naruto grinned. So I can train here? Tendo nodded. During the day, I am usually away, so I suppose you can use this place. I will try to visit you when I can. If someone see you using this place, just say, the son of Kushina allowed me to use this place. That would cause some interesting reactions, especially from the Hokage, Kakashi and Jiraiya. Son of Kushina? Is that your mom's name? Naruto asked, a bit jealous. He didn't even know his mother's name. And yours too? Yes. She is dead, Tendo declared calmly. Naruto looked surprised. How did she die? Naruto asked. Tendo thought for a moment. She was killed by a missing nin. Missing nin? Naruto tried to remember what it is. Criminals, exiled shinobi. To put it simply, shinobi who left their villages or forced to leave their villages. Naruto's eyes lighten up in understanding. By the way, what is your name? Tendo asked him. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage, Dadbeo, he shouted. What is with the Dadbeo? Tendo asked with a raised eyebrow. Whatever, pleased to meet you, Naruto-san. Naruto blinked at the reaction. Usually when he introduced himself, people would look at him in disgust or just ignored him. Some insulted his dream. This guy just accepted without saying anything. Though he did ignore the future Hokage part. Hey, sensei, what is your name? Naruto asked curiously. Tendo sighed. Call me Minato. Again, that was a bait for the Hokage and Jiraiya. First, someone taught Naruto. Second, that someone took him into the Uzumaki compound. Third, that man introduced himself as Minato. That would raise quite a ruckus. A ruckus that would be entertaining sight to see. Okay, Minato-sensei, Naruto shouted. I will see you tomorrow, Naruto-san. That tomorrow is yesterday, Tendo told the two paths. I brought him several books and made him read it. He took out the books and made the paths to read it. Jin blinked while Asura sighed. What happened? Asura asked. He could imagine the result. Well, Naruto-san, have you really read the books? Tendo asked. Naruto nodded. I did, really. The displaced one sighed. Then how is it that you failed to answer most of the questions I gave you? Naruto blushed but muttered, I really read it. There is no other choice then. I will read through your answers and try to find out what caused this. Perhaps Naruto could not understand the book well. Perhaps Naruto did not know how to sort through the information? But no matter how much I think, I could not find the problem, Tendo said as he sighed tiredly. Asura sighed, Master, you are overlooking the greatest problem. Tendo raised an eyebrow, what problem? You are assuming that he could read kanji. Tendo blinked, you mean he can't? His disbelief causing his pattern to slip once more. Generally speaking, Master. Most 11 years old cannot understand the kanji you always read in your books. Tendo blinked again, and again. Really? He asked, dumbfounded. I think, you're the crazy one here. The books ya read are too complicated. Jin shouted as he threw away the book. Watch it. They're important, Tendo glared at the human path. Asura continued, in addition, he is not like you, Master. You are able to process both theory and practice easily however, I believe he is more of a practical person. Reading will not help much. Tendo remembered how Naruto seemed like he was confused as he read. To think that it was because of the kanji, he felt like such a failure. So, what am I supposed to do? Asura smiled, train him directly, all right, he nodded. Tendo. Let's go shopping. Geto grabbed him and began to walk towards the village. Rin is coming too. Rin followed Geto happily. Did you both not hear the important discussion Shirato and I am having? Tendo asked while being dragged by his outer path. Geto and Rin simply laughed while singing happily. Lyrical, magical, destroy them all. It upgraded into destroy. Tendo believes that he should at least Tsukomi that part. And so they walked to the market area. How often have I seen this place? Then again, Rin seemed to be more interested in this place rather than seeing scenery. Today, they saw a stall that were not there yesterday. Hey, mortal god. What's a takoyaki? Rin asked. Call me Tendo, he answered reflexively. Tendo blinked and thought about how to answer. It is a food using octopus as its main ingredient. The name roughly meant, grilled octopus. Rin nodded but her face soon transformed into curiosity once more. Does that mean it rape girls? Tendo and several passers-by froze. Excuse me, what did you say, Rin? Tendo asked, believing that he misheard. This girl should not even know what that word meant. Rin tilted her head. Does takoyaki rape girls? Tendo fought hard to keep horrified look appearing on his face. Rin dear, where did you heard such a thing? He asked while trembling. Rin answered with a happy smile, from girl mortal god. Tendo turned his head towards Geto who was trying to escape. Geto dear, would you care to explain yourself? He asked with a kind smile. Geto trembled in fear. She knew that the smile can only be compared to the smile a devil had. I don't know what she meant, big brother. But, girl mortal god. When you read those picture books, you told us that the octopus is raping the girl. Rin said while pouting. Seeing nothing wrong with telling the truth. Geto dear, it appears that I have been too lenient with your reading materials. Geto shook her head in fear. Starting today, I will examine each of them thoroughly and throw away anything I deem unimportant. No, please no, honored brother of mine, please forgive your cute little sister for this mistake. This humble self of mine plead you, please do not throw away my happiness. Geto knelt and placed her head on the ground. To think that you even did a dogeza for them, Tendo sighed. I will not throw away your books. Geto raised her head, she could not believe that Tendo would forgive her. However, starting from now you will sleep in Asura's room. Geto froze. Her books are rooming with her Onisama. Which one is more important? The fact that you even need to think about that disgust me, Tendo coldly stated. If I ever hear another foul word coming from Rin's mouth and if you are somehow the source then. Ah mortal god. Is this the S-play that girl mortal god told us? Tendo froze and turned towards Rin. Geto also froze but not out of surprise. She was in deep enough fear to paralyze her. Can you explain what you mean, Rin? Tendo asked, fighting hard to keep his voice level. Girl mortal god showed us a book with two men whipping and insulting each other. She said it's love and they're playing S. Tendo turned towards Geto and Geto could almost see the Amaterasu Tomo began shining. Will you play S with us too, mortal god? This time, Tendo and Geto were paralyzed by surprise. What? Was all that Tendo could utter. Rin grinned. Our game have us hurting each other right? Does that mean you love us and playing S with us? Tendo could feel the stares of the villagers at them. The sister is a pervert and the brother is a lolicon, he heard.
A family of pervert. I pity that little girl. He could feel his sanity breaking.
The worst, finally he could not hold it anymore. He wordlessly grabbed Rin and Geto and returned to their inn. Geto dearest, you will sleep outside, Tendo said as he dropped her at the gate of the inn. Geto was about to open her mouth to protest when he continued. Do not worry. The ashes of your books will join you shortly. Hearing that, Geto screamed, full of despair and agony. That night, Tendo went to Konoha to train Naruto. After hearing Naruto talk about his day, Tendo sighed as he stared at Naruto. You said that you made a jutsu? He asked. Naruto nodded happily. Can you show me, then? Naruto grinned. Take this, sensei. Oroku no jutsu, Y technique. Smoke filled the area. Hearing the technique name was enough to make Tendo's eyebrow twitch. After dealing with Geto's antics, he did not need this.
The smoke dissipated, revealing a naked blonde twin-tailed girl with smoke covering her private parts.
I see, was all he said. Then he noticed something strange. There are chakra all over her body, far thicker than usual. Transformation. He grabbed the hair and pulled. Ow, sensei, it hurts. The voice also changed. A transformation. No, it is not the same, he muttered. Normal henge would have dispelled the moment he did that. However, Naruto's chakra was thick enough to allow him keep the transformation even after being hurt. Sensei. Let my hair go, Naruto, or he should say, Naruko, yelled. Tendo sighed. I find that sort of technique to be quite disturbing. Naruto seemed depressed hearing that. However, I can see the use of such technique. It can still be improved. Naruto cheered up a bit and blinked hearing the last part.
First, the face, make it more feminine. I will show you my sister face later. Second, rather than a naked girl, it would be more distracting to have a girl wearing outfits that slightly reveal the private areas, enticing and distracting the target more.
Naruto blinked. Sensei, are you a pervert? You are the last person I want to hear that from. Tendo smacked Naruto's head. Honestly, you are very similar to my sister. Your sister, sensei? Naruto asked, curious about Minato's family. Here, I will show you. He transformed into Geto, making sure to match his voice with hers. Yo, so you're that Naruto kid my brother's been speaking about, he said in Geto's voice. Then he dispelled the transformation. That is how my sister looks and acts. Naruto looked at his sensei in awe. That's so cool, sensei. You totally acted different. Tendo chuckled. This would be a good chance for training. Naruto, I want to speak with you about how the villagers are treating you. Naruto seemed taken aback by the sudden subject change. What about it? He asked. I'll change how they look at me when I become a Hokage. Tendo sighed. As I expected, your reason to become a Hokage is pathetic. Naruto looked outraged. He stopped the boy from shouting by holding up his hand. While your goal to become a Hokage is acceptable, your reason is not. It is almost impossible for someone not respected to become a Hokage. Naruto frowned. Then what am I supposed to do? He asked. I do not know, Tendo answered. Rather than seeking the villagers' approval, why do you not seek other people's approval? Other people? Naruto asked, confused by his sensei's words. For an example, other villages, Tendo suggested, watching his reaction. No way. If I did that, it's like I'm running away from them, Tendo sighed. As he had expected, part of it came from a childish, can't run away behavior. Is that so? Then you are welcome to try. However, you must find something to fight for before trying to become a Hokage. Naruto thought for a moment. What about you, sensei? What did you fight for? Tendo closed his eyes, thinking about Yuya, his mother, the paths, his friends and recently, Rin. My family and friends, he stated. Naruto hung his head. I don't have family or friends, Tendo blinked. You mean, we are not friends? He asked. Naruto snapped his head quickly towards his sensei. Seeing his sensei's smile made Naruto return it with a grin. You're my friend, sensei. Tendo chuckled. Do you think I will train you if you are not? Naruto laughed happily. I have a friend, he shouted in his mind. Seeing Naruto's happiness, Tendo began to think. Is that technique of his merely a prank? Or is it because he wants to see someone like him? Someone who he could pretend to think as Sister? He could see that. In fact, if not because of his paths, he would have made clones of Yuya and his mother to avoid going insane in this world. Anyway, about how the villagers treated you, Tendo said, returning to the subject after he saw Naruto calming down. I saw how they forbid you to enter the library and multiple other places. That is why you should use that jutsu. Make a fake persona, fake identity. Pretend that you are someone else. How? Naruto asked. For an example, you saw my sister, right? Try transforming into her. With clothes, he felt the need to add the last part. Naruto nodded and transformed. Where he stood was a near-perfect copy of Geto, just a bit of mistake on the face's shape. It was slightly chubbier than Geto's. The clothes she wore was a simple white shirt and skirt.
Good enough, I suppose. However, the clothes need to be more unique. Next we will need a fake name, Tendo stated.
Naruto thought for a moment. Sensei, can I use your mother's name? He asked tentatively. Tendo nodded. This would be amusing. Sure, you can use her name, Kushina. Naruto grinned happily. Before you start using the persona, we need to work on your acting first. Your behavior, your speech patterns, your personality. And thus, the night was spent training Naruto in acting. The next day, a boy with blonde hair and red eyes walked with a girl with red hair and red eyes.
All right, Kushina-chan, let us explore Konoha, shall we? The boy asked.
Let's go, Minato-kun. The girl nodded happily. This should be amusing, Minato thought with a chuckle. He could not wait to see the reaction of Konoha seeing them. Excuse me, can we order a ramen here? Kushina asked as she and Minato entered the Ichiraku ramen. Yes, coming rig, Tucci froze seeing the two. Then he noticed that their eyes were both red and shook the images of his two past best customers. What would you be having? Ayame asked as she served them. What do you think, Kushina-chan? Minato asked, intentionally calling her name. He hid his smirk as Tucci froze. I think a Shio ramen will be good, Minato-kun. Hearing that Tucci paled. Those names. She even likes the same ramen as her. Tucci looked at the two closely as they talked with each other.
Fine. 2 Shio ramen please, Minato ordered. All right, 2 Shio ramen coming right up. Ayame shouted to her dad but then blinked. What's wrong, Dad?
And no, it's fine. He continued to watch the two as they ate. Minato and Kushina continued to walk through village, with Minato making sure that Kushina was hugging his arm. Why do I have to do this? Naruto asked while training. Because in your false identity, you are my girlfriend. It will add more credibility, was the excuse he gave. Naruto. They heard a yell. Kushina froze. Do not worry, Kushina-chan. I believe they mistook me for this Naruto, Minato said to her, pretending to not know Naruto. Naruto. Who's that girl? A girl, Minato recognized as Sakura asked.
Minato blinked. Excuse me, I believe you mistook me for someone else.
Don't give me that, she shouted. The girl beside her, Yamanaka Ino patted her shoulder. Sakura, his eyes are red. That's not Naruto. Sakura blinked but then realized the differences when she saw his eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. I mistook you for my classmate, she bowed.
Minato waved his hand. No, it is fine. But it appears that you startled my girlfriend here, he motioned towards Kushina, who managed to recover but watched the two girls warily.
Girlfriend? Ino smiled. That's so romantic, Minato, and Kushina gave a small smile, well a shaky one in Kushina's case. Indeed, I must say I love her very much. I do not believe that I managed to be with someone as wonderful as Kushina-chan here, Minato said as he looked towards Kushina with love.
Kushina smiled. No, Minato-kun. I should be the one saying that. Thank you for what you've done for me.
Seeing that the girls went, Kaya, and blushed. Minato saw Kakashi some distance away, watching them with pure shock in his eye. It appears that he heard them. Minato smirked as he got an idea.
Hey there, Kakashi, he greeted the Jonin. Kakashi stared at the boy, noticing his eyes' color. The shinobi tensed. You are not Minato-sensei. Who are you?
Minato smirked. What makes you think I am not? Kakashi disappeared and reappeared behind Minato The girls gasped seeing Kakashi pulling out a kunai. Just before Kakashi used the blunt end of the kunai to knock Minato out, he was blocked by another kunai. A certain kunai. Do you need any more proof? Minato asked as the three-pronged kunai blocked Kakashi's kunai. Then he formed a Rasengan and slammed it into shocked Kakashi's stomach. Kakashi slammed on a wall. He could not believe it, it was the Rasengan. The technique only his sensei and some others should know. He tried to stand, trying to look at the ghost of his sensei once more. He froze when he saw a kunai, that kunai, near his covered eye. Why didn't you raise him? I saw how he was treated. I am angry, Kashi. Angry at myself for believing in this village. Angry at myself. For believing you in Jiraiya sensei. Minato stated, intentionally emphasizing the word to make it clear who he meant.
Kakashi were not able to say anything. Minato sighed, a sigh full of disappointment that deeply hurt Kakashi. He simply stared brokenly as Minato took Kushina's hand and walked away from him, without once looking back.
What was that, Minato-kun? Kushina whispered. Minato smiled sadly, just a small prank. That is all. Kushina blinked, a prank.
After that, Minato and Kushina visited lots of places, from library, clothing shops, weapon shops and many others. That day, Hatake Kakashi and many other people from Konoha claimed to have seen the ghosts of the fourth Hokage and his wife.
That was fun, Naruto said with a grin as he checked the bags for the clothes he bought.
Tendo blinked. Yeah, it was. Naruto looked at him, worried. It was the first time I did a prank. I must admit, it was interesting.
Naruto grinned. We should do that again sometime, Minato-sensei. Tendo chuckled. It would be difficult. If we did that again, the shinobi would have captured us, especially after what I did too. Kakashi, then again, now the Jonin might actually train Naruto even if Naruto is not his genin. Let us return to training, Naruto-kun. This time, we will start training your battle techniques, starting from taijutsu. Chapter end. Chapter 4 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto. Summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths and Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? This chapter has yet to be baited. Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review responses. Mana Scarlet Shadow Song. Ha 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 thanks. As for Rin, I think I based her on several characters I saw.
Jostanos. More pranks for Konoha will come later. Rothwell. Thanks.
Battle Neurosis. Here you go. Imsabel. Thanks. Yeah, I guess the sabotage genius cliché are kinda boring. Glad you like them.
Dragonskite. Indeed on both counts, Naruto pranking and pervert Gedo. The monument will not stand a chance.
Guest. The little god will discover more later. Thinker 1234. Here you go. Anime King Mike. Thanks. Drigas. I shall keep that a secret to avoid spoiler. Narudevil fan. What better way to snap them out of it than having their hero doing it?
Kookfleck. Don't worry, I find the new forms Naruto had now as confusing and random. He will be the same as other vessels, no special form. As for letting Tendo get away, you'll see. Oh Phantom. Thanks. Shadow Maria Love, thanks. Merton 767. More trolling aka lying on this chapter. Lucifer's Remnants. Thanks. Knight of Elves. Thanks. 8 Swords. What better way to prove that he is Minato, other than Rasengan? Also, indeed she is. Nearly always. Thanks. Nanashi 113. Thanks. Zelda Lim Lee. The prank is a first of many lies Tendo will make. This chapter has another. SSJ3 Kyuubi Gohan. Trolling indeed, in this chapter, he mindfucked them more. What Gedo is reading? Well, I don't have to answer that.
The Hokage Naruto. Ha ha ha. I can only update on some days because of work. Nightmare Fire. Thanks. Druid FWY. I won't change Naruto's character much, glad you like the prank. As for the scene at the teaser, that was supposed to be the story that come after this. To be honest, I planned to go straight to there and have this story as a flashback, but then I thought that people will get confused.
Magical, lyrical, came from Nanoa Dojin where Vivio sang that. Geto's logic is that Rin is older than them. It is her job to corrupt her.
Purses 7x. Thanks. Tenshi no Aka. Thanks. Roughstar 333. A short meeting where you mind screw them more.
Sale. Thanks. The update speed is because of the Christmas holiday.
The 6 paths. The problem isn't the law. It's how Tayuya will react. Both Tayuya and Jito don't want to share. Samsara. Game of the Gods Chapter 4 Lies. I suppose this is far enough, Tendo stated as he walked away from the Uzumaki training ground where he trained Naruto.
It was beyond midnight. Naruto had returned to his home and so would Tendo, usually.
However, today was different. So, I suppose you wish to speak with me, Hokage-sama? He asked as he turned around and faced Sarutobi Hiruzen and several Jonin. I expected Kakashi to be here. After his prank on Konoha, several Jonin began to spy on his and Naruto's training. He actually planned to ignore them, but when the Hokage himself appeared, he decided to use this chance. Hiruzen glared at the imposter. Who are you? Why do you know so much about him? Why are you using Minato's name? Tendo chuckled. Is that why you approached me? He could use this chance to further his plan. Answer me. The Hokage and the Jonin moved into a battle formation. Minato, come, Tendo declared. A flash of yellow and Asura appeared in front of him. It is time for the second part of the plan, Tendo told the path. The first part of the plan was to convince Konoha that someone knew about the secret behind Naruto's birth. The second part is to use Minato, or should he say, Asura, to convince Konoha that Namikaze Minato is still alive. Seeing the yellow flash, the shinobi of Konoha was frozen by surprise. You ask me, why do I know so much? Tendo asked with a raised eyebrow. Ask your beloved fourth Hokage here, he declared with a smirk. How do we know that he isn't some trick of yours? Sarutobi Asuma asked. Tendo nodded. Then perhaps you wish to face him in battle? Seeing the shinobi tensing, his smirk widened. Good, Minato, take care of the Jonin, do not kill them. Hokage-sama, shall we dance? Tendo and Minato disappeared. Sound of steel meeting steel echoed as Tendo's kunai was blocked by the Hokage. Quite fast, not bad, Tendo praised. The Hokage said nothing as he jumped back and formed a series of seal. Kaiten. Karyu Enden. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Hiruzen blew a giant dragon towards Tendo. Tendo watched the dragon with an amused look. If I recall correctly, you manipulated your chakra this way, yes? And easily countered the dragon with another dragon far larger than Hiruzen. Hiruzen jumped to the side and avoided the fire. His hands already moving through another series of seals, but before he could use it. Pathetic, Tendo declared as he opened his palm towards Hiruzen and closed it. The Hokage froze as he felt the air around him disappearing. He could not breathe. Wind manipulation. He glared at the boy. Minato, cease. Asura returned to Tendo and he released his hold. That was wind manipulation, by the way, he told the Hokage with a mocking smile. His triumph grew when he saw the Hokage's expression, an expression saying, I already know. Hiruzen saw the Jonins limping towards him, their bodies full of bruises and cuts. Tendo smirked. We won, but I suppose I can humor you with a story. A story? Yuhi Kurenai asked. Indeed, I am sure that you all knew that Namikaze Minato was supposed to die when he sealed the 9 inside Naruto-kun. Sarutobi nodded. Jiraiya and I examined the seal. We concluded that Minato used the Shiki Fujin in conjunction with the Hake no Fuin Shiki to seal the Biju inside Naruto. Dead demon consuming seal in 8 trigrams sealing style. Correct. Tendo clapped his hand. However, your conclusion is lacking. While Namikaze Minato did seal the Biju inside Naruto-kun, he also sealed chakra from 2 other people inside the 8 trigrams seal. Hearing that, Hiruzen's eyes widened. The souls of Namikaze Minato and his wife are inside Naruto. Tendo deliberately avoided mentioning his mother name, though his smirk to Hiruzen showed that he knew who she is. What does that have to do with you and him? Asuma asked, pointing at Tendo and Minato. He is what left of Namikaze Minato's soul, Tendo lied calmly.
The Shinigami chose to wait until Namikaze Minato's soul is fully restored before eating him. As for myself, I will leave you to your speculation. It was clearly a lie, and yet, such thing is possible. The Shinigami is a creature beyond human understanding. It could easily left Minato with his soul on a whim. In addition to the fact that Minato truly did seal his and Kushina's souls inside Naruto, his lie could easily be believed.
This was the lie he made after seeing Naruto's seal.
Geto, can you take a look at this seal? Tendo asked his sister, showing her a paper containing a replica of the seal on Naruto's stomach.
This is an 8 trigrams sealing style, right? Geto asked. What of it? What is contained in it? Tendo asked. Geto thought for a moment as she examined the seal. I'll have to see the original and examine it before knowing that. After that, they sneaked inside Konoha and examined Naruto. I think there are 3 chakra here. Kurama, Dad, and Mom, Geto concluded as she lifted her arm off Naruto's stomach. That is quite an useful information, Tendo stated as he began to think of a plan. You are a liar, Master, Asura commented to Tendo using their link. Indeed I am. And yet, this lie is more believable than the truth. Tendo told him. Tendo watched as the Hokage seemed to have made up his mind, probably to examine Naruto's seal, to check the credibility of his story. Of course, since the part about Minato and Kushina's chakra are the truth, they would believe him. Chakra does not equate souls, and yet, some people thought that there are connections between them. That is the main point of his lie. First, allow them to believe that chakra meant or at least connected to human souls. Second, tell them that inside Naruto's seal, there are souls of Minato and Kushina. Third, tell them that the Shinigami allowed Minato to survive until Naruto's death, because the god are only interested in a full soul. Fourth, tell them that Asura is the Minato that survived the sealing. This would establish Asura as Minato, and therefore, Konoha would think twice before acting hostile towards them. Well, Hokage, I have some business in other place, if you excuse us, Tendo stated as he bowed. Asura placed his hand on Tendo's shoulder and they disappeared, leaving the Hokage and Jonin standing in the forest. What should we do today? Tendo asked Rin and Geto. Let's explore the forest, Tendo, Geto suggested. Rin happily cheered. Exploring, Tendo nodded. We could use this chance to find her too. Her? Geto asked with a conflicted expression. No need to be jealous. I am looking for Fu, he told his sister. Geto nodded. By the way, Geto dearest, I heard that Shiro received a package for you. Geto froze. And may this one ask what happened to it? Tendo nodded. Do not worry. You can find them in Asura's room. Geto sighed in relief. Inside his forge, that is. Geto cried, Nisama, how could you be so cruel? Tendo smiled. Do not worry, sister dear, this is how I show my love. Geto stopped crying and watched her brother with a stunned expression. He continued, to Rin. Geto cried harder than before. Rin looked at her with confusion and patted her head. What are you doing, Rin? Tendo asked. We saw people doing this to crying children, she answered happily. And that is how she saw you, sister dearest, Tendo told his sister, as a child. And I must say, that does describe you well. Geto glared at Tendo, her cheeks puffy from crying. Onisama is evil, demon, bully. And I take great satisfaction seeing you cry, my sister. As a reward, I will allow you to sleep outside. This is the 4th time this week, yes? Not even Rin could console Geto, who collapsed to the ground. Tendo, Rin and Geto walked around the forest. Are you still angry, sister? Tendo asked. Geto ignored him. We think mortal god should apologize to girl mortal god, Rin said to Tendo. Tendo thought for a moment. I think I had enough fun with her now. I will give her a candy later. Geto glared. I'm not a little kid. I don't want a candy. Tendo nodded. Of course you are not. If you were a kid, I will not be so mean, Tendo told her. Geto's glare could have melted a mountain of ice. Sadist. Devil. Tendo ignored her insult, at least until she reached the forbidden word. Lolicon. Geto dear, it seems that you want more punishment, yes. Are you sure you are not masochist? Tendo asked as he turned towards his sister with a smile. Geto answered without a pause, maybe I am. You are a sadist after all.
Maybe my big brother complex came from your lolicon complex too.
They both glared at each other. Rin looked between them and then grinned.
Mortal god and girl mortal god loves each other, was the conclusion she reached. Rin, while I know that Geto's brother complex is obvious, what makes you think I like her? Tendo asked. Geto waited Rin's answer. She was curious too. Rin tilted her head, confused. That is not what mortal god said yesterday.
Yesterday? Tendo and Geto blinked. Rin nodded. Yesterday mortal god called girl mortal god while sleeping. Mortal god said, "Is this painful enough, sister? Do you want me to hurt you more? Let us love each other more," Rin said innocently. Tendo froze. He looked towards Geto while trembling. Geto's face was of pure ecstasy and happiness. "Onisama, I knew it. This is how you showed me your love, right? You really are an S. My brother, don't worry. Your lowly Geto shall accept any punishment you give." Geto happily jumped and hugged Tendo.
Tendo struggled. "Let go. You are being disgusting. Let me go." Geto embraced him closer. "Come Nisama. Shower me with your hate. Give me your love. Punish me. Shinra Tensai." Tendo shouted in panic and Geto was blown away.
"Do not get near me," Tendo declared as he walked beside Rin as Geto was on the other side. "I have to apologize to Yuya when I
return." He made a mental note. Geto pouted. Well, at least she is not depressed anymore, Tendo thought. They walked towards a clearing and saw someone familiar training. "It seems that we found Fu," Tendo commented. Fu saw them watching her and warily took a battle stance. "She won't listen to us until we beat her, huh?" Geto sighed. "What's with this RPG-like situation?"
"Rin, how about you play a game? Beat her, but do not hurt too much or kill her," Tendo told the little god. The girl nodded and happily ran towards the Jinchuriki. When the match began, the brother and sister winced. "Let us see." First Fu tried to use her blinding technique, Tendo began. But Rin isn't affected and punched her easily, Geto continued. "The poor girl went through several trees I believe." "This is kind of boring, isn't it?" Geto asked as she saw the vessel flying on the sky with the seventh's power.
"We are watching a battle between a god and a human, of course it is boring."
"Oh." Fu-san used a wind technique, indeed she was. Fu blew a wind bullet towards Rin. Useless, and the mortal god was right as the wind disappeared without hitting Rin. "She still have that immunity against mortal techniques?" Geto asked. Tendo shook his head. "She is weaker than her original. I believe an S-rank jutsu would hurt her a little." "So, why did you tell her to attack the poor girl?" Rin jumped and flew far above Fu. "For information," Tendo answered coldly as Rin smacked Fu to the ground. "You are cruel. This is an overkill." Fu tried to stand but Rin appeared in front of her. "I know. I have to apologize at Fu later. And thank her." "Ah, it's over," Geto said in monotone as Rin headbutted Fu, knocking her unconscious. "Let us take her to the inn," Tendo said, "and heal her injuries." Rin vs Fu. Winner. Rin. Flawless victory. Fu opened her eyes and looked around. She was in an unfamiliar room with 3 people around her. The 3 who appeared in her training place. One was a boy with blonde hair and red eyes. He watched her with an amused look. Strange guy. The next was a girl with red hair and red eyes. She watched her with a look full of pity. "I don't need your pity," she shouted in her mind, mistaking the pity in the girl's eyes as pity for her Jinchuriki status. The last one was the monster. "She is no little girl," she screamed in her mind. "What a curious expression you are making," the boy commented. "Who are you 3? And get that kid away from me," Fu shouted as she saw the white-haired girl moving closer towards her. The girl looked sad. "Mortal god, she is a meanie," she cried hugging the boy. The boy laughed while patting the monster's head. "Do not worry, Rin. And you, while I know that was traumatic, it is your fault for being hostile towards us." Fu had to admit, she was acting suspicious back then. The boy smiled. "My name is Tendo, that is my sister, Geto, and this little girl is Rin." Fu looked at each of them. "What do you want from me? Do you want to have a little brother?" Tendo asked bluntly. "Huh? What?" Not only her but Geto was also confused. "Allow me to explain. I have a friend in Konoha. He is a Jinchuriki like you." Fu's eyes widened. "Yes, I know that you hold the seventh inside you.
I do not need to explain what happened to him, yes. Recently I have been training him. But I cannot spend all the time with him. And so, I decided to ask you, do you want to live in Konoha and take care of him?
Fu gave him an expression full of distrust. Why? Tendo thought for a moment. I can give you answers such as I pity him or I am his friend, but all of that will not satisfy you. Fu had to admit, this guy knew her well.
The answer is simple. My mother was a Jinchuriki too. And the Biju inside my friend is the same one inside my mother.
Fu's eyes widened. She had never heard a Jinchuriki having a family. That seemed unthinkable for her who was ignored all the time.
I will give you time to decide. Tell me your answer tomorrow. Tendo stood and left the room, Rin following behind him. Sorry about my brother. He is always like that, Geto told her.
Fu nodded and began to talk with the girl, asking about the other Jinchuriki and about Geto's mother.
Mortal God, when are we going to play? Rin asked as they entered the room. She, Tendo and Geto share.
No need to be impatient, we still have 7 months left, Tendo told her.
How long is that? Rin asked again, pouting. Do not worry, little one. Are you already bored with this place? If you are, then we can go somewhere soon. Rin cheered and jumped up and down. Where are we going, mortal God? Tendo smiled, somewhere fun. Do not worry, there will be more chances to play with people.
Because starting from tomorrow, Tendo, Geto and Rin will officially be considered Genin team under Jin.
Back to Genin, huh? Back to D-rank mission then, Tendo thought as he laid on his bed.
Good night, Rin, Tendo told the girl. Good night, mortal God, she shouted as she snuggled into her blanket.
7 months, huh? Time before the game. 7 months, 3 days. Short chapter because I have to do a project. Chapter 5.
Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths in Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? This chapter has yet to be baited. Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review responses. SSJ3 Kyuubi Gohan. That would depend on whether he will be the one who is giving pain or receiving it, yes. Nanashi 113. As I said, busy. Rothwell. To answer shortly, Team Gilgamesh from Fate Stay Night.
8 swords. Not really stealing if they don't care, yes. Druid FWY. Well, the female Naruto verse will be confusing. That's for sure. Hokage's guess here in this chapter. Indeed, Rin is a mix of a lot of characters. As for Tayuya's body being taken by Jido, flashback perhaps. I think changing Naruto too much will be unrealistic seeing as he is too stubborn. As for how Tendo will react to other canon versions, perhaps later. I think Fu is a bit older than Naruto.
Nightmare Fire. Thanks. Dragonskite. Read on. Thinker 1234, thanks. Puckfleck. Ha ha ha. Nah, I also thought that the interaction with Hiruzen is too short. But as I said, I have a project, that's why I wrote it short. If I have more time perhaps I can extend that chapter, but, oh well. Shadow Maria Love. Ha ha ha, to honks. Nisenin, thanks. Drigas. Indeed, that's why the title is Lies. Battle Neurosis. That's still far away I suppose.
Izarana. Sorry about that. All links pointing outside will be removed by the site. So I can't access the link you gave. The Eye of God. Thanks. Ganimation. Thanks. Night of Elves. Sorry, busy with real life. About 2,000 words per chapter is the best I can do now.
Samsara. Game of the Gods Chapter 5 Genin. Again. Hokage-sama, have you checked the seal? Kakashi asked. Kakashi, Hiruzen and the Jonin were all gathered in the Hokage office, talking about the revelation given by the mysterious boy.
I have, and the boy is right. There are traces of the fourth and his wife's chakra in the seal, Hiruzen stated with a severe expression. Does that mean he is telling the truth? No, that's impossible, but the fourth is alive. We saw him.
Enough. Hiruzen shouted and the Jonin quieted. I called you here to listen to your hypothesis about the boy's identity.
The first one to speak was Hayama Shirakumo. Well, I think he is too strong for a boy at that age, maybe it's a genjutsu.
Kurenai shook her head. I do not sense any illusion around the boy. Asuma thought for a moment. Hokage-sama, the boy spoke about the Shinigami, right? The Hokage nodded. The boy had indeed spoken about the being as if he knew it. So I thought, maybe he is the Shinigami, Asuma said with a grin. The Jonin and Hokage were silenced. Asuma had said that as a joke, but that might be true. The Shinigami, huh? Kakashi thought of when he met with Minato. I think whoever he is a close relative of Minato-sensei. He knew too much about sensei.
Sandaime nodded. I told Jiraiya of the boy. He proposed 3 theories.
The Jonin turned towards the Hokage. 1. Minato, who survived the sealing, had his soul and body separated. The soul becoming the boy while the body was the Minato we fought. The Jonin blinked. That sounded insane, but Jiraiya was a seal master. Perhaps there is a reason why he believed that to be possible. 2. He is an adopted son of Minato or Kushina. That would explain why he knew so much. Adopted son of the 4th. Kurenai blinked. Now that she thought about it, the boy was very similar with the 4th. What if instead of an adopted son, he was the real son? Wait. Speaking of someone similar to the 4th, there's one more person, right? Her eyes widened. 3rd, he is part of Kyuubi that escaped the sealing. Perhaps the 4th did not seal it completely. The Jonin looked worried at that. If the boy was the fox, then they could be in danger. Kakashi shook his head. I do not believe so, Hokage-sama. They looked towards the scarecrow questioningly. If the boy is the Kyuubi, there is no reason for him to help Naruto.
Hiruzen nodded. I suppose we lack information about the boy, for now. Keep an ear open for any information. We will meet here again in a week. Dismissed.
The Jonin left the room and Hiruzen sighed. What do you think, Jiraiya? Jiraiya grinned as he appeared behind the Hokage. I think I want to meet him. Master, I can understand Lady Geto or Little Princess causing trouble. However, I do not comprehend why are you assisting them? Asura asked with a sigh. Tendo chuckled as he looked around. Takigakure's streets were completely drenched by water. No buildings had a dry roof after the incident. Explain yourself. And so he did. As you know, Shirato, today is the first day for my team. A team consisting of Geto, Rin and I with Ninjendo as our teacher. All right. Let's take a D-rank mission. Jin shouted. Geto and Rin cheered while I sighed.
This will not end well, and I was right. The mission is a simple one, walk a dog. I know what you want to ask. How did walking a dog resulted in a flood around the village? Yes.
Before I begin, I would like to say that I am not the mastermind behind this. Anyway, we went to the client place to take the dog.
Why? Rin happily cheered when she saw the dog. If I remember correctly, it was a brown and white colored Akita Inu. Doggy.
Doggy. She hugged the dog. Amusingly, the dog and her were about the same size.
Geto patted the dog's head. The dog barked happily. Good boy.
What's wrong, Tendo? You seem jealous, Jin commented. What? No, I did not. You must be mistaken, I told the path. Really? You're frowning, Yano, Jin commented again. It must be a lie. You are mistaken. It is impossible for me to feel such emotion towards a Canis lupus familiaris. What does Kanisu rupusu familiarisu mean? Jin asked as he blinked. Never mind. Clearly I was the foolish one for even thinking that he understood. After we picked up the Canis lupus familiaris. Why are you looking at me like that, Shirato? No, I refuse to call it by anything else. Mortal God. Where are we going? Little one asked, sitting on the Canis lu. Fine, I will call it a dog. Stop glaring at me, Shirato. Anyway, little one asked while sitting on the dog.
Let us go around the village, I told her. Jito frowned, but that's boring. I'm sure the little guy here don't want that too, she said while petting the dog.
No, Shirato, I did not mention the word dog with hatred. Jin-sensei, what do you think? I asked Jin nicely. It was asked with a smile. Shirato, see? I am kind, am I not? He froze. I wonder why, did I not ask nicely enough? Let's just go around the village, shall we? Jin asked. Indeed, fitting as one of my path, he is sensible. Big brother is mean. Jido pouted. I know not what you mean, sister. As you can see, I asked our honored teacher for his opinion, am I correct, sensei? Jin nodded rapidly. How strange, what could cause him to act such way? Anyway, I do not need to explain what happened later, let us just skip 30 minutes forward.
No, Shirado, nothing important happened in those 30 minutes.
Nothing relevant to your interest occurred during those 30 minutes, alright?
You will not give up, huh? Fine. The 30 minutes were spent with little one and my little sister playing and talking with the dog all the time. Why are you looking at me with pity? I am not lonely, not at all. It is not like I want them to pay attention to me, okay?
What do you mean Tsunere does not suit me? I am not a Tsunere. And why are you sighing like that, Shirado? Anyway, after the 30 minutes passed, the dog wanted to pee. The problem was that we were in the market. If the dog causes trouble here, the people will be angry, I told them. The sight and the smell of dogs, liquid excretion would be troublesome. Hearing that, Rin gave us her best idea, her words, not mine.
Her idea was to get rid of doggy's water, huh? Was all that I can ask.
And she flooded the entire area. I believe I just watched a mini great flood occurred in front of my eyes. Dark clouds gathering in the sky and a downpour happened. The only positive result of this is, I learned that Rin can use elements easily.
Oh, and the old lady who have the dog forbid us from babysitting the dog again.
I see, Shirado muttered. Though, for Tendo, the blank eyes he had suggested that no, he did not see. With that said, Shirado, Jin requested another D-rank mission. Asura sighed. After getting closer to Shibuki, Asura was given a job as his secretary, of sort. He handed the missions and take care of the paperwork Taki had. Alright, I will give you a very simple mission. Weeding a garden in a civilian's house. I have a feeling that this will end in tears, Tendo muttered, he was right.
Perhaps this time Geto could tell me why Tanaka-san ran out of his house while crying. Asura asked with a resigned expression. Well, after we went to the house, we saw the garden full of weeds.
This will take quite a long time, my handsome big brother stated. Little Rin tilted her head cutely and asked, what do you mean?
Mortal God, our mission is to eliminate the weeds here. However, it seems that our client rarely take care of his garden. I suppose we will waste about 3 hours here, the greatest person in universe, Tendo declared. Cute Rin-chan blinked and frowned cutely, we have to stay here? We can't play? The kind angel, me hugged Rin-chan, don't worry Rin-chan. We'll work as hard as we can. So, we begin to weed the garden, for 5 minutes, at least. Rin frowned and began to cry, we aren't having fun. I tried to console her the best as I can. Enough. I looked around, trying to find the source of the voice. Then I saw my lovely brother with his eyebrow twitching in a manly way. Tendo is annoyed, I realized. Mokaton. And the weeds are gone. Oh, the garden disappeared with it too. Asura slammed his head to the desk. Is it my fault for assigning you to a D-rank mission? He asked himself. Shirado, give us another mission. A C rank will be fine, Tendo ordered. Asura sighed, C rank, eliminate a group of bandits sighted near the border of this land and Land of Fire. Tendo nodded and he and his team left. I hope that there will be no problem. I am the foolish one for hoping, am I? Asura asked. What happened this time? Well, seeing as big brother and I had a turn, Rin-chan can explain this time. Geto cheerfully stated. What about me? I am the sensei here, Jin shouted. Oh, Jin, you were here? Geto asked as she blinked in confusion. Jin began to cry at the corner of the room. All right, Rin, give me your report. Why, so, we, Mortal God, Girl Mortal God and Silver Guy went to play at the forest. We saw many toys gathering around a fire. Rin, they're enemies. We were confused by Mortal God. They're just toys, right? Rin-chan, they're meanies. We understand Girl Mortal God. The toys are meanies. Everyone ignored me, Silver Guy said as he hugged a tree. Silver Guy is funny, Silver Guy. Why are you crying? You can play with them, Rin. Break them,
Mortal God told us. We can play. We are happy, we want to have fun. What should we play first? We remember. We want to shoot a pretty beam. Golden guy. Why are you hitting the desk with your head? Doesn't it hurt? What is it, Mortal God? We should continue the story. Okay. We used a pretty beam to the toys. They all broke, we wonder why. We decided that they are broken. We were sad because we want to play more.
Good job, Rin, Mortal God said as he patted our head. It feels good. We want to be patted more. It is too bad that they lasted only for a while. Do not worry, we will have more chance to play.
We cheered. We can play more, we are happy. Nisama, are you going to ignore the fact that Rin-chan blasted the bandits with a pink beam? A pink beam even larger than my Vajra. We don't understand what girl Mortal God are talking about. Some things are better off left alone, sister. We don't know what Mortal God are talking about, but he patted our head again, so we are happy.
We went back home after that. Golden guy, why are you crying? Master, please go home, Asura begged. He could not handle giving them any more mission. There were reports coming from the border guards about a light crimson-colored beam destroying a forest. Thinking about more reports like that gave him a huge headache.
Tendo looked at the path with pity. Let us go home, Geto, Rin. Shirado is tired. After Tendo, Geto and Rin left the office, Jin and Asura both took out a bottle of sake and began to drink. Good luck for both of us, Jin muttered. Jin, if I do not survive this, tell master that I am sorry. When Tendo reached the inn, he saw Fu standing near the door. Your answer? Tendo asked without a greeting.
Take me to Konoha. Hey, Asura, don't you think Tendo has been acting different since he came to this world? Jin asked, half drunk from the sake. Asura nodded. I believe that master has become more relaxed since he came here.
Wonder why, is it not obvious, fool? Shiro asked as he entered the office. Oh, Shiro. Where have ya been? And don't call your father fool, Jin shouted. Shiro gazed at the drunk man with cold eyes. I scouted the other villages as Tendo-sama ordered. I am not your son.
Asura sighed. Calm down, you two. So, what were you saying, Shiro? Shiro sat and took the sake bottle from Jin. Tendo-sama has no burden here. In his original world, his mind was focused on protecting our honored mother and the red-haired girl. Here, he had no one he needs to protect. The child god and us are strong enough to protect ourselves. Asura looked down. So what you are saying is that he has more freedom here. Then he turned towards Shiro. Are you saying that it is better for us to stay here forever? Shiro drank the sake and sighed. I do as our lord commands. If he wish to return, I will assist him. Ya both are too serious. We still have 7 months, right? Let's just enjoy this world while we can. Jin shouted as he grabbed the sake back from Shiro and drank it all. Fool, Shiro said as Jin fell to the floor, unconscious. Everything is for our master's sake. Time before the game. 7 months, 2 days. The project I need to do has yet to be completed. I might not be able to update for a while. The best I can do for now is a short chapter like this. I should be able to update normally next month, but until then, short chapters unless I get a break. Chapter 6 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths in Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? This chapter has yet to be baited. Credits to The Eye of God for the story image, thanks. Finally I managed to update this. I finished most of my job, but there are still a few loose ends here and there. I don't know when I can update next, but I think I can do that before the 10th of February at most. Review responses. SSJ3 Kyuubi Gohan. True enough. I'm still thinking about that. Dead Zeppelin. Can't believe I allowed that chance to joke slip around. Oh well. Abdulosaurus. You have to separate the link you have with space and change the to dot like this. Dragonskite. Thanks, I am honored. Nanashi 113, thanks. Puckfleck. Thanks. Melivius. Here it is. Velial 13. That would be an amusing sight. Jostanos. Thanks.
Mana Scarlet Shadow Song. I'll try to avoid writing another confusing chapter then. Vishal. Thanks. Zelda Lim Lee. Ha ha ha, that's the point. Druid FWY. Ridiculous is right. That's just a random comment by the way, about the Shinigami. Indeed, the theory about Minato being a husk is interesting. Ha ha ha, thanks. Tendo being Tsunere was more of a character trait for him. He disliked accepting the fact that he is jealous of someone or he is happy because of their concern. True about Geto. It would be OOC, 8 Swords. Read on. Gakido's adventure will be in flashback. Drigas. Wonder how Hashirama would react seeing that. Shadow Maria Love. Ha ha ha, that's how it is to life around the insane paths and gods.
Izarana. They meet in this chapter actually. Rothwell. Well, it is because Kurenai is a neutral character. So that is just more of an emphasis on how Tendo's actions affected Konoha in general. With people seeing how similar Minato and Naruto are, they would start to realize the connection.
Thanks. I will. Sue. Indeed. I was tempted to put that name but I think I will save it for later. In a more appropriate situation. Blaze Furry. If you mean the breaks I sometimes take, I blame my job and university for that.
Madara Renegan. Thanks. I'll do my best. Golden Dragon 14. Thanks. Knight of Elves. Thanks. Updated. Omega Ultimatum. Ha ha ha, welcome back. Here's the next chapter. Samsara. Game of the Gods Chapter 6 Training once more.
So, Naruto-kun. She will be your elder sister, Tendo told his counterpart bluntly. After Fu accepted his offer, he brought her to Konoha the next day. And told Naruto directly that she would be his sister.
Huh, what do you mean, sensei? Naruto asked, blinking in confusion. Fu, who stood beside Tendo, was looking at the boy intently, scanning her fellow vessel. Tendo chuckled. To put it simply, she is looking for a family. I thought about you and brought her here.
Huh? Naruto blinked again. I do not believe this is working. Let me try to explain. Naruto-kun, you claimed that you do not have a family, did you not?
Naruto nodded hesitantly. Do you want one? A family?
Naruto nodded again, a bit less hesitant than before. Then she will be your family, Tendo told him.
As he had expected, Naruto seemed to be at loss after hearing that statement. He could imagine the questions running through his other self's brain right now.
Tendo and Fu watched as multitude of emotions passed through Naruto's face. Surprise, disbelief, confusion, anxiety and finally hope. Even though his mind was thrown into disarray, Naruto managed to voice a question, why? Tendo said nothing, allowing Fu to answer. Naruto-kun, right? We are the same, you and I, Fu began, meeting Naruto's eyes directly. The mortal god raised an eyebrow. He told Fu that Naruto was still unaware of the presence inside him. He did tell the girl to do as she liked, so perhaps she was planning to reveal it directly.
He was mistaken. I'm also an orphan. I have no one. I've been alone all my life, Fu said to the boy. Naruto stared at her in surprise, like me. Fu nodded. I even lived in the forest alone for the past few years. Then that guy came. She pointed towards Tendo. Tendo hoped that she remembered his warning about his alias while he is in Konoha. He offered me a chance to have a family, to be your sister, Fu said with a smile. I didn't believe him. I meant, why would he suddenly ask a stranger something like that? Then he told me about his mother. Sensei's mother? Naruto asked in confusion. He knew that her name was Kushina and she and Sensei were part of a clan, but that is it. My mother's life was quite similar to yours. Then Tendo thought for a minute. No, I suppose it was not that similar. She at least had a normal childhood. Though, the destruction of her village changed everything. That and the sealing of Kurama inside her. Tendo then noticed something. I will leave you both now. Talk with each other and decide by yourselves whether you want to be a family or not. I will return when the sun set. With that said, he left the two vessels. So, you are hiding your mother identity from him, Naruto? Jiraiya asked with a smile as Tendo appeared behind him. Then Jiraiya turned, or should I say, Naruto from another world. Tendo let out a chuckle. How did you come to that conclusion, Jiraiya-sama? He was truly curious. He thought that no one would be able to figure his identity out.
Jiraiya grinned. You don't deny it? So that means my theory is correct. Tendo smirked. Only a madman or a genius could reach that answer. And I know that you are not mad. Insane perhaps, but not mad. Hearing that, Jiraiya laughed. I'm not a genius. Orochimaru is. I'm just a dead last. Tendo raised an eyebrow. That does not matter now, does it? You are the strongest Sannin. In my world, Orochi and Tsunade acknowledged that. Jiraiya blinked. Orochi? Then he turned serious. I think I want to hear more about this world of yours.
Before that, answer my question. How did you figure it out? Tendo asked.
Jiraiya grinned. I'm just that awesome, he declared while doing a pose. Tendo chuckled seeing that. You really do not chong, do you?
Jiraiya was curious about the relationship the boy had with the other him and the boy's relationship with Orochimaru. But he decided to answer the boy question first.
When I heard the reports given to Sarutobi-sensei and his own version of events, I examined the seal on Naruto. There were traces of someone examining it before me. That meant someone found out about Minato and Kushina's chakra inside it recently.
Tendo smirked, and, I know for sure that Minato is dead. His soul was taken by Shinigami. His chakra might survive but his soul didn't, Jiraiya continued.
Tendo's smirk grew. With that said, I also know everyone Minato had close relationship with, and I know for sure that all of the remaining Hiraishin Kunai were accounted for. Now that was unexpected. So Konoha did have all the remaining Hiraishin Kunai.
It is impossible for anyone to have the exact same kunai. Perhaps another genius in sealing could make another Hiraishin seal but not as perfect as what you and that Minato used.
He knew showing those kunai in front of Kakashi and Hiruzen would cause trouble. With that said, I thought about the Hiraishin itself. You showed that Minato could use Hiraishin and it is a time-space manipulation. What if someone managed to continue the research of Hiraishin and create a dimensional teleportation technique? Now that was quite an interesting information. With that said, he and the Paths could research the Hiraishin seal and find a way to return to their world. Then again, how could they do that precisely? How many worlds are out there? Hundreds? Thousands? Millions? Infinite? To add, there are outer creatures such as Yog-Sothoth who would notice if he messed with the space and time. It seemed to be safer to stick with his original plan and ask Rin to return them. He continued to listen to Jiraiya. Hiraishin is made with Uzumaki sealing style combined with Minato's own style. With that, only one person can have access to such knowledge, their son. In addition, you know many things about Minato, about Kushina, you know his techniques. So I thought that you must be their son from another world. Hearing that conclusion, Tendo began to laugh. This man managed to reach the correct conclusion with mistaken conjectures. How completely like Jiraiya. How amusing. As expected from my godfather, hearing that Jiraiya's eyes widened. Yes, I know you are my godfather. I am the first person who sent you a fan letter about that book after all. At least, in my world. Jiraiya's surprise grew hearing that. He trembled. So you read? Indeed I did. So you read my new Icha Icha series? Jiraiya asked, excited. I am so proud of you, Naruto. Tendo's eyebrows twitched hearing that. No, Jiraiya-sama. I meant, the tale of the utterly gutsy shinobi. I like it. Immediately Jiraiya quietened. You read that book? He whispered. You should be proud. That is one of the few books I always keep with me. Tendo took out a scroll and swiped his blood on it. From it, came out about 10 books. Jiraiya scanned them. He recognized some of them as Uzumaki clan's notes. There were also picture books and a photo album. Tendo took out a book from the stack. Here, this is the copy that my father had. Tendo gave Jiraiya the book. Mother gave it to me. He recognized it easily. The only signed, The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi, book. The one he signed when Minato told him that he liked the story. Minato, Jiraiya whispered. Tendo watched as Jiraiya stared at the book with longing. After Jiraiya recovered, Tendo told Jiraiya of his world. About the sage, about the god, about his eyes, about the differences between their worlds. When Tendo told Jiraiya that Orochi was his first friends, Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, then he looked sad. If only I can stop him that day, Tendo supposed that he meant when Orochimaru abandoned Konoha in this world. Tendo told Jiraiya about how he met the Uchiha clan while on a mission to end Kiri Rebellion. Kiri Rebellion, I heard that something strange is going on there, Jiraiya told him. That would require further investigation. Perhaps he should send his paths there. Which reminded him, Shakushodo and Gakido had yet to come out since they entered Takigakure. Tendo showed him his eyes and Jiraiya seemed interested in it. He then told the man about what happened to Nagato and Konan. How Yahiko died because of Danzo. I will find them, Jiraiya declared with determination. They are in a megacure, right? I will go there soon. Tendo shook his head. As of right now, a megacure is Akatsuki's main base. Going there is suicide. I will advise you to take care of Naruto-kun right now. We will go there once Akatsuki show themselves. But Akatsuki might not be evil in this world, Jiraiya argued. You said it yourself, didn't you? Yahiko was the one who made it. Tendo reluctantly nodded hearing that. I will come with you then. I want to meet with them too. My time with them were short but they are among my closest friends. The list of his closest friends consisted of his mother, Yuya, the Paths, Rakudo, the Sannin, his team, Itachi, Shisui, Haku, Nagato, Konan, Fu from his world and recently, Rin. Out of which, Orochi dead and Shisui's sensei disappeared, perhaps dead. Jiraiya nodded. That was too easy. Jiraiya seemed to accept his presence easily and that made him feel uneasy. He hoped that the man was not planning anything foolish. He told Jiraiya about Madara and Tobi. Which reminds him, he still does not know Toba's real identity. So you don't know who he is? Tendo nodded. No worries, we'll find out before he cause any trouble, Jiraiya declared with a grin. He already did. He released Kurama and caused Naruto-kun's mother and father's death. Kurama. You know it as Kyuubi, I believe. He then told Jiraiya about the source of the 9 beasts, his children. After he told the Sannin how he defeated the one-eyed god, the Toad Sage laughed and patted his back. Good job, Naruto. You really are the child of prophecy, he said to the boy. Tendo blinked hearing the unfamiliar name, child of prophecy? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow when he realized that Naruto did not know of the prophecy. Does that mean the other him didn't tell the boy? Or does that mean there were no prophecy in that world? He told Naruto about the prophecy. Of how the student of his will change the world, either for salvation or destruction. Hearing that, Tendo shook his head. If that were true, then it should be children of prophecy. My father was a figure well known in the world. His ability has reached the pinnacle of shinobi. Yahiko, Konan and Nagato are the ones who created Akatsuki, and I. Jiraiya nodded. And you finished their work by saving the world and created a world of peace. You're right, all of them are children of prophecy. Tendo turned towards the direction where he left Naruto and Fu. I wonder, how will he change the world? For the better, or worse? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow again, hearing that. You have no doubt that he will change the world? Tendo smirked, of course. He is myself after all. The maelstrom will cause change everywhere it goes. Actually I named that after the ramen topping, Jiraiya told Tendo. That is even better, Tendo nodded without hesitation. Jiraiya laughed. You really are their son, aren't you? Tendo chuckled, of course I am. Finally, he told Jiraiya of how he came here and all he did here. Jiraiya grinned. I heard about the prank you did. You and your other self really fooled Konoha. Tendo nodded. It was quite amusing. Perhaps now Konoha will not treat Naruto as bad as before. There was a silence as Jiraiya sighed. I guess you have a lot of questions for me, Jiraiya said as he looked towards where the other Naruto was standing. Why did you leave him alone? Jiraiya sighed again. This time it was full of regret. I have no excuse. I can say that I have to make sure that other villages didn't attack Konoha. I can say that I have to find Orochimaru, but the truth is. You do not wish to see him. You cannot bear to see him. He is very similar to his father, Tendo ended. Jiraiya bowed his head. Sorry. Tendo shook his head. I will not accept your apology. I am not the one you have wronged. Speak with him. Tell him the truth when you are ready. Jiraiya nodded. Is there any way I can help him? He asked, trying to make amends. If you wish to help him now, then can you make sure that Fu is considered a citizen of Konoha? She can take care of Naruto. You can help him through her. Leave it to me. When he returned to Naruto, Tendo saw the two Jinchuriki talking with each other. It was quite awkward as they were unused to speak with someone in such a friendly way. He did say that he was Naruto's friend, but he never actually talked with him except about training or his behavior. Then again, he rarely talked with anyone about mundane things. Naruto-kun, I will leave now. Fu-san, please speak with that man for more information on what you should do, he said as he motioned towards Jiraiya, who stood on a branch away from them. Naruto blinked. Who is he? I'm glad you asked. Jiraiya jumped from the tree. I am a feared shinobi among the 5 countries. The shinobi whose name can silence a crying child. The dream of all women. The handsome Jiraiya-sama. Tendo groaned in exasperation. This man managed to recite the same introduction his other self said without even knowing. With that said, he should at least Tsukomi this. Jiraiya-sama, while the first one may be true, a baby who saw you will probably laugh, and I am sure it was nightmare of all women. As for handsome, well, I suppose you are quite popular among the old ladies. Jiraiya pouted hearing Tendo's words but perked up when he heard the last part. This guy? Popular? You're kidding, right, sensei? Naruto asked in disbelief. Jiraiya was about to speak but Tendo cut him off. No, Naruto-kun, I am not. He is very popular among women. Jiraiya puffed his chest in pride. It seemed that his other godson was indeed a genius. Among the 60-years-old women, that is. Jiraiya deflated instantly and shot a glare to his smirking other godson. Who is he? Fu asked, distrust clear in her eyes. This man is my teacher. He is a member of the Sannin. Fu's eyes widened. A Sannin? Him? Tendo nodded. The strongest. Sensei's sensei, Naruto muttered. So he's strong? The boy asked. He is, Tendo nodded. While I doubt his sanity, his power is one of the greatest throughout the country. He is also the 4th Hokage's teacher. Really? Naruto looked at Jiraiya with amazed eyes. The teacher of the 4th and his sensei. This man must be strong, even though he seems like an idiot. Jiraiya grinned. Praise me, for I am the great Jiraiya-sama. As I said, his sanity is to be doubted. He is also an idiot, Tendo commented calmly. Naruto laughed as Jiraiya glared at his sensei. Hey sensei, I met that guy again, Naruto suddenly said. That guy? Tendo asked with a raised eyebrow, not understanding who the boy meant. You know, that one-eyed guy you beat up before. Tendo and Jiraiya's eyes lighten up in understanding. It was Kakashi, no doubt about it. Did something happen? Tendo asked. Yeah, he gave me advice when I tried to walk on the water. But he's a pervert because he kept on reading his book. I see. Wait, how did you know the content of the book he read? He read it out loud when I asked him. There was silence. First Geto, then Jiraiya-sama, and now Kakashi. How many perverts do I have to vanquish? Which reminded him, Geto was originally a pervert hater. But, as he grew to dislike them, she in turn grew to be one of them. The relationship between Desire Realm and the Outer Realm is truly complicated. After talking with the 3 some more, he froze as he felt the Amaterasu Tomo disappearing. Did something happen? Saying his farewell to the 3, he hurried back home. What the hell is this? Tendo asked calmly. Or at least he tried to. A slight tremor in his voice clearly showed his anger. We are sorry. Geto kept her head on the ground as she did a dogiza. We are sorry, mortal god. Rin hung her head as she sat on the ground. I came back home, expecting an enemy because you summoned Amaterasu-sama, Tendo began. I did not come back to see the inn burning. Geto and Rin cringed as his voice suddenly rose. Explain, Tendo ordered. Well, little Rin and I were planning to surprise you and the others by making a dinner. Oni-sama, please do not look at us like that. We can make a dinner at least, truly? Well, we should be able to. The burning inn seemed to indicate otherwise, sister dear. Anyway, we were planning to make a barbecue. Out of all cooking, you just had to choose the risky one, did you not? First we hunt the meat and went to the forest. Foolish sister of mine, we, humans have invented something called a market. There is no need to hunt meat as if we were still in a stone age. What's a stone age? Never mind. After we found what we need, a deer meat. Something you can easily buy in a store, I might add. Though I applaud that you managed to save our economy. Then again I am sure that you did not even think about that when you hunt. Moo. Nisama, please be quiet for a moment. Only when I do not need to Tsukomi your story, sister.
We return to the inn to start cooking. This is the worst part, is it not? We tried to light a fire but failed. May I ask how exactly did you try to light a fire? What are you talking about, Nisama? We used a wood plate and a branch, of course. Oh God. Why are you slamming your head to the wall, Nisama? That's how people in the manga did it. No, sister, that is something people from Stone Age did. I can understand Rin doing that because she is ancient, but you, I am truly disappointed. Onisama is mean. Finally we got tired of waiting and tried to cook the meat ourselves. Sister, please tell me you did not use that as a replacement for fire. I summoned Amaterasu and Rin called a black flame. Quote.
Onisama, are you alright? You summoned the great imperial goddess, spirit of the sun, the most revered goddess in our land, to cook a barbecue? Tendo asked without any expression. Yes. Geto answered, hesitantly. And you, little one, used a black flame, which is Uchiha's equivalent of Amaterasu.
Rin nodded, scared by the monotone in the mortal god's voice. Sister, little one, which one do you prefer? Starvation or torture? Tendo asked as a smile slowly formed on his face. This was far beyond the devil smile he usually wore. This was the, why so serious smile used only by deranged madman. We are sorry. The two girls hugged each other and cried as the embodiment of evil himself walked towards them with a kind smile. Master, I have secured an adequate residence for us. A villager was planning to sell it and I managed to buy it from him with a good price, Asura reported as he walked towards the three.
Good, Shirato. Does the house have a lawn? These two will sleep outside as their punishment, Tendo stated calmly. Onisama. The Buddha told us to forgive other people 3 times. Geto shouted as she hugged Tendo's leg. Yes, mortal god. The man with funny hair did, Rin joined. Ignoring how you have wronged me more than 3 times and how Rin called the Buddha, you seem to forget that I am not the Buddha. Onisama is cruel. Finally, after much begging from the girls, which he had to admit was rather cute, he relented and forgave them. Though he did punish them by locking them in their room. The house is quite simple, is it not? Tendo commented. It truly was a simple house with 3 bedrooms. As the rooms were smaller than the ones the inn had, they changed the grouping. Rin and Geto in one room. He and Shirato in the other, and Ninjendo and Jigokudo in the lat. Master, Jin and Shiro will destroy the room in one of their arguments. That is their business, Tendo coldly declared. Call them here. I have a mission for them. Understood. When the human and hell path arrived at the house's doorstep, they saw their master with 2 familiar figures. The animal and hungry ghost realm. Ninjendo, Jigokudo, this is your mission. Go to Takigakure and investigate what is happening there. Take Chikushodo and Gakido with you. The 2 nodded. Then Shiro asked, the duration of this mission, my lord. Do as you see fit. As long as I acquire the information, you may come back any time. However, try to finish this as fast as possible. Understood. The 4 paths left, leaving him in front of his new house. What should I do now? After sending Geto and Rin to their room as punishment, he had nothing to do. Shirato was busy taking care of the village. You have changed, son of man, Rakudo commented. What do you mean, Rakudo? Before, you would train as soon as possible, and yet, now. I see no reason to train. Indeed he did not. After defeating the one-eyed god months ago, he was content with living peacefully. He trained, yes, but not as hard as he did long ago. As you are right now, it is impossible for you to win against the child god, Rakudo declared. And why is that? Tendo asked. Can you claim with no doubt that you are able to strike her down with the highest ones? Tendo said nothing. No, you are too fond of her. Perhaps you can attack her with the 3 noble children, however that is because you are confident that she could survive your attack, correct? You have no wish to kill her. And what does that have to do with training? We shall teach you how to use your full potential without relying on the 9 contract. Seems interesting. Saying that, he walked towards the village gates. Well then, here we are, Tendo stated as he reached the clearing where he found Fu. Summon us, son of man, Rakudo commanded. Rakudo. Bunshin. He had never used that technique ever since the paths used their new bodies. This would be the first time he used it in quite a long time, and the first time he used it to Rakudo. An exact replica of the legendary Sage of Six Paths appeared in front of him. The sage opened his eyes, revealing the eyes of God. Shall we begin, son of man? Summon your wind and attack us.
Tendo arched an eyebrow. Are you sure? The clone body is not that durable.
Rakudo met his gaze calmly. That would imply you succeed in hitting us, would it not? All right, then. Shinasu Hiko. Tendo felt the familiar rush of wind covering his body. He dashed towards Rakudo.
When he reached the sage, Tendo swung his arm to punch his opponent.
It missed. What? It should be impossible. The clone body should not be able to move that fast, even with Shinasu Hiko. He felt Rakudo using the wind chakra before he hit the sage, but the amount of chakra placed in the technique should not allow such speed. What are you doing, son of man? Is this the extent of your power? Tendo's eyes narrowed and he disappeared again, forcing the wind to move him even faster. He tried to slash Rakudo with the sword he formed instantly. Weak, Rakudo declared as he easily avoided the high-speed attack. Tendo growled and swung again, each swing gaining more speed as he focused his chakra to the wind. How? Tendo asked, frustrated. If Rakudo increased his chakra output for the wind, he would be able to sense it, and yet, the savior managed to avoid his attacks easily without wasting his chakra. It is simple. The power of samsara allows you to master the elements, and that, son of man, is your downfall. What do you mean? That certainly caught his interest. The power of samsara is not to master the elements, it is to combine yourself with nature. Tendo was even more confused hearing that. Release your hold over the wind. Stop forcing it to follow your command. Then feel. Feel how the wind float around you. Feel what the wind touch. Do not turn it into your weapon, make it your own body, make it part of you. Tendo raised an eyebrow hearing that. That seemed more of something he could find in legends and myth rather than a lesson. However, Rakudo managed to avoid all of his attacks, so he had to give the sage the benefit of doubt. He stopped forcing the wind to move around him. Again, he was confused. That meant he would lose his speed gain, would it not? When we attack you, follow the flow and evade with the wind. After saying that, Rakudo disappeared. Tendo's eyes widened, but then he felt something moving from behind him. It was unlike how he sensed a presence. It was as if he felt something crashing onto him from behind. As if he was the wind. He was about to avoid and counter-attack, but his body felt so light that he failed to counter in his surprise.
Rakudo's attack missed and they both landed. He asked the sage, why? Because you are the wind, Rakudo stated. Do you understand? No matter how strong you are, no matter how fast you are, the wind will avoid you. Even if you try to cut it, it will simply move to the direction where you cut it. It is impossible to stop the wind. By becoming one with the wind, you are able to feel what it feels, move as it moves.
That is the true power of this eyes? Tendo asked. He was deeply impressed by the sage's knowledge and the power of the eyes. The way normal shinobi used wind manipulation is to bend it to their will, to manipulate it. This was the first time he allowed the wind to run free like that.
Rakudo shook his head. While the eyes of God possess this power, even samsara eyes could possess this ability. You simply need to understand nature and accept it as your comrades. Next we will teach you of earth, then lightning, fire and finally water.
Why that order? Tendo asked. It is easy to connect with earth as we are beings who are familiar with it. Lightning is difficult, however it is predictable. Fire require high skill to control it, and water is the last because it is difficult to reach the state of still water. Still water? We will reach it later. For now, focus your earth. Okunanushi, after feeling earth covering him, he was about to release it as he did with wind, but Rakudo stopped him. No, do not release the earth, cover yourself with it. When Tendo formed a rock armor around him, Rakudo shook his head. No, do not cover yourself with earth, you must cover yourself with earth's presence.
What do you mean? Tendo asked. Then suddenly, the sage's presence disappeared. And yet, the sage himself still stood in front of him. How did you manage that? Tendo asked. Can you feel the trees? Can you feel the land? No, they are part of nature. I am simply becoming one with earth.
Tendo was confused. The principle of earth manipulation is to use earth-natured chakra to manipulate the components of earth. Earth nature itself was considered useless by shinobi, as without materials of earth, it could do nothing. Do as we say, chosen of samsara, and so he did. He allowed the earth chakra to cover him. There's no effect. Unlike with the wind, he felt nothing.
Truly, Rakudo asked as he suddenly swung his arm and punched him. Tendo braced himself for an impact when he realized that he felt no pain. He looked down and saw the earth chakra coiling itself and blocked Rakudo's attack.
Do you remember the vessel of Shukaku's defense? That is one form of earth combined with wind. You will also learn that later. The power achieved by combining two natures. The true power, unlike what you have been doing. Tendo's eyes grew wide and a smile formed on his face. He was excited. It has been quite a long time since he learned something like this. It felt exhilarating, it felt exciting, it felt fun. He began to chuckle and then laughed. Why did I stop training again? Let us continue, Rakudo. Bring it on. Rakudo smiled. Good. The power of earth is the power of defense. Alone it could not attack. Vapor, as you can see with the vessel of Shukaku, combined with different nature, it had devastating effect.
Tendo nodded. However, before learning the combined nature, we will continue to lightning. Rakudo then asked him a question. What is the best way to describe lightning? Tendo thought for a moment. Powerful, fast, swift. No, there is one more way to describe it, right?
Fleeting. Lightning came and disappeared just as fast. It happened in an instant. It appeared and disappeared. Is this the correct answer? Indeed, lightning came as fast as it goes. It is fleeting and therefore, to become one with lightning meant to become fleeting. Such as this. Rakudo disappeared and Tendo felt someone tapping his shoulder. When he turned, there was no one there. Then he felt someone in front of him. He turned and saw a flash of light circling him. The light continued to circle him until it caused a small tornado with its speed. Then Rakudo stopped and the lightning faded. As you can see, the speed of lightning is unmatched. By mastering the 5 natures, you are able to be as swift as the wind, as immovable like the earth, appear and disappear like lightning, as fierce as raging fire, flow like the water. Tendo nodded. Some of Rakudo's knowledge seemed to be based on the Furinkazan from the art of war, but some seemed to be the sage's own knowledge. What does flow like the water mean? Tendo asked. As we have told you, we will explain later. For now, try to summon the lightning into yourself, and move as one with it. Narukami, immediately, he felt a rush of speed bursting from him, then an inexplicable feeling of needing to move. He followed it and disappeared. Not long after, a sound of crashing could be heard.
We did say to appear and disappear like lightning. However, make sure that you are able to evade any obstacles, Rakudo told Tendo calmly.
Tendo nodded and he thought of how he and other shinobi usually used lightning. Some techniques he had were used by covering himself with lightning. He doubted anyone ever summoned lightning into their own body. The risk is too high. He could only manage that with the samsara. However, you should be able to understand lightning for now. Let us move to the next one, fire. This nature is the most difficult one to work with. Tendo raised an eyebrow. The method to summon fire is similar to lightning. Summon it inside you. However, you need to be cautious. Hai no Kagutsuchi, the feeling he felt could only be described by one word. Excitement. He wanted to burn, he wanted to fight, he wanted to let loose all of his emotions. Control yourself, son of man. Do not let your emotions overtake you. Tendo nodded and closed his eyes, trying to focus his thought. It was quite a difficult task. While he was used to control his emotions, he had never experienced a violent outburst of emotions like this. As he tried his hardest to control himself, a burst of fire came out from his body. Calm down, he began to mutter. Calm down, it was useless. He could not do this as he usually did. So how can he control the fire inside him? He was instantly reminded by the fiery people around him. Tayuya, Geto, his other self, Jiraiya. What would they do? The answer came to him. Calm down, damn it. He shouted as he gritted his teeth, summoning all of his strength to overtake the fire. Finally the ground around him exploded and smoke filled the area. Rakudo watched with amusement as Tendo stepped out of the smoke, coughing while being covered by fire. Congratulations, son of man.
We must admit, overpowering the fire inside you was quite an unique way to solve the problem.
Tendo chuckled. That is what they would do. Rikudo did not need to ask who they referred to. He already knew. As you can see, the fire possessed the greatest attack power out of the main nature. Simply with a punch you could explode a normal human body. In the elemental country, only a madman would summon a fire chakra inside himself. He supposed that he passed that boundary long ago. Then again, most shinobi he knew were mad.
The final lesson for today is water. To summon it, you must be as calm as still water. Empty your mind, empty your heart. Let the water guide you.
Tendo raised an eyebrow. Is this not the opposite of fire? He asked. Indeed, we were hoping that you would learn how to control yourself in using the fire. However, you used another method instead. This is the most difficult nature. Try your best. Tendo nodded. He began to close his eyes and tried to empty his mind. After a few hours of meditating, he could take no more and opened his eyes. Why is it this difficult? He was able to easily empty his thought when he was young. He also managed to do that while fighting against Hitotsu no Kami. When you were young, you were completely apathetic to the world. You acted simply out of habit. You never thought, you never felt anything unless it has something to do with your mother and few others, Rikudo told him. Now, you are more human. You have more emotions. You have desire. As a consequence, achieving still water require more effort. At the battle against the one-eyed god, we assisted you to achieve this state when we summoned Aim no Minakanushi. Tendo sighed, returning to how I was long ago. I do not believe that it is possible. I do not like how I acted long ago. I was very inhuman, very mechanical. As if I was. Rikudo smiled, seeing Tendo's eyes widening in realization. As if you were? He prompted. As if I were part of a system. Part of life. Part of nature. After saying that, Tendo sat and closed his eyes.
Slowly, Rikudo began to feel Tendo's presence disappearing. Then finally, it was as if Tendo were not there.
Rikudo began to walk towards the mortal god. Then when he grew near, he summoned a sword and moved to cut Tendo's head. Watatsumi. Tendo moved his head to the side, avoiding the sword completely. Then he blinked. What? He saw Rikudo holding a sword near him. Did you just?
Yes, we did. Tell us, when we attacked you, what were you feeling?
Tendo thought for a moment. I believe it is similar with the wind. I feel your presence but. However, you do not sense our movement, correct? Rikudo asked. When Tendo nodded, he explained. With the wind, you felt our movement. With the water, you sense our presence, our existence. No matter how hard we tried to stay still, you would still sense us. And when we attacked, you sensed our intent. Is that the power of water? To sense? Tendo asked. Rikudo thought for a moment. For now, this is the extent of your ability. Tendo sighed in disappointment. We will inform you of the limitations of this ability. First, with your current ability, you may only connect with one nature at a time. Second, the drain placed by the nature to your chakra is not large. However, the drain it put to your mind is far greater. We advise you to release your connection when you felt tired or dizzy. Tendo nodded. Now that he thought about it, it was tiring. He could feel his chakra reserves still over 70%, and yet he felt as if he went through a series of difficult battles. He was barely able to keep his eyes open by now. Third, you cannot use the contract while you are in contact with the nature. The divine energy used by the gods and the nature energy you used would conflict with each other. At best, both would be dispelled. At worst, it would mean our death. Tendo nodded again. For now, you should rest. After you have recovered, we will teach you more, son of man. More training from the sage was an interesting prospect. Usually he would have answered and thanked Rikudo, but now he was too tired. Sleep, Rikudo declared, and so he did. He closed his eyes and allowed himself to rest. Time before the game. 7 months. Chapter end. Revised. This is a note for Samsara Game of the Gods. Alright, after reading through the story, I came into conclusion that I was too hasty in this story. I decided to revise it without adding the outer gods to the plot. I plan to start a brand new chapter starting from chapter 7, hence why chapter 7 to 10 has been deleted. I apologize for the inconvenience. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto. Summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths and Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? This chapter has yet to be baited. Credits to The Eye of God for the story image, thanks. Because this is the revised version of Chapter 7, there is no review responses. Also, the story will be far different than the previous version. No outer gods at all. For those of you who receive notifications multiple times, I apologize, the internet connection at my place seems to be having some problems. Samsara. Game of the Gods Chapter 7 Konoha Academy. Honestly speaking, Tendo is bored. Immediately after he woke up, he recalled the training with Rakudo yesterday. With high expectation, he asked the savior to train him once more. He was rejected, firmly. If we train you every day, you will return to your old self, son of man. He could not deny that. With training out of question, he immediately thought to his second source of entertainment.
Geto and Rin. Perhaps he could take some missions with them. With how the two were, all missions they took would become amusing.
Unfortunately Geto, his dear sister, refused. Sorry Tendo, we're having girls-only outing. Undeterred, he turned towards his little one. Rin pouted, mortal god, girl mortal god told us that you can't come.
His dearest sister and little angel rejected him. What in the name of 8 million gods just happened?
Tendo firmly ignored the thought that he began to act more like his Uchiha teammate. There must be some reason why they did that, he muttered. Only one thing came to his mind. Something that ignited the flame darker than Kagutsuchi, hotter than Amaterasu inside him.
Boys, the forbidden word was uttered with so much malice that he had no doubt the star of evil would flinch.
That must be the reason. He had seen how they watched his outer self and the little god. Those sick eyes filled with lust. Unforgivable. If he leaves such problem alone, they could infect his sisters. Unfortunately, this weak village need those evil creatures to function. If he had his way, they would be exterminated from the face of the earth, no from the face of the multiverse. He conveniently ignored the fact that he was also one of them. How should I protect them from those mongrels, he muttered again. Of course, he could simply walk through the village and ended their pathetic lives one by one. However, he was sure that Shirado would lecture him. He scowled. What does a few lives of trashes affect anyway? Master, your thoughts are moving towards quite a dangerous ground. He was snapped out of his thought by Shirado, who entered his room. Why are you here, Shirado? Tendo asked as he looked towards the path with a raised eyebrow. Your thoughts right now is entering my Asura realm, Master. I can hear them easily, especially with your scream for blood. Then I suppose you will not refuse this mission offer? Tendo took out a scroll he had prepared long ago for this very purpose.
Shirado glanced towards the scroll he had seen for many times throughout their stay in Taki.
Mission type. Extermination mission rank. S target. Those waste of space who actually deluded themselves into thinking that they are worthy for his sister's time.
Shirado sighed, rejected, for the 100th time. Tendo glared, then what do you propose I should do? Just send Jin and Shiro to protect Lady Geto and little Rin. Tendo nodded thoughtfully, that sounds like a good plan. With his ability over water, Ninjendo could no doubt torture those mongrels in way he could only imagine. While Jigokudo's king of hell and bone manipulation could do wonders to those trashes, health.
Master, I do not mean they should torture people.
Cease your insanity, Shirado. You have given me a great advice. Summon them. Shirado sighed but did so. The two paths had returned at night after they scouted Karigakure. They informed him that Karigakure was in uproar because of the civil war becoming more intense. They had confirmed that both sides still had the same leader, one is Yagura who was being controlled by Toby, the other was the Mizuki of his world, Mei.
When the human in hell arrived, Tendo immediately gave them their orders. Protect Geto and Rin until they have returned. If any virus tries to touch them, capture, torture and kill it. Ninjendo and Jigokudo blinked as they heard the orders. Shirado shook his head while mouthing, "You do not want to know." Seeing the reaction of the second, they merely nodded and left the place, deciding that they should protect the two girls from anything they deem as threat. Tendo nodded in approval as they left, then he returned to where he began. Shirado, I am bored. Shirado sighed. If his master continues to pester him, he would not get any work done. With that in mind, he decided to send his master away from Taki. Perhaps you should visit little Naruto? That was their nickname for their original's counterpart in this world. Tendo's eyes lighten up in interest and he nodded thoughtfully. That should be interesting. Very well, I leave everything to you then, Shirado. Shirado nodded as his master disappeared. The path relaxed. Now, how should I spend this rare peace and quiet? Then he heard a loud explosion coming from the village and sighed. He had no doubt that as long as his master, Geto or Rin, was in village, he would never achieve enlightenment. Contrary to what Tendo believed, Naruto was not at the training ground, neither was he at his apartment. Without any clue as to where the boy might be, he asked Fu of Naruto's location. In hindsight, the answer was obvious. The boy was at the academy. He entertained the thought of playing with the seventh vessel instead of Naruto but decided not to. He should take this chance to tour the academy. Who knows, maybe he can see his classmates of this world. Tendo immediately regretted his decision. He had forgotten just how boring the lectures were. Contrary to popular belief, he did not read his books all the time because of his, rather obvious adoration to his mother. That is quite an understatement, chosen of samsara. Adoration is not powerful enough to describe your feeling. While that played a large part of it, the second reason why he read his books all the time came from his boredom. He sighed as he sat cross-legged at the ceiling, covered in genjutsu. The students seemed to pay a slight attention to the lecture, except for Nara and Naruto who were asleep. When the lecture ended and they entered recess, Tendo took the chance to observe how the students interact. He saw Aburame, Inuzuka, Nara and Akamichi remained unchanged despite the difference between him and Naruto. After looking around for a few moments, he found Naruto. Sakura-chan. Let's go to a date, the blonde declared loudly. He was immediately punched by a pink-haired girl Tendo recognized as his quiet teammate. No way, idiot. Then the clearly different Haruno turned towards the Uchiha. Sasuke-kun. Let's go somewhere after this. Just the two of us. He recognized the Uchiha easily. He was similar to how Sasuke was before Kakashi corrupted him. Except, the boy was considerably more dark and hateful compared to the Uchiha Sasuke of his world. It must be because of Itachi's killing the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha boy ignored the girl. Then Tendo saw another girl approaching. Yamanaka, he recognized the girl. He was not close with the Mind Walker, however, he knew that she was the source of Team 10 motivation in his world. Seeing as Akamichi and Nara were rather hopeless. Here she was. Shut it. Forehead. Sasuke-kun is mine. A fangirl. By the gods, two of his classmates, who he had known as serious kunoichi in his word, were fangirls. How about the Hyuga? He saw Hyuga Hinata watching Naruto with a clear blush on her cheeks. She was greeted by another classmate and answered with a stutter while nervously poking her hands together. Words could not express the emotions he was feeling right now. First, himself, well, not really himself. Little Naruto's other self was quite different from him. Perhaps that was how the boy would grow had he did not rob him of his chance. He wondered how different it would be if he acted as one of the path and tested little Naruto. Would he take Shirado's place and guide the boy? Or would he act like Jigokudo and serve the boy blindly? Or would he be a friend such as Ninjendo and Chikushodo? A brother, perhaps? He shook his head, no use in thinking what ifs. Though his situation right now clearly showed the possible what if of his life. Second, the Uchiha. The boy's attitude was actually as he had predicted. The moment when he heard the Uchiha massacre, he concluded that the boy would grow up filled with hate and desire for vengeance. The boy was known by most of the populace as a prodigy and as the last loyal Uchiha. Though Tendo doubted both claims. The boy seemed to possess quite a large amount of political power among the civilians. That could be useful. In some ways, the Uchiha was similar to his old self, except instead of apathy, the boy was filled with hate. How sad, Rikudo began to speak, to think that those of Uchiwa ended in such way. Rikudo called the Uchiha clan, Uchiwa, a fan. The symbol of Uchiha clan. The sage called the Senju, Vajra, as their original symbol before Konohagakure came to be was the Vajra ritual item. It is indeed sad, However, it is not our concern, Tendo firmly told Rikudo. Rikudo said nothing and he moved to the next one. Yamanaka and Haruno. Both are useless. At least in his world. Haruno was quiet and intelligent. When he told her that she would be useful in medical and illusion field, she began to learn them. The Haruno here. Tendo supposed that if Sakura saw the Haruno here, she would have lectured the girl. As for Yamanaka, he was simply disappointed that yet another potential kunoichi was ruined by such a simple emotion. Finally, the air of the white eyes. She was completely different than her counterpart. His obsession of him aside, her counterpart was a skilled and ruthless kunoichi. In fact, after she mostly fixed her obsession of him, she was rather pleasant to work with. This one, however, she certainly possessed the same potential as her other. However, even an idiot would realize that she lacked confidence. And while she was not obsessed with him, she certainly is attracted to Naruto. I am disappointed. With that final conclusion, he continued his observation. Taijutsu class, he thought as he followed the students to the field. He saw a silver-haired man lecturing the students. He did not recognize the man. Then again, he did not recognize any teachers. He had never paid any attention to them after all. When he saw the man staring at Naruto with a disguised hatred, his eyes narrowed. His eyes narrowed even further as the man actually had the gall to fix the stance he taught Naruto, adding holes in little Naruto's defense. Whoever taught you must be very inexperienced, Naruto-san. I'm sure that even a genin can beat him. There were few things that could set Tendo off. The most obvious ones were attacking Tayuya, his mother, or his friends. People close to him knew that mocking his cooking and acting rude would also earn them his ire. His mother, Tayuya, and Fu of his world knew that he hated vegetables and would not touch them at all. However, one thing that everyone who have talked to him knew was that he is prideful, perhaps to the point of arrogance. He was proud of his power, of his ability. Therefore, everyone in his world knew that the quickest way to set him off was to insult his skill. And this weakling Chunin, a worthless trash, dared to interfere with his student and insulted him? You shall regret insulting me. When Naruto walked to his sensei's family's training ground, his grin widened when he saw his sensei. As he grew closer, Naruto's grin disappeared. The aura around his sensei clearly expressed his displeasure. Naruto-kun, his sensei called with the voice he reserved when he was truly angry. Why yes, sensei? Naruto asked while trembling. What is the name of your taijutsu sensei in the academy? Sensei asked. Am I Mizuki sensei? He answered. I see, sensei nodded while smiling happily. Prepare yourself, Naruto-kun. What for, sensei? Naruto asked. His sensei asking about Mizuki sensei was a surprise. We will prank the hell out of him. After explaining to Naruto that this useless trash known as Mizuki had sabotaged him, Naruto joined his righteous fury and they began their pranks. First, kill the target's social life. This would place massive amount of pressure for the target. After he found out that Mizuki had a lover and that he was quite a playboy, Tendo transformed into the man and began to peek on the bathhouse, girls' changing room and many more. If he allowed himself to be caught immediately, the prank would be useless. This is a shinobi village, peeking under a transformation was quite common. Which is why he needed a rather complicated plan. He made sure that the kunoichi he peeped on noticed that they were being peeked and yet they would fail to pinpoint him. He also made sure that the kunoichi saw his transformed self's silver hair as he ran. Then he asked Naruto to bring Mizuki to the changing room while transforming into Sasuke. Of course, when Naruto disguised as Sasuke claimed to the girls that Mizuki was the pervert, the girls would believe him. Since the Uchiha boy had quite a reputation in the village. While he could simply allow the girls to catch the man, there was one more final blow he needed to make to kill the man's social life. Making Naruto defend the man while in his real form. Of course, this had the opposite effect. The villagers would not believe Naruto, either because of his pranks or because of Kurama inside him. By the end of Naruto's defense, Mizuki's credibility had vanished. Next, emotional death. Tendo made a shadow clone who transformed into a form similar to his father, except with his red contact lenses. After that, the clone seduced the man's former lover and showed her off in front of Mizuki. The sight of Mizuki's broken and angry face made it worth it. After that,
Tendo personally destroyed the clone and erased the clone's chakra completely. He would rather not have any memory of betraying Tayuya.
The clone was given a hero funeral by him and Naruto. Finally, physical pain, because death would be too merciful. It was easy. Mizuki had fallen into despair and began to lose himself in drinking. A word or two was enough to cause him to pick a fight with other shinobi at the bar. Watching the man being beaten by a group of shinobi was certainly amusing, at least for him. All of this was done in the span of 2 weeks. Quite an amusing 2 weeks for him. Naruto seemed angry by it though, claiming that he should not do that. Maybe normal people did not do something like this when insulted. Then again, as his sister had stated, he is a sadist. Just as he had finished training Naruto, he saw Mizuki sneaking around outside Konoha. Curious, he followed the man and saw an interesting sight. Yakushi Kabuto, spy of Orochimaru, was speaking with him. He thought about reporting the man to Jiraiya, but then he saw something he deemed as amusing. The man broke down and told Kabuto of what happened to him the past 2 weeks. He begged Kabuto to ask Orochimaru-sama for power. It seemed that the man blamed Naruto, the Uchiha and Konoha for this. Again, he thought of telling Jiraiya about this but decided not to. It was not his problem. What could that man possibly do anyway? Time before the game. 6 months, 15 days. I'll keep the Shinto and Buddha deities list at least. Maybe some people want to read this. List of deities appeared in Samsara until now. Eino Minakanushi. Central Master. Creator of all. Basically Shinto version of God.
Takami Musuhi. A god made by Minakanushi. One of the 2 ruler of Takamagahara, heaven. General of the gods, creator of lesser gods. Kami Musuhi. A goddess made by Minakanushi. Ancestor of humans. Aim no Tokodachi. Embodiment of heaven. Yumashiashi Kabihiko-ji. Embodiment of energy.
Amaterasu Omikami. One of the 3 noble children born of Izanagi. One of the 2 ruler of Takamagahara. Goddess of the sun. Tsukuyomi no Mikoto. One of the 3 noble children. God of the moon. Taitayasuzano no Mikoto. One of the 3 noble children. Warrior god. Raging god of the storm. Amatsu Mikaboshi. The star of evil. One of the few Jashin, false, evil deity, in Shinto. Shina Su Hiko and Narukami. Another name for Fujin and Raijin respectively. Okunanushi. The ruler of Izumo. Island created by Izanagi and Izanami. The great landmaster. Susanoo's son-in-law.
Watatsumi. Do you know Urashima Taro? There is a dragon palace beneath the sea in that story. Watatsumi is the dragon god. Hai no Kagutsuchi. Son of Izanagi and Izanami. God of fire. When he was born, his fire burnt Izanami, killing her. Izanagi, angry from grief, killed him and cut his bodies to 7 pieces which became volcanoes. The blood from Totsuka no Tsurugi that is used to kill Kagutsuchi formed Watatsumi.
Zhao Gongen. A god formed by fusion of Buddhism and Shinto. His title is he who repel evil or he who demands surrender. An important mountain god. Hachiman. A god formed by fusion of Buddhism and Shinto. God of war and warriors. Divine protector of Japan. Mahavarokana. The celestial Buddha. The center of 5 wisdom Buddha. The primordial Buddha. Akshobhya. One of the 5 wisdom Buddha. Buddha of the East. His name means immovable. Vajra. 2 meanings, one is the ritual item. The other is symbol of Vajrayana, one of 3 major branch of Buddhism. In both cases, it represents diamond, indestructible, and thunderbolt, irresistible. Indra. The god of heaven, war and thunderstorm of Hindu. Leader of Deva. His symbolic weapon is the ritual item, Vajra. Aim no Mi Hitotsu no Kami. One-eyed god of heaven. Ippondatara. The degraded blacksmith god. Because of his large size, people assume that he is Daidarabachi. In Narutoverse he is called Aim no Hitotsu no Kami or Jubi. I usually won't do this, but this time, I will ask, please give me your thoughts on whether this chapter is good enough or not. I would rather not make the same mistake as before. Revised. This is a note for Samsara Game of the Gods. Alright, after reading through the story, I came into conclusion that I was too hasty in this story. I decided to revise it without adding the outer gods to the plot. I plan to start a brand new chapter starting from chapter 7, hence why chapter 7 to 10 has been deleted. I apologize for the inconvenience. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto.
Summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths and Rakuto when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? This chapter has yet to be bedded. Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review response. Battle Neurosis. Ha ha ha, thanks. Night of Elves. Done.
Anon. Yeah, that's why I said too hasty. Purses 7x. I guess. Puckfleck. Ha ha ha, too hasty indeed, guessed. Yet another mark to too hasty review. The Hokage Naruto. I will probably do the Outer God plot sometime, but I guess I'll keep this one in Samsara X canon. Adrian 11. As stated to the review response above, I will probably do the Outer God plot sometime, but I guess I'll keep this one in Samsara X canon. Jayube Kisanagi. Sent to PM. KHARAKITAKAN. Thanks. Auk no Ki. Thanks. Uchiha Yusei. I've been thinking on revising the story for weeks, but I guess reading the reviews solidified my mind. Nyarlathotep will return, either in this story, or a spin-off, still unsure about that. All complaints about Nyarlathotep can go to its creator, H.P. Lovecraft. Go Google him if you want. Samsara. Game of the Gods Chapter 8 Hatred. If someone were to ask Naruto what he thought of his sensei, he would answer that he trust him. But sometimes he don't like his sensei. Just a week ago, he destroyed Mizuki's life because he was insulted. Mizuki was fired from his job as a teacher in the academy and was suspended from active duty for 3 months. When he told his sensei that, his sensei chuckled as if amused. Too bad, he was quite amusing. He couldn't understand. He didn't want to understand how his sensei could treat someone's life as lightly as that. How his sensei could be amused by their pain. Naruto had felt pain similar to what Mizuki felt. And now, seeing how the man is, staring blankly at the academy, he felt guilty. How could he took part in destroying Mizuki's life? Sure, Mizuki hated him, he tried to sabotage his training, but this is too much. Today, he gathered his courage and shouted at his sensei, asking how could he be so cruel. His sensei simply stared at him with his usual apathetic eyes, because he does not matter. He was devastated when he realized that his sensei truly believed that. Naruto thought his sensei was kind, like the old man Hokage. He thought that his sensei cared about everyone, like how the old man Hokage told him the Hokage should be. His sensei trained him, his sensei took care of him, his sensei introduced him to his new sister and Jiraiya. He owed his sensei many things, but how could someone as kind as his sensei be so cruel? Perhaps his sensei viewed him the same way he viewed Mizuki? As an amusement? Naruto was ashamed that he couldn't deny his own thought. Tendo stared at his student as he tried to walk on the water. Naruto failed, as he had expected. His mind was not focused and Tendo wondered why. He did not recall doing anything that would harm the child. Perhaps something happened in the academy? Then it was not his problem. Naruto-kun, concentrate, he told the boy. Naruto absently nodded and tried again. He failed once more. Tendo sighed, there is no use in teaching the boy as long as he acted like this. Enough. We shall meet again tomorrow. Training you while you're like this is useless. Naruto nodded and left the training ground. Jiraiya-sama, what do you think is on his mind? Tendo asked as the Toad Sage appeared behind him. Jiraiya stared at Tendo in disbelief. Seeing Tendo truly confused, he sighed. Don't you remember what you did a week ago? Tendo tried to recall. Last week, he trained with Rakudo, then he sent Ninjendo and Shikushodo to Kumo. Then he sent Jigokudo and Gakido to Iwa. What else? He trained with Naruto, then he played with Geto and Rin. After playing, he spent the night helping Shirato with his job. No, I do not recall doing anything that will cause his behavior. Jiraiya shook his head sadly. Don't you remember anything about that Chunin? Tendo raised an eyebrow. What Chunin? The ex-academy teacher. Tendo's eyes lit up and he nodded. What does that man have to do with Naruto's behavior?
Even though he knew who Jiraiya meant, he already forgot the man's name.
Jiraiya wished he could slam his own head to the tree and screamed in frustration. "Think, what did you do to that man?" Jiraiya asked. Tendo thought for a moment. "First I crushed his reputation, then I took his girlfriend, finally I made a whole bar beat him up." "I fail to see your point, Jiraiya-sama." Jiraiya groaned. "How did Konoha treat Naruto?" the Sannin asked. Tendo nodded in understanding. Jiraiya praised the heaven. Naruto was treated poorly, which was an understatement by Konoha. The former teacher was treated the same by the end of his pranks. "I still do not understand. If I was the one who was treated that way, I will be glad that I could do the same to my assailant." That was what confused him. If he recalled correctly, Naruto was angry at him a few times because of what he did to that man. Why? Why is he angry? Should he not be satisfied instead? Tendo asked Jiraiya.
"You really are cold, aren't you?" Jiraiya asked. Seeing Tendo not answering, Jiraiya continued. "Naruto isn't like you. Naruto doesn't hate Konoha for what they did to him. Instead, he is trying to win Konoha's respect. He doesn't want to hurt them. He doesn't want them to hate him."
"I know that he is childish, but this is ridiculous. How could he be that foolish?" Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "Childish? No, Naruto is not childish. He is very similar to you, but at the same time, he is your opposite." Tendo stared at Jiraiya with surprise and amusement. "Is that so?" Jiraiya did not answer as Tendo began to follow his other self. "Naruto-kun." Naruto blinked and saw Ayame stared at him with worried eyes. He blinked again in confusion when he realized that he was at the Ichiraku. Looks like he walked here without realizing it. Then he smelt something delicious and realized that a bowl of ramen was placed in front of him. He looked up and Chuki grinned. "Eat up, it's on the house." Naruto grinned and started eating. Tendo stared blankly at the sky as he sat on his father's stone monument. "I wonder, do you hate them?" he asked his dead father. "Not that you can hear me, much less answer me." He chuckled. "Your son is broken, you know. He has no hate in him. Even if someone hurt him, even if someone insult him, he will not hate them. He is broken beyond repair. Do you know, father? Your son is kind, pure, happy. He never thought ill of other people, he never gave up. He still wants to be the Hokage even after all Konoha did to him." How disgusting. If he has an outer realm within him, what would it be like? A being filled with hatred? That could be amusing. However, as he is now, he is in danger, he is weak, he is too trusting. Perhaps it was his filial obligation, perhaps it was simply his pride. However, he cannot allow little Naruto's other self to destroy himself for his foolish dream. "I suppose I should drag him back to the training grounds." With a gust of wind, the mortal god disappeared. When Naruto returned to his apartment, he saw his sensei standing outside his room. "Come," was all his sensei said before the older boy walked away. They walked through Konoha's main street and Naruto felt the villagers glaring at him. He ignored them, he was used to it. "When I become a Hokage, the glare will stop," those were the mantra he always repeated to himself. "Why did you not glare back?" his sensei asked without looking at him. "Huh? Why did you not glare back at them? There is no reason to stay quiet. Even now, you are stronger than them." Naruto blinked. "Why would I do that? A Hokage will not do that." "I see." His sensei said nothing more until they reached Sensei's family's training ground. Tendo thought about Jiraiya's words. Similar to him, huh? Perhaps the Toad Sage was correct. He did not understand why Naruto allowed himself to be pushed around. Naruto did not understand why he retaliated against the silver-haired man. He was someone who hated those who interfere with him and his. He had no qualms on hurting those who hurt him. Naruto was someone who tried to win respect even after being hurt. Perhaps in some way, Uzumaki Naruto was more mature than him. However, the world is filled with fools, and unless Naruto realized that, he would not survive. When he reached the training ground, Tendo turned towards the boy. "We need to talk." Hearing his sensei's words, Naruto blinked. "Talk about what, sensei?" "Why?" Sensei asked. "Why what?" He became even more confused. "That Chunin hated you. That Chunin tried to trick you. Why do you not hate him?" Naruto thought for a moment and answered with a strong voice, because I know how it feels, because I know how painful it is.
Hearing the answer, his sensei froze. Because he knew how it feels. I see. It seemed that he was mistaken. Naruto knew hatred. He knew it too well. He knew it to the extent where he would not wish it upon anyone. But it is not good, he stated out loud. Repressing emotions such as hate would never end well. One day, Naruto would not be able to hold it anymore and he would explode.
Tendo made his decision. Naruto. Naruto blinked as he heard his sensei calling him without any honorifics.
Fight me, his sensei ordered. Then his eyes widened as he saw sensei dashing towards him with his fist raised.
Naruto jumped back. Just before his sensei's fist hit the ground, he saw electricity crackling and the ground exploded.
He watched the crater sensei had made with wide eyes. What is the problem? Are you not going to attack? I do not recall training a weakling. Sensei disappeared again and appeared above him. Naruto jumped again, avoiding his sensei. His sensei is asking the impossible. How could he win against his sensei?
He just started learning wind manipulation from the man. He can't even cut a rock yet. He kept on avoiding his sensei's fist. Then he saw sensei's red eyes narrowed and suddenly he was sent flying. Pain filled his body. He skidded on the ground for several feet and finally stopped when he crashed onto a tree. Attack me, Naruto. I order you to fight, he heard his sensei said. Naruto stood up and gritted his teeth. Then he began his attack. Tendo saw Naruto approaching him and chuckled. He stood still as Naruto swung his fist towards his face. As his student's fist hit his cheek with a crash, he did not flinch. When Naruto looked at him with a shocked face, he smirked. Is that all? Hearing the taunt, Naruto swung again and punched his sensei's face once more. Sensei didn't even flinch. You hate Konoha, sensei suddenly said. No, I don't, he shouted. Yes you do. You merely repressed it. You hate Konoha for what they have done to you. Deep inside you, you wish the same fate upon them. You wish to hurt them.
Naruto wished he could deny that, but a small part of him knew that his sensei spoke the truth.
But you cannot do that, yes? Because you know how it feels, because you live surrounded by it, you could never act on your hatred.
Naruto did not say anything. As if it is not enough, you also fear it. You fear that if you show your hatred, they will not accept you. That they will keep hating you. You need to learn, Naruto-kun, that hatred is part of life. There is nothing wrong with hating someone. What you should not do is to let your hatred control you. He looked at his sensei and saw that instead of his normal indifferent ruby eyes, his sensei's eyes were filled with acceptance.
Everyone in this world possesses the emotion known as hatred. It is part of human nature. Hating someone is normal. What you should not do is allow your hate to control you, to destroy your life.
Sensei, accept it, Naruto. Accept your hatred. He couldn't. He is scared. He feared it. He is afraid of himself. Seeing his hesitation, his sensei sighed.
Take your time, Naruto-kun. Today's training is over. I will see you tomorrow.
When Naruto returned, Fu immediately greeted him warmly. He always liked it whenever his sister welcomed him. It's like they are family. No, they are family. Fu Nichan, I'm home. Fu smiled. Welcome home. How was your day?
Naruto thought that this could be a good chance to ask his sister what he thought of his sensei's words. He told Fu of what sensei told him, of how his sensei told him to accept his hatred.
By the end of it, Fu looked thoughtful. I think I understand. Basically, he wants you to accept your darkness. Naruto blinked. Accept my darkness. Fu nodded. Someone told me once that everyone has a darkness inside them. And if you don't learn to accept them, they will always haunt you. For you, your darkness is your repressed emotions. Hate is one of them. But Nichan, hate isn't a good thing, right? Fu nodded again. Yes, but simply because it isn't good doesn't mean it's not necessary. What do you mean? Fu thought about how to explain it to her little brother. Think of it like this. There's an evil man who oppressed a country. Many people there died for defying him. Women were taken to be sold in slavery. The men are forced to work until death. Can you tell me that the people there shouldn't hate him? Naruto shook his head. He couldn't. If he was one of the people of that country, he would hate the man too.
You see? Then Naruto frowned, but I liked Konoha. Fu smiled. I never said you can't like it. Part of you hate Konoha. That's true, but that is only a part of you. For an example, I hate Jiraiya-san's perverseness, but I also respect him and like his attitude. I hate your sensei's arrogance, but I like how he cares about his friends and sister. While part of you hate Konoha, I'm sure that larger part of you still love it. Perhaps you like the scenery? Perhaps you like your friends?
Naruto thought about the old man, who took care of him. The Ichiraku, who always accepted him. Iruka-sensei, who was the only sensei who was fair to him in the academy. Jiraiya, who trained him whenever his sensei isn't there. His Nichan, who was his family. And his sensei, who was the first person he knew to acknowledge his dream and help him to achieve it. Yes, Naruto nodded with a big smile. Fu patted his head. You shouldn't let your hatred taint your good memories. That is what not letting hatred control you means.
Remember, Naruto, you are more than your darkness. Naruto nodded again. Why don't you take a bath, Naruto-kun? I'll make you a dinner.
Naruto paled. While his sister's kindness is very welcome, her cooking on the other hand. Trying to seek a way to distract his sister, he searched for a conversation topic.
Nichan, how do you think sensei view us? Fu blinked. What's with the sudden question? I'm just curious. I mean, he saw Mizuki-sensei as amusement. I wonder if he's looking at us the same way. Fu let out a laugh. Otato, if there's anything I knew of him is that he is too arrogant. If he really thought that you were just an amusement, he wouldn't try to find me just to bring me here, to you.
Naruto let out a sigh of relief. His sister was correct. If his sensei didn't care about him, he wouldn't introduce Fu to him. His relief was short-lived as he was shoved to the bathroom and his sister reminded him that she would be waiting with his dinner.
Tendo and Jiraiya watched the exchange from their hiding place outside Naruto's apartment.
I suppose this is enough. Tendo nodded and moved to leave, but Jiraiya stopped him.
Naruto, did you learn anything from your other self?
Tendo stopped for a moment and answered, I learned that I should not underestimate people around me. I had expected Naruto-kun to be a clueless child, but instead, he is far more mature than most people.
After saying that, Tendo left. Time before the game. 6 months, 6 days. I feel as if I just wrote a chapter full of words spent to convince Naruto of canon to stop being an overly good guy. Which is actually rather useless now that I think about it. Well, the theme of chapter aside, this chapter's main purpose is to deepen Tendo and Naruto's bond and to resolve the problems of their difference. Before, they never really clashed, but the Mizuki prank from last chapter changed that. Too much seriousness, I have to return to humor starting from next chapter, which reminds me, the plan is for now, next chapter, Tendo, Geto and Rin will go to a mission. Expect destruction and humor. Revised. This is a note for Samsara Game of the Gods. Alright, after reading through the story, I came into conclusion that I was too hasty in this story. I decided to revise it without adding the outer gods to the plot. I plan to start a brand new chapter starting from chapter 7, hence why chapter 7 to 10 has been deleted. I apologize for the inconvenience. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto. Summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths and Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? This chapter has yet to be baited. Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review responses. Rothwell. Thanks. Anime King Mike. Thanks. Shooting Cuz. I don't think I have to. I plan on finishing canon storyline in this story.
Aloxamax. Everyone has something to learn from other people. Tendo and Naruto complements each other with their differing personality.
Puckfleck. Thanks. Element Kitsune. PM. Imsable. That is why Tendo and Naruto argued. Though in the end they learn from each other. Uchiha Yusei. Thanks, good luck. Samsara. Game of the Gods Chapter 9 Youth. WAI.
As he stared at the blinding sunset before him, Tendo chuckled. He should have known that this would happen. Flashback. Tendo stared blankly as Shirado handed him a mission scroll. Excuse me. He asked the path. Believe me, master, I know how you feel, Shirado told him with a sigh.
Tendo read the mission scroll again. He raised his head and looked at Shirado with face which clearly said that he doubted the sanity of his second. How exactly did you receive this mission, Shirado? Shirado sighed again. Jido and Rin, who stood behind Tendo, grew curious and peeked at the scroll. Mission type: Search and destroy client. Konohagakure. Mission rank: a target. Made a guy, maybe accompanied by a smaller clone of his. Note: the target is highly dangerous. Considered as Taijutsu Master of Konoha, user of unbreakable genjutsu techniques codenamed Flames of Youth. A shinobi with formidable mental strength is needed. Rin blinked in confusion while Jido started to shiver. And what exactly must we destroy in this mission? Tendo asked. The green spandex. If Tendo doubted the sanity of this world before, he was convinced of it now.
This world is insane. Then Shirado took out another scroll. Would you prefer this mission instead?
Mission type: Search and destroy client. Konohagakure. Mission rank: S target. Tora note: it's not a cat, it's a demon. Shinobi able to hunt down S rank missing nin is required to complete this mission. Tendo's eyes twitched. I am sure that Itachi-sama would never request this kind of mission. Back in the other Konoha, Itachi sneezed as he saw the 2 mission scrolls he made 3 years ago. Perhaps the Akatsuki would be willing to accept this mission. He nodded thoughtfully as he took the A and S rank missions from his desk. At least, I hope so, Tendo continued. Somehow, he felt as if the universe was laughing at him. Well, Master? Which one would you prefer? Asura asked. Eliminate the green monstrosity or eliminate the feline from hell? Before that, Shirado. Where exactly is Ning and O? Tendo asked. His plan was to hand the responsibility of choosing the mission to the team leader. I sent him and Shiro to another mission. They went to sabotage the Kiri civil war, making sure that the rebels won and we have their support. Tendo sighed. Not only his plan failed but the human in hell received a fun mission. While his choice of mission is simply either hell or hell, might as well as to go crazy with it. He might have fun in this mission, after all. We accept the A-rank mission. Shirado and Jido's eyes widened. Any sane man would have chosen the S-rank mission. At least Tora could not infect them with felineness. But the twin beasts of youth on the other hand. Are you sure, Master? Big brother, this is a very important decision, you know? Choosing the wrong event might trigger our death flag. I don't want to get a bad end. Tendo chuckled. I have sparred with Lee Senpai multiple times in my world. I wonder how strong Maida-san is. For the first time since she came to this world, Jido felt that she should take the role of Tsukomi. Just for that you risk our lives and sanity? It will be fun, Tendo nodded. Battle Maniac, Jid. Revised disclaimer. I do not own Naruto summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths and Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to God. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? This chapter has yet to be baited. Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review responses. Element Kitsune. I have succeed then. I wonder why myself, I blame insanity. Tertius Armada. 1. About Shirado. This chapter will answer that. 2. Rakudo is the main character of Sage's journey. Here you will only be a mentor to Tendo. Thanks and updated. Auk no Ki. Thanks. Yeah, after the seriousness in chapter 8, I need to write humor. Other paths? I already planned that here, in chapter 10, perspective of others. Drigas. She will be fixed, no need to worry. GEDOMAZO10TAILS. This could be a bit difficult to explain. Tendo is arrogant, yes, he is also selfish, but he realizes how flawed he is, thus hating himself. Inverse of it is Gedo, who is not arrogant and is devoted to Tendo, but she is blind to his faults. This coupled with her devotion made her to adore and worship Tendo. Tendo knew that they are mirror of each other and he knew that if he showed that he loves or cares about her, she would become the inverse of it. That is why he treated her like that, with disgust and cold shoulder. By doing that, Gedo would continue to adore and seek his attention. Now that is actually quite important, I should put that somewhere in the story. Samsara. Game of the Gods Chapter 10 Perspective of Others. Jin let out a curse as he saw the three-tailed turtle, Isobu and six-tailed slug, Seiken moving towards him and the rebels. If nothing else, I blame Tendo for sending us here. Shiro sighed, summon animal realm, brace yourself. Right, as his hands moved to summon Chikushodo, he recalled the events leading up to this. Flashback, so, Shiro, anything I need to know before we meet with the rebel leader? Jin asked as he and Shiro were escorted by a Kiri rebel through the rebel headquarters. Shiro stared at his father, blankly. Try not to cause any incident. I am sure that our lord would not wish to destroy Takigakure because of your foolishness. Damn, his son really hates him. Well, their personalities are opposites after all. Do not worry. As our lord has ordered, I have your back. Jin had to admit, if nothing else, he could count on Shiro following Tendo's orders, and because the order this time is, assist Ninjendo, he could trust the Hell Realm's support. That doesn't mean he likes the boy's attitude though. Right, I'll give it my best shot, he nodded, and then, the two stopped in front of a wooden door. The rebel escorting them knocked the door. The door opened, revealing Terumi Mei and her two bodyguards, Ao and Chojuro. Seeing them, Terumi smiled. I must admit, when Takigakure told me they will send reinforcements, my expectations were not quite high. At least they sent two handsome shinobi. Now, while Jin would accept flattery when he heard one, he was conflicted about it this time. On one hand, a beauty complimented him. On the other hand, this body is not his body. Well, not originally. Oh well, a compliment is a compliment. Thank you, my lady, he bowed, but I'm afraid I'm taken. My name is Jin and this boy is my son, Shiro. Shiro nodded. At least he showed the lady some respect. Though Jin had no illusion of Shiro actually respecting Terumi. As far as he knew, Shiro had no emotion towards anyone other than respect for Asura and Gedo. Well, they do deserve to be respected. Affection for Rin. It's impossible to dislike that little ball of energy. Devotion for Tendo. Enough said. Hate for him. He's still wondering why the path hates him. Terumi gave a disappointed sigh hearing that. That is unfortunate. Then, the bodyguard Ao asked them, I heard that Takigakure was supposed to send reinforcements to us 3 days ago. Why are you late? Hearing the word, late, Terumi froze. Ao, when the shinobi turned towards his leader, she smiled, shut up or I will kill you. Right, complex about her age, check. To Ao's credit, he seemed resigned, even though he does look confused, as he muttered an apology. That poor guy. Jin considered himself fortunate that Tendo had no such problem. Then again, his master would probably challenge him again and again if he thought it would be fun. Terumi-sama, Jin applauded in his head when he saw Shiro calling her Sama with a straight face. May we inquire the wars situation? Terumi nodded. Right now, we have taken approximately 60% of the village. Only the Mizuki Tower and the areas surrounding it left. Do you have a list of notable hostiles we may encounter? Terumi held out her hand and Chojuro handed her a scroll. The Mizuki, Yagura. Vessel of Sanbi. User of water release techniques. Able to form a mirror of water which could reflect attacks. Able to form corals. Corals? Jin asked. What for? The corals could form on anything. Even human bodies, Ao told him. Jin nodded. Right, understood. Coral, dangerous. Next, Utakata. Vessel of Rokubi. User of water release technique, specializing in bubble techniques. Able to form explosive bubbles or defensive bubbles. Ah, that one, he had seen. Though short, the battle Tendo had in Konoha's Chunin exam showed the abilities of the bubbles. The bubbles could be troublesome if he managed to make lots of it. Finally, Hizuka Mangetsu. A prodigy who has mastered all 7 swords of Takigakure 7 swordsmen. Able to use Suika no Jutsu which allows him to turn his body into water. Hearing that, Shiro showed a reaction. He would be interested in fighting against this Hizuka. There was no need to ask who Shiro meant. Tendo. He would be interested in fighting against a prodigy. He heard that the 7 swords possessed numerous abilities. Yeah, if the Heaven Realm was here, he would jump at the chance of fighting against this guy. Shiro, he is not here. No need to worry though, if we can defeat this Mangetsu guy, that means he isn't strong enough. If we are defeated, he will come to Kiri. Terumi grew interested. Who is this, he, you speak of? Jin thought for a moment. Then he answered, "My son and I are part of a group of shinobi, similar to your seven swordsmen. We are based on the realms of samsara. I am the human realm, my son is the hell realm. The guy we are speaking of is the leader of our group, the heaven realm." Hearing that Ao's interest was also piqued. He had never received any report of such group. Perhaps they were a new group? He had to see the two's abilities to judge the overall power of this realms of samsara. "How powerful is your leader?" Seeing them looking at him as if he was crazy, he changed his question. "I am not asking for specifics. I just want to know how strong he is compared to you two." Not want to allow chance to speak about his lord escape, Shiro answered, "Our lord is the strongest. He is able to defeat us both without any problem." Jin sighed, "Stop with your worship, Shiro. Well, you're right though. Tendo would be able to defeat us both." Chojuro timidly raises his hand. When Terumi nodded at him, he asked, why isn't he here instead?" Jin supposed he could let that question go. The boy expected Taki to send their strongest to assist Takigakure. Normally, that would be the case. However, after his mission to Kiri in his world, Tendo is no longer interested in Kiri. "Well, our boss already accepted other mission. It's confidential." That was a lie. As far as he knew, right now Tendo is training Uzumaki Naruto. No need to worry though. We are enough for this. And if we have to, we can call 2 more members of Samsara here. Shakushodo and Gakido. Shakushodo could only be summoned by him and Tendo, while Gakido could only be summoned by Jigokudo and Tendo. "How confident," the brown-haired woman smiled. "How about you prove it in a mission, handsome?" Jin grinned. While he was not a battle maniac like Tendo, he is still excited at a chance to have a good challenge. "Your mission is simple, eliminate Hazuka Mangetsu." Hearing that, Shiro allowed himself to smile. Hazuka Sugetsu and Hazuka Mangetsu are brothers. While they were not the closest pair of siblings, they are proud to admit that they are closer than other pairs in Takigakure. They always worked together, they had trained together. After all, they had the same dream. Becoming members of 7 swordsmen. When Mangetsu was chosen as a member, they were ecstatic. Even though some people thought that he would have resented his brother for achieving their dream first, Suigetsu did not. Because his brother still trained with him and worked with him, after all, their dream was not simply becoming a member of 7 swordsmen. It was to become members of 7 swordsmen, together. Even now, he and his brother were training for that goal. He did not know that this day would become the worst day of his life. "How is our target, Shiro?" Jin asked the Hell Realm. "His defense is down. I have sighted another boy with him. I suspect they are brothers," Shiro stated. The unspoken question was passed between them. Should they kill the boy too? "No need. We are here to end the war." The boy was not included in the list. He shouldn't be a threat. "Understood. I shall provide backup should you need it." Though seeing Shiro's face, Jin knew that if he ended up needing the realm's assistance, his already low standing with him would fall further. Jin moved. Jigokudo watched as the Hazuka and his brother showered Ninjendo with water techniques. A water dragon from the prodigy and a torrent from the brother. It was useless. The body Ninjendo inhabited was the body of the strongest water master, comparable to his lord. He suspected that the ability Senju Tobarama had came from the innate samsara power handed down by Rikudo's blood. Ninjendo formed a series of seals and the 2 water attacks were swallowed by a spiraling drill of water. The 2 brothers were struck by it and came out unharmed, thanks to their hydrification technique. Then, the one he suspected to be the elder Hazuka pulled out a scroll and summoned a sword from it. He searched the library of knowledge that his lord had. Haramekure. One of the swordman's sword. Ability. Transformation. The sword is able to transform into multiple forms depending on the amount of chakra placed into it. He sent the information to the human realm through their link. Jigokudo had to admit, Hazuka Mangetsu was powerful. Perhaps the boy deserved the title, prodigy, among mortals. However, against Ninjendo the boy could not win. While he did not respect the human realm's conduct, he respected the Soul Stealer's prowess. He was unlike his lord who focused on wide-area destruction with overwhelming power. He was different from Shirado whose skill was unmatched. The human path was clearly unlike Gedo and her wide repertoire of techniques. Ninjendo and he shared a similarity. They are not a battle-oriented path. Because of this, their style of battle is unlike the others. When they enter a battle, they would use any means to end it as fast as possible. His point was proven as Haramekure, which transformed into a long sword, was blocked by a certain sword. It seemed that Ninjendo decided to start fighting seriously. When Suigetsu saw the gray-haired man overwhelm their jutsu, he was worried. Sure, they survived thanks to their Suika no jutsu, but if this man could defeat their water technique, they could be in trouble. Then his brother pulled out his sword, Haramekure. He smirked. This man didn't know what he is getting into. When his brother's sword transformed into a long sword and swung to cut off the man's head, he cheered. Instead of sound of a sword cutting through flesh, a sound of crackling could be heard. His blood ran cold. In the man's head was a sword any swordsman would know, the Raijin. Unfortunately, I have no time for you. Jin disappeared. Mangetsu didn't even know what happened before he was stabbed by the lightning blade. Die. With that last word, the Raijin's lightning intensified. Mangetsu screamed in pain as his body was shocked. Thanks to the prodigy's Suika no jutsu, any lightning attacks would be very effective against him. Jin watched without expression as the boy struggled futilely against the Raijin's grip. He disliked killing, especially killing someone with potential. That was something all paths of Naruto shared. Because anyone with potential could end up to be an interesting opponent. However, he would not hesitate to kill if he had to. That was also something they shared. By the end of Raijin's wrath, Mangetsu's body was nothing more than a black corpse. He pulled the blade out and gazed towards the other Hizuka. Would you like to be the next? When he saw the boy falling to his knees, likely shocked and horrified by his brother's death, he turned his back and walked away. The boy had potential. He would be a good challenge, Ninjendo muttered. When Suigetsu's mind finally connected, he realized that the man had left him alive. Brother, he muttered towards the corpse. How could his brother died? What about their promise to become swordsmen together? It's all his fault, that gray-haired man. That monster who took his brother away from him. He will pay, he shouted. Suddenly, he heard a chuckle. Who's there? An enemy. Could they be planning to destroy his brother's body? I'm sorry, but I can't help but be amused by you, a man wearing a cloak stated as he walked out of the shadow. Who are you? Suigetsu asked, preparing himself for a fight. The man took off his cloak, revealing a silver-haired man with glasses covering his onyx eyes. I am Hakuja Sennin, the Sage of Snakes, your new master. Suigetsu's world went dark. Mission completed, Jin stated as he and Shiro returned to the rebels. Terumi raised an eyebrow. Most people will bring proof to confirm their target's death. Jin snorted, as if your spy didn't tell you everything. Shiro confirmed it through their link. Their battle with the Hizuka were watched by someone. Seeing the spy disappearing towards the rebel headquarters after Hizuka's death, they deduced that the spy was Terumi's. Terumi chuckled, I suppose so. You are indeed powerful as you claimed. However, I must admit, I am curious as to where you acquired that sword. Not answering, Jin said with a smirk, what's our next plan? Terumi grew tense. We received a report that Yagura, Utakata and Kirigakure army were sighted around an outpost we placed. I think I know what you will say. It is time to end this war. Kachiyose no Jutsu. Shikushodo. Kachiyose no Jutsu. Gakido. The animal and the hungry ghost appeared in a twin explosion of smoke. Jin, Gakido and I shall handle Seiken. Isobue are fighting in the water, your territory. Shikushodo shall assist you. Jin nodded and the four separated. Terumi Mei panted as the three-tailed turtle spun, sending the shinobi around it flying. Then she saw a shinobi approaching her and she spat a lava towards the shinobi, killing him instantly. Damn it, the Sanbi alone is a problem enough, but there's also the shinobi. Just as she ended the sentence, a massive tiger followed by a massive monkey crashed onto the turtle. Those are summons. Then she saw Jin, the gray-haired Taki shinobi above a giant crane. The giant crane flew above her, moving towards the turtle. Reinforcements have arrived. The man shouted as he jumped off the bird, landing beside her as the bird attacked Sanbi. Seeing the summons and the Raijin wielder, her confidence increased. Then suddenly, from the water, a massive viper and a massive mantis rose. What are those? She did not recall anyone possessing the contract to control snakes and mantis in Kiri. She recalled a certain missing nin possessing the contract of snake, but she doubted he would be here. Those are my teammates. Seeing her questioning look, he continued, not Shiro's. He is fighting Rokubi right now, the giant. Animals are Chikushodos. Mei was impressed. The ability to summon multiple massive beasts. Just how powerful are these realms? There's one more summon on it. Wait. One more? Then, a giant panda appeared, jumping from the forest and kicked the Sanbi. A panda? Mei asked, flabbergasted by the choice of animal. A fierce giant panda, Jin corrected helpfully. Then the panda began to pose as if it was a martial arts expert. Shouldn't have let Chikushodo watch that movie. Mei and the rebel army watched with blank eyes as the panda and the Furious Five began battling the turtle. Prepare a popcorn, Jin shouted, this should be interesting. This is annoying, Jigokudo declared as he saw numerous rebels foolishly tried to attack the slug, and was melted by its acid. I suppose we should go, Gakido, attack. Hearing that the insane realm laughed madly, Gy ahaha ahaha. The hungry ghost charged towards Seiken. Kachiyose, he declared as the king of hell rose behind him. The summon's tongue immediately stabbed Seiken. Let the trial begin. Jigokudo moved, following Gakido. King of hell began to absorb the beast's life force. While a normal human would have been dead or at least unconscious, the beast was simply weakened. However, that was enough, as he had another reason to summon the king. Gakido blocked Seiken's acid with his barrier. Then he punched Seiken with his fist. The beast was blown back several feet away. They did not know why, but Gakido's body seemed to possess inhuman strength. Perhaps Yakushi Kabuto experimented on the body? The exchange continues until finally Seiken's acid managed to hit Gakido when the path was unprepared. The body melted instantly. Yama, Jigokudo called as another tongue appeared and Gakido's body was eaten by the King of Hell. To regenerate a body, King of Hell would need time. However, there is a way to hasten the recovery speed. That is by using life force. By using King of Hell to steal Seiken's life force, it would weaken the beast and hasten Gakido's recovery. However, there was one problem in this. When recovering a body, the king was visible, and so, he would need to protect it. When Seiken saw the King of Hell, the slug moved. Cease. Jigokudo slammed his fist to the earth and after a few moments, Seiken was stabbed by a massive bone appearing from the ground. Jigokudo pulled out his hand and the bone crumbled apart. On the place where he slammed his fist, a hole could be seen. The bone tower technique was made by sending his bone through the ground towards the enemy. While the bone moved through the underground, he kept sending chakra towards it, making it grow larger. It is done, as he stated that, King of Hell spat out Gakido, back to his full health. Gakido, continue. The hungry ghost crazily jumped and fought the slug once more. This shall be a boring battle. What the hell is that? The group of Kiri rebels watched in shock as the panda trashed Sanbi around like it was nothing. As I said, a fierce kung fu panda, Jin told Mei offhandedly. You left out the kung fu part. The panda jumped as two of Sanbi tails stabbed the place where it previously stood. Then the panda began to tap dance above the turtle's shell. What is it doing? Mei asked blankly. Make no mistake, that panda is very heavy. Even now, I am sure Sanbi is receiving great damage, physically and mentally. Then Sanbi spun, causing the panda to be blown away, crashing to the sea. Why aren't they assisting it? Mei asked, motioning towards the 5 other summons. Jin shrugged, no reason to. Panda got it covered. Really? Yes, really, just watch. Sanbi's rotation continues to increase and it jumped, turning into a massive rolling ball. Shouldn't you help the panda now? No need to worry, Jin simply ate his popcorn. When Sanbi launched itself towards the panda entered a meditative pose. What is it going to do? Mei asked, finding herself curious and excited by the battle. Inner peace. Huh? When the turtle almost reached the panda slammed its right leg to the sea, making Sanbi flew to the sky. The panda captured the ball of turtle in its hand and began spinning it, moving gracefully as it jumped to the sky. Then the panda spun. The spin was slow at first, but it gradually became faster. It continued to spin faster until a yin-yang mark could be seen, showing the panda's black and white color. The panda threw Sanbi to the sky. "It's over," Jin declared. As Sanbi stopped ascending and started its rapid descent, a giant drill-beaked bird flew through the sky and stabbed the unguarded underside of the turtle. The bird spun, forming a massive drill as it flew upwards and did a sharp U-turn, speeding towards the ground with Sanbi still stabbed on its beak. The crash Sanbi made as it fell to the ground caused a massive wave that could be considered a tsunami. "So troublesome," Jin muttered as the wave engulfed him and the Kiri rebels. His last thought was whether Kiri would allow him and Shiro leave with Yagura and Utakata in tow. Hearing the sound of a loud crash, Jigokudo knew that the Sanbi was defeated. "Let us end this, Gakido." He slammed his hand to the ground once more. A spike of bone burst out from beneath Seiken, sending it flying a few feet to the sky. Then a larger bone appeared, sending it higher. And another, yet another. The cycle continues until Seiken has reached several hundred feet up the sky. Jigokudo pulled his fist back. Speed is the essence of war. He slammed his hand once more. This time, a bone slammed Gakido from the ground, sending it flying towards Seiken. With the speed his bone caused, Gakido's fist would be strong enough to pierce through anything. Gakido went through Seiken's stomach. Jigokudo opened his palm towards Seiken. "Tell me, Seiken, do you see death?" Seeing the question left unanswered, King of Hell punished the sinner by pulling their life force faster. Seiken crashed to the ground, returning back into Utakata once more. Seeing the guilty disappearing, King of Hell returned to its slumber. The trial has ended, the defendant is found guilty. Back at Taki, Asura's eyebrow twitched as he saw Rin running around, happily shouting, "Youth. May I ask, Master, what happened?" Tendo gave a nervous chuckle. "Well, funny story about that." Gedo glared at her brother. "Yes, very funny," she commented sarcastically. Asura listened as Tendo and Gedo informed her of the events in Konoha. "Youth. Wai, Master," Asura began as the twitch on his eye grew. "Yes?" Tendo asked, though he would not admit it to anyone. He was scared of his second. "For a good reason. What you have done to the one-eyed god was beyond forgiveness. To think that you have sunk that low. You are grounded. As your punishment, Gedo will read to you the novels she possessed, especially those of forbidden relationship between males." Hearing the punishment, the mirror siblings had different reactions. Gedo grinned happily. It would be better to call it, maniacally, "Ooh. Can I read Brother X's sister novel too?" Asura nodded. "As long as it will torture Master, you may do anything you wish." Seishin. Tendo was beyond horrified. "Shirado, do not do this. Have you forgotten what I have done for you? I seem to recall that lately all you have done is bringing me more headache, Master." This, he waved his hand towards the white lowly shouting youth. "Wai, is the last straw. You brought this upon yourself, son of man." "Shirado," he called once more as Gedo took Asura's sentence as the start of the punishment and dragged him with her chains. "What was that, Master? You do not need your books anymore." Tendo's eyes widened once more. "Gedo, you are welcome to burn any unimportant books you find." "Gladly." Gedo shouted cheerfully. "Shira, the door closes." Then Shirado turned towards Rin. "Now, what to do with you?" Warning. Warning. I am sure that you readers have read what Tendo's punishment is. As I am not interested in yaoi, I tried to keep it as light as I can. I claim no responsibility over any damage you may receive from this part of the story. Nothing explicit or mature I hear, though. The red-haired prince panted as his ruby eyes met his knight's clear azure eyes. No words were needed between them as they once again shared a passionate embrace. Their hands moved all over their mate's body. The boy began to call out his lover's name, Shira. The knight smiled towards his young lord and captured his mouth into a key. Just before the word ended, Tendo's brain shut down. Onisama, you can't disconnect, and was brought back up by his sister. He cursed the connection between Desire Realm and Outer Realm. The girl was very sensitive to any changes he made. But this is not the time for that. If this continues, his mind would break down. He thought about begging his sister or even sell his body this once for the chance of freedom. No, Just no, even just once, handing ownership of his body to this crazy yaoi-obsessed pervert would mark his doom. Geto, stop, he muttered as he saw his sister began to read once more. He wished Rikudo could help him, but the moment the first sentence of the novel began, the sage had cut his connection, mercilessly abandoning him. No, can't do, Nisama. I'll break you, even if it's the last thing I do. Then she mercilessly continued. As they shared a hot, passionate kiss, Shura's hands began to reach towards Ten's pants and he began to un. That day, Tendo was sure he had seen hell. End warning. So, do you understand, princess? Asura asked Rin, who sat in front of him. Rin shook her head happily. No. Which part confuse you? Asura asked. Why can't we say, youth? She asked innocently. Asura shuddered hearing the word. As I have told you, saying that forbidden word could inhibit your growth, physically and mentally, may cause insanity and will make you a bad girl. And you know that bad girl cannot play a game. Rin tilted her head, but mortal god said it when he was playing with the strange toys. Asura saw a rope, a chance to escape this, and he leapt towards it. Those toys, little princess, are bad toys. They're one of the reason why Master fought with you some time ago. Rin gasped, horrified by the information. She had seen bad toys and allowed them to play with mortal god. Does that mean mortal god is turning bad again? She asked. Asura gave a smile that he had to admit, looked malicious. Do not worry. Lady Geto is fixing him. Though he may came out of that broken. Rin nodded happily. She trust girl mortal god. They're bad toys? She asked again. Asura nodded. Rin trust the golden guy too. He is funny. We can't speak that word again? Asura nodded. Not if you want to be a good girl. Rinheim is a good girl, isn't she? Rin nodded proudly. Rin is a good girl, so, do not say that word again, Asura said as he patted her head. Rin nodded rapidly. We won't say it again. Good. You can go visit Lady Geto and Master now. I'm sure Master will be delighted seeing a good girl like you. Rin jumped and left the room. At least that problem is resolved. Asura sighed in relief. Now, what do you want, vessel of Gobi? Han. The vessel of Kakuo smashed through the window. We've heard that Taki is being led by a man with Namikaze Minato's face. It seems that the reports are correct. Asura sighed. This time, it was out of annoyance. I just had a bad day. Do you really wish to play with me now? Han charged. Mortal god. We won't say that word anymore. We're good girl. Shouted Rin as she entered Tendo's room. Ah, Rin-chan. Come here. Geto called her. In front of her, Tendo sat with a vacant stare. Girl mortal god. What's wrong with mortal god? She asked. He taught Rin-chan a bad word. Big brother has been very naughty. So I'm punishing him, Geto told Rin. Rin nodded. So girl mortal god is playing S with mortal god? Just as Geto was about to answer, Tendo shouted. No. Don't put it in. Was what the traumatized mortal god shouted as he returned to reality. Geto and Rin stared at the boy, one in amusement, the other in confusion. Welcome back, brother. How's your dream? It was a nightmare. Then he noticed the additional presence in the room. Rin, you are back. How is Shirado? Golden Guy told us that the toys were bad. Mortal god, why did you play with the bad toys? Don't you like us anymore? Rin asked. Well, it is not as if he could say that Guy and Lee were not bad. If he said that, Rin might thought that she could say the word, youth, again. If she did, he would return to that hell once more. That's right, Rin-chan. Big brother is a bad boy. That's why Rin-chan and I must punish him. Geto shouted, excited by the chance. Sister, please do not tell me that you. Geto grinned as she took out a whip. Then chains burst out from the ground and bound him. Would you feel excited being whipped by your little sister and a little girl, Onisama? She asked as she handed Rin another whip. This is a game, Rin-chan. Those who can whip Tendo the most, wins. Hearing that it is a game, Rin innocently joined in. Tendo screamed. Asura avoided Han's fist and stared at the vessel in boredom. How boring, he muttered. I suppose I should end you now. A sword formed in his hand and he swung it diagonally, from lower left to upper right. Han swiftly jumped to the left, avoiding it. Just before Han could counterattack, Asura swiftly moved his hand and slashed Han horizontally. Han grunted in pain as the slash scratched him. Then, Asura sped up. He continued to swing his sword, gaining speed for each slash. Han was struck from multiple places. Thankfully the armor he wore and his enhanced body as a Jinchuriki protected him. Then Asura swung one last time. This slash was different from the others, it was far more powerful. The last swing was the opposite of the first one, a diagonal slash from upper left to lower right. Struck by it, Han was sent flying, his armor cracking and exploded by the force of the slash. Sasaki. Sabama Gashi. Sasaki. Swallow return. Asura declared the technique name as his sword cracked and broke. I suppose the sword's quality is not high enough, Asura muttered. That was the problem with his current style. No sword he made managed to survive past a technique. He was forced to create a new one for each attacks. What if I forge a better weapon? He was struck by an idea. Yes, a better weapon. Far more durable than the one he could form now. Able to withstand his strength. Able to break any armor. Able to kill gods themselves. That would be a difficult challenge, difficult yet interesting. It would be a worthy task for him to prove his skill. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Han moving to escape. Minamoto. Hasso Tobi, Minamoto. 8-boat leap. This technique was something he originally was unable to perform. However, after analyzing the Hiraishin seal on the kunai he was able to complete it. A leap that defied common sense. A sword slash that passed through space and time. He leapt and swung his sword. It did not matter how fast his target is. It did not matter how far his prey is. His sword would cut through any obstacle, even time and space. To Han, it seemed as if his enemy suddenly appeared behind him and he was immediately struck at his neck. He was knocked unconscious instantly. Had I not used the back of my sword, you would have died, Asura stated as he stared at the unconscious Han far away from him. He had leapt towards Han and struck the man, and he had leapt back towards where he was before he attacked. In truth, he had not moved at all. His cut simply appeared at where his target was. Hasso Tobi, the time-space manipulation technique. No, he should call it by its real name. Second Hiraishin, where it is not his body that was ported but everything around him. However, it was merely for a split second and in some way, it is more flawed than Hiraishin. But it was faster than it for a fraction of a second. It was easy to mark the vessel while he was struck by Sabama Gashi. Sabama Gashi, a series of consecutive cuts with increasing speed and power. With each slash, more chakra was added. Theoretically anyone could do this. However, no sword could reach the extent of his technique. Any normal chakra sword would break by the 10th slash. He had cut his enemy 30 times and stopped because his sword could not handle more slash. I wonder, should I have tested that against him? He thought for a moment then shook his head. No, Master would want the vessel alive. Sighing, he moved towards the invader and took him to the hospital. Back in Konoha, Tendo's Konoha, Tayuya fell to the floor in exhaustion. Tayuya-chan, you should rest. Leave this to us, Kushina told her son's girlfriend as Jiraiya and Itachi assisted her to sat. I have to find Naruto, she muttered in daze. Kushina took the girl and laid her on the couch. She tried to resist but finally gave up and laid there, thinking of the events that lead them to this place. Kushina, Jiraiya and Tayuya had been stuck inside the library for weeks. Sometimes, Itachi and other shinobi would join them. They searched for a way to find Naruto. After Kushina and Tayuya told Jiraiya of Naruto's disappearance, Jiraiya mobilized the entire information network he had and acquired nothing. Asking other villages yielded the same result. And then, Jiraiya deduced that Naruto left the elemental country. However, after checking the barrier around the elemental country, it seemed that no one had passed through it for 100 years. So where did he went to? Jiraiya asked himself at that time. Then he joked about him completing Hiraishin and went through space and time. When he repeated the joke, he became more convinced of it. While it sounded crazy, that was the only clue they had. Tayuya told him that Naruto had acted strangely when they returned back home. He kept staring at the forest near Uzumaki compound. With a strange mix of curiosity and excitement, he had immediately checked the place and found a strange empty circle on the ground. If someone burned the grass, there would be traces of it. However, the empty ground was simply that, empty. As if someone had transported it into somewhere else. Believing this to be the proof of his hypothesis, Jiraiya told his suspicion to Itachi, Kushina and Tayuya. He was ordered by Itachi to search for a way to confirm it. That is why he went to the library, asking the Hokage for adding more books from other countries to help him. Hearing his job, Kushina and Tayuya volunteered to help. While he knew Kushina could help, he knew that Tayuya would not be able to do much. But if he refused her offer, she would be depressed because she was unable to assist him in searching for Naruto. That is why he accepted. As he went through the books, he noticed Kushina staring at a small book in her hand fondly. "Kushina, what is that book?" Jiraiya asked her. Kushina seemed startled. This is a storybook Mito-sama left me. I found it while searching the house for any books on ceiling." Mito? Senju Mito? The Uzumaki who married the first? A storybook? Impossible. Sorry, can I take a look at it? Sure. Kushina handed the book to the sage. Jiraiya read the book. At first it seemed that it truly was a storybook, but as he read, his eyes grew larger. This was not a simple storybook. This was the book containing knowledge of Uzumaki Mito and Senju Hashirama. As Jiraiya flicked through the pages, he found a part of the book with a different writing compared to the ones before. Senju Tobirama's note. Senju Tobirama was known for establishing order in Konoha. He was also known for creating Edo Tensei. However, for seal masters, there is one more accomplishment that Tobirama managed. To preform a space-time technique. Jiraiya grinned as he read the note. I found it. Itachi, Kushina and Tayuya stared at the sage in surprise. What did you find, pervert? Tayuya asked Jiraiya. I found how we can find Naruto. Jiraiya happily danced. Truly? Yes. With this note from Senju Tobirama, crafting a seal like that won't be a dream. Hearing that, Kushina and Tayuya hugged each other happily. Just as Itachi was about to congratulate Jiraiya, a shinobi ran into the room, panting. Itachi turned towards the shinobi. Report. Hokage-sama, it's Kabuto. What is wrong with Kabuto? As far as he knew, the man is still blankly staring at the wall in Konoha's prison. He escaped. He disappeared. What? The four froze hearing that. Kabuto was one of the few shinobi who could preform Edo Tensei, which would make him able to raise an army by himself. Hearing that the shinobi escaped was a surprise to Itachi. As far as he knew, Koto Amatsukami's effect was permanent. So how? And more importantly, where is he? Originally, I want to put the continuation of the side story here. But this chapter is long enough without it, so I will save it for the next chapter. Chapter 11 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths in Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? This chapter has yet to be baited. Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review responses. Element Kitsune. Being a sadist myself, I can appreciate what Jido did, but I think making Rin punish him did wonders to his ego. Draken Sword 0Z. That part has been waiting to be used since the first Samsara, where Naruto was told by Ning and O about the fierce panda. Druid FWY. Chapter 9 is meant to be a break chapter, and yeah, Tendo was crazy in that part. The JRPG shall be continued, next chapter, because it doesn't fit with the seriousness now. And because it can give spoiler about Journey yet to be released chapter 3. That Kung Fu Panda is a point in Samsara that I haven't managed to use. Sanbi being able to transform into a rolling ball of doom. Game Naruto Storm 3 simply made it fit. Yeah, that will be explored in later chapter about Samsara World. Before he met Tayuya, no wait, before the event where he switched with Naruto, he is not the Desire Realm. True path. That is why he and Jido could coexist, but after taking over Naruto's role, he and Jido became antithesis to each other. Reishin Amara. Thanks. Zelga Lim Lee. Glad you like both of them. Some readers disagree. Naraku 9108. Thanks. The list is posted at the end of chapter. Just a warning. This chapter is confusing. It is meant to be confusing. After all, they're from Jido and Rin's perspectives. Samsara. Game of the Gods Chapter 11, The Outer One's Ghetto Side. Her brother is away again. If she recalled correctly, he went to meet Asura about Kokuo's vessel that infiltrated Taki. Sometimes, she wondered why he even bothered. It is not like he cared about other people. She knew this as a fact, because she cared. Is that true? And if she cared for other people, that meant her brother didn't care about them. That is just how it worked. Is that really it? What is true for outer realm, is false for the true realm. Why? She muttered as she flicked a page on her novel. Why must her brother sacrifice himself for little Naruto? The moment her brother took over little Naruto's body, he ceased to exist as the heaven realm and became her antithesis, the true realm, the main. Lately, her brother had been acting cold towards her. He claimed that he was traumatized by her punishment. Yeah, right. That liar. She smiled as the book on her hands began to burn. Yet another worthless book, destroyed. Useless, trash, waste of space. She never liked reading novels, she preferred to read manga, comics. She got headaches when she read too many words. Is it her personality? Or is it the inverse of his personality? Or is she no one? Which one is the real ghetto? She knew that she cared about the other realms and Rin. Really? She knew that he cared about the other realms and Rin. But that is not the full truth, isn't it? He cared about them purely because they're his. She cared about them without any other reason. No, that is wrong. Do I really like them? If the rules of outer realm is followed, she should have hated them. But she didn't, or did she? Rin, she is cute, fun to play with, easy to be tricked, interesting. But does she like her? She likes tricking her, pretending that she dropped her book just so that Rin could read them. She always stuck with Rin, but that is because of Tendo's orders, right? Isn't it because her brother truly cared for Rin beneath all of his exterior? Shirado. He is her brother's servant. His loyalty to her brother made him an useful tool. Does she have any other feelings for him? No. Isn't it because her brother trusted him? Ninjendo? He is funny, but isn't that because her brother thought he is annoying? Shikushodo. She had never actually talked with the realm, but she thought the way he is a bit animalistic and childish is annoying. Isn't it because her brother thought Shikushodo is funny? Gakido. She could sympathize with him. He was not given a chance to be sane at all. His life was determined by his realm, the hungry ghost. No emotions except hunger and desire. Isn't it because her brother despised Gakido? Jigokudo. She thought he was arrogant, with how he disregarded anyone not her brother. But her brother thought he is intelligent, doesn't he? Should I even bother? Tendo. She loved him. Really? He is everything to her. Really? She trusts him wholeheartedly. Really? He is perfect. Really? She couldn't help but despise her feelings for him. Her loving him. He hated himself. He is everything to her. He considered himself as worthless. She trusts him wholeheartedly. He trusts no one, not even himself. He is perfect. He knows that he is full of flaws. But he hated her, didn't he? He always acted as if she disgusted him and he would ignore her. But isn't that fine? Yes, it is fine. If he loved her, she will hate him. If he is fine with her, she would be disgusted by herself. If he didn't ignore her, she wouldn't try so hard to catch his attention. Isn't everything in her life exist for her counterpart? She is fine with that. She is fine with acting the fool because he is smart. She is fine with acting as a pervert because he disliked them. She is fine with acting like a love-struck girl, obsessing over him, worshipping him. After all, if she didn't do that, who would? Her brother needs someone who needs him. That role is hers. Hers alone. That is the only way she could remain sane among the outer beings. Among monsters who could not be comprehended, among creatures that even gods feared. She was different. Because her brother is filled with flaws, filled with mistakes, she became more human. No, that is wrong, isn't it? Her brother is a human because he is filled with flaws. She is a monster who loved him. Their love is impossible. If she loves him, he must hate her. If he loves her, she must hate him. That is why she allowed him to love that girl, Tayuya. But spending time with him all the time now made it difficult for her to deny her feelings. Tendo knew it. That is why he started to act as if he disliked her, or even outright hated her. Because one cannot love the other without being hated. Shouldn't we just end this already? End this game they have kept since their reunion? That is quite an alluring thought. With one of her chain, she could end everything. After all, only an outer being can kill an outer being. Only a monster can kill a monster. As her chain began to coil itself on her neck, she smiled. Geto, let us go, we have a mission, her brother suddenly called from outside the room. Perhaps it was simply coincidence, perhaps he noticed her feelings through their bonds. But that did not matter. Her brother still needed her and that was enough. Yes, Tendo. She put on a smile and walked out of the room. She saw a trace of warmth in her brother's eyes that was immediately masked by disgust. Did you read those books again? Disgusting. Yes, she thought with a smile. Let our game begin. Rin saw the mortal god and girl mortal god. They smiled happily and rushed to them. Mortal god. Girl mortal god. Let's go, mortal god, said he, and girl mortal god will take them to another village this time. How fun, more toys, more playthings. But, mortal god, when are we going to play our game? They asked. They had fun. They were happy, but it's more fun when they play with mortal god. Mortal god patted their head. 5 more months, he told them. We don't understand. They tilted their head in confusion. Mortal god seemed to think for a while. I wonder, should I hasten the deadline? Tendo, are you really in that hurry to go back home? Girl mortal god asked. She is worried about something. Mortal god sighed. Tell the others to gather in my room at midnight. Girl mortal god seemed to be depressed but nodded. Then mortal god walked away. Play, play. Mortal god, they're no fun. The toys all around them are broken. Really, they just pull it a bit and red things sprouted out of them. Then they broke. Why, Rin, you are expecting too much from them. They are not like you. They knew that the toys aren't like them. But the toys are boring, they break easily, they screamed when they played, it hurts their ears. We want to play with better toys, they whined. Mortal god sighed. I will ask Shirado for a more difficult mission. What does that mean? It means, Rin-chan, the toys will be stronger than this. They cheered, more fun, more fun. Then they heard a toy groaning. They smiled happily. One of them didn't break. They ran to it, sometimes slipping and falling because of parts of broken toys and the red water. The red water is everywhere, and it doesn't taste good, but they laughed anyway, because they are happy. One of the toys is strong enough. The toy turned towards them and screamed, monster, demon. They blinked. We are not a demon. We are Rin. They told it with a pout. The toy kept shouting about monster and demon. Moo. We are not a monster. We hid it. Just like we saw mortal god sometimes did to girl mortal god when she was playing around. The toy's head fell. Why? Red water came out like a fountain from the toy's part. It got into their face and hair, meanie red water. They heard girl mortal god threw up behind them. Maybe something she ate? Rin, let us go. Mortal god seemed to be sad as he carried them and walked away. The color of blood does not suit a little girl like you, mortal god said as he played with their hair. Blood? We do not understand. Tendo sighed as the realms all gathered around him, sitting in a circle. I think I should play with Rin tomorrow. Hearing that the realms looked at each other in surprise, except Geto who sighed in resignation. May I ask why, master? Shirado asked. Rin has grown bored of playing with normal humans. She simply cannot comprehend the difference between mortals and her. Is that really the only reason? Ninjendo seems suspicious. Look at the bingo book, letter S. As the only one who bothered to bought the book was Shirado, the others huddled behind him as he read. Shiroyasha, white demon. A rank. Witnesses claimed they saw a white-haired little girl who killed her opponents by ripping their limbs with her bare hands. Usually seen with a golden-haired boy and a red-haired girl. That, if this continues, the villages might move to assassinate Rin. I see no problem with it, my lord, Jigokudo stated. Correct. Most likely Rin will kill anyone that sent after her. However, that certainly will cause trouble for us. As we are seen with her, they would also attack us, Tendo told them. So you are saying we have to go back to our world? Geto asked him. Tendo nodded. I don't want to go, she declared firmly. Tendo raised an eyebrow. I suspected that. May I ask why? I don't want to explain. Because I don't know. Do I want us to stay here because I really want to? Or because you want to return? Tendo stared at his sister for a moment before sighing. Is there anyone else who opposes returning to our world? Forgive me, my lord. I believe we should stay in this world, Jigokudo stated as he stood. Why is that? Tendo asked, quite surprised that the path who would usually obey him, disobeyed him this time. Permission to speak freely, my lord, granted. He was quite interested in the Hell Realm's reason. Because you are happier in this world. There are no burdens for you, no one you must protect every day. Tendo closed his eyes. Next. I think we should stay here. Ninjendo was next. Your reason? It's fun. Look, all of us here, together. Acting like a family. This is impossible in our original world. You rarely speak to us, and even if you do, it's usually only something important. I think it's better like this. Going back means losing all of this, right? The realms of Namikaze Naruto were all silenced by Ningendo's words. It was a surprise to see the human realm acting so mature. And his words rang true across the room. I assume that Gakido will follow Jigokudo and Shikushodo follow Ninjendo. Only Shirado left. What do you think? Forgive my impudence, master. I believe we should stay here. Tendo's eyebrow rose in surprise. This is unexpected. Give me your reason, Shirado. At first, I was undecided. I would follow whichever you chose. However, Ningendo's words helped me make my decision. In truth, I prefer living this way, spending time in the real world with all of you. Then Shirado continued, you once asked me this, master. How can I stand living as a path inside you? Now that I have a body, I asked myself that question. And I realized that I cannot answer it. Having a body, living a life such as this, all of it are like a dream coming true for us. And forgive me for this selfishness, master. But I do not wish to see this dream end. In conclusion, all of you are opposed of us returning? The realms nodded, all of their eyes reflected their determination. Tendo could not stop himself, he began to chuckle and the chuckle soon turned into laughter. The realms watched him in surprise, even Gedo was surprised by her antithesis reaction. Yes, this is good, he muttered as his laughter subsides. No, good is not enough, this is excellent. Very well, I will give you all a chance to change my mind. Gedo was surprised. She thought Tendo would not listen to their words and forced them to return. After all, if he never came back home, he would not see his lover and mother anymore. Of course, I want to return back home. However, I am not Namikaze Naruto. I am merely Tendo, originally one of you. Therefore, I will give you a chance. And what is this chance, if I may ask? Shirado asked. In a month, we will fight. All 6 of you, against I the winner shall decide what will happen to us. This time, it will be a true battle, no holding back. You sure you're fine with this, Tendo? Ninjendo asked. Tendo nodded. This is a risk I took by having you forge your own identity in this world. You all have grown, each of you now possess your own persona. While not seeing Yuya and his mother forever would be difficult for him. The realms are partners he could trust, his best friends. He could not take their happiness away for his alone. I suggest all of you to start training. Do not worry about Rin. I will take her with me. Huh? Gedo blinked. Take her with you? Yes, I will leave Taki for this 1 month. A training trip if you will. You especially need training, Gedo. Your body now is the weakest. Gedo blushed. She did take over this body just so that Tendo would pay attention to her. She never thought of fighting in this body. Dismissed, hearing his command, the realms left the room one by one. When Gedo, the last one to leave, was about to exit the room, she turned towards Tendo. Is this really all right? She asked him. He did not need her to elaborate. She asked whether he was fine with not returning home. Tendo let out a smile. I do not plan on losing, sister. Gedo returned the smile with a small one. Then she walked out of the room. Oh, if I sense you trying to kill yourself again, Gedo, rest assured. I will break every bone of your body. Take away all of your chakra. You are mine. You can only die on my command. Gedo froze hearing her brother's words. Then she smiled. Of course, brother. I exist for your sake. Unfortunately, The side story from Chapter 9 will not be continued now, but I promise that I will continue it in Chapter 12. The reason why the side story is not continued now is because some part of it gives spoiler of Sage's Journey's 3rd chapter. Anyway, Tertius Armada requested, Naraku 9108 re-requested, so here they are. The paths also possess the techniques their bodies had, and Tendo can also use Rasengan and elemental variations of it. Original name, body name, alias Tendo, Naruto, Samsara, Tendo Shirado, Minato, Asura Ninjendo, Tobarama, Jin. Shikushodo, Kisame, Gakido, Jugo, Jigoku-do, Kimimaro, Shiroji-do, Tiyuya, Kanon. Jido Futon, Shina Suhiko. Control over wind, upgraded form of kamikaze. At first he only uses it to increase his speed and attack, but recently he is learning on how to sense the enemy and move according to the wind. Sweden. Watatsumi control over water, rarely used in the first part, only used to create Yayorozu no Kami. Recently he is learning on how to sense the flow and erasing his presence completely. Doden. Okunanushi control over earth, in the first part, he used it mostly as defense. Recently he is learning on how to completely become in harmony with earth. Raiden. Narukami control over lighting, upgraded form of Raite. Before, he only used it as a bluff as his control over lightning was not good. Now, he is able to move as fast as lightning. Kaden. Hai no Kagetsuchi. Control over fire, unlike in first part, he does not need to cover himself with wind to use it anymore. The explosions caused by the fire-covered punch is on par with B or A ranked techniques. Cage Bunshin path name asterisk. Bunshin, an enhanced Cage Bunshin with far more chakra than normal. It creates a clone of the path but with limited strength compared to the original. Shinra Tensai Bansho Tenin Chibaku Tensai. I assume that you know of the three and will not explain about it. Shinra Bansho, all of creation, basically a small-scale Chibaku Tensai, does not require much chakra compared to Chibaku Tensai. Tenho Tenge, heaven and earth. It is actually a meteorite summon similar to the one Madara done in the manga. I just give it a name that I thought appropriate. Tensei, heavenly conqueror. Have you ever wondered what will happen if you push and pull the inside of a person at the same time? Basically Shinra Tensai and Bansho Tenin done at the same time to the same location. Hachiman using the power to pull, summon an asteroid from the sky. When it went through the atmosphere, it would be on fire, causing it to become a star of light, Mahavarokana. The concept is similar to Tensei. By pushing and pulling at the same time, an empty space will form around the user. It will obliterate anything that touch it. Shirado. Creation him. Shirado possess a series of weapons he has yet to reveal. I will not put it here now, but here are what he have used previously. Also some of his already revealed weapons have additional abilities, but I will not reveal them now. Kyutaio no Tsukisasu, Hu Yi, pierce the 9 suns, Hu Yi. A burning arrow. Naginata no Tsukisasu, Lu Biyu, pierce the halberd, Lu Biyu. An arrow faster than any other, it will always strike true. Tanbo o Kirasaku, Tadakatsu, cut through the dragonfly, Tadakatsu. Spear with great strength. Xuanzing o Mamoru, Wujing, protect Xuanzing, Wujing. A spear that gains more power if used to protect someone. Tengoku ni Konran o Motarasu, Seidan Taisei, wreak havoc in the heaven, great sage equaling heaven. Rui Jingu Bang. Sun Wukong or Sun Goku or whatever you call him's weapon. As in the legend, able to extend or shrink as needed. Kusa o Kirasaku, Ama no Murakumo, cut the grass, sword of the heavenly gathering clouds. Ability has yet to be revealed. Then again, so is most of Hirado's weapons. Sasaki. Sabama Gashi. Sasaki. Swallow return. A series of slash, gaining power and speed with each cut. Right now, Shirado cannot use it to full power because no sword he made could contain the amount of chakra he put. A technique based on Sabama Gashi done by a famous samurai, Sasaki Kojiro in 1605. Minamoto. Haso Tobi. Minamoto. 8-boat leap. Minamoto no Yoshisune was known for jumping over 8 boats in one leap at the Battle of Dan no Ura. In here, it is a variation of Hiraishin where instead of the user, It distorts the time-space around the user and the target, making it seem as if the user has teleported. Ninjendo. Soul Taker Chikushodo. Kachiyose Gakido. Absorption Jigokudo. King of Hell. All of them are the same as in the canon. Gedo. Kusari, Outer Realm. Chain. Upgraded, original form of Uzumaki. Kusari. Has the power to subdue a tailed beast. Vital component of all Gedo's techniques. Gedo. Yomi, Outer Realm. Underworld. The ones captured in it will be dragged into a replica of the Outer Realm. Or they can be crushed by compressing the size of the sphere made by the chains. Zhao Gongan. This part is not in the story, but Zhao Gongan is actually made by combination of chains and creation of all things. First, use yin chakra to imagine the shape of the being and then hold the shape using chains, finally using yang, give it physical form. Technically can be used to create any type of giants, but Gedo and Tendo are fond of Zhao Gongan's form. Akshobhya, to put it simply, a barrier made by Vajra, or Kongu. A trivia, it actually possesses lightning element, though it can deflect any mortal attacks. Vajra, using a Vajra, or Kongu. Summon a thunderbolt from the sky, Akshobhya's attack form. Indra, upgraded version of Vajra, summons several thunderbolts at once. Yayorozu no Kami, a combination technique using the elements. As of right now, there are 3 versions of it. 1. Unbalanced version, without Rinnegan, used against Kakuzu. 2. Balanced version, with Rinnegan, version Naruto use right now. 3. Full power version, only after he can connect with all 5 elements at once. He still cannot use the full power version right now. Steps of Yayorozu. 1. Cover his arm with rock, to avoid any damage from the explosion. 2. Summon water and wind, each serves to summon lightning and fire respectively. 3. Summon lightning 4. Summon fire 5. Explosion. Now for the contracts. I guess I should say that Naruto haven't actually used them to the fullest. Amaterasu Omakami, O sun, shining in the heaven. Bless this world with your light. Vanquish my enemies, burn them, obliterate them, I summon thee. Amaterasu Omakami. As of right now, Naruto only summoned a white light that vaporized anything it touched. Even the perfect Susanoo Madara summoned. Tsukuyomi no Mikoto. O moon, lord of the night. Illuminate the darkness, chase away the shadows. Be pulverized. Be crushed. Be annihilated. I summon thee. Tsukuyomi no Mikoto. It summons a black sphere at the size of the moon, as strong as Amaterasu Omakami. Taitayasuzano no Mikoto. O storm, the wind of chaos. Rage on the battlefield of gods. Cut, tear, rip them apart. I summon thee. Taitayasuzano no Mikoto. It literally summons storms to the battlefield. Nothing will be left by the end of the raging god's wrath. Even though the type is different, its destructive power is at the level of the other 2 noble children. Amatsu Mikaboshi. Crush hope. Summon despair. Heavenly star, august star of evil. I command thee. Destroy all who oppose me. Break reality. Destroy world. Amatsu Mikaboshi. By the end of the 3rd line, the star of evil will drag the user and target inside it. Then, either it will imprison the target permanently, which is what happened to the outer gods, or it will throw them out by the end of the last line. By itself, this technique does nothing except to seal. But as the star of evil is filled with outer gods right now. Aim no Takodachi. Thy who possess no form. Thy who is heaven. Thy who is everything. I ask thee, lend me thy blessings. Heal the wounded. Save their soul. Revive the dead. Aim no Takodachi. A healing technique capable of doing literally anything. Except one part, it cannot revive the same person twice. Because, second chance, only come once. Yumeja Shikabahikoji. Thy who possess no form. Thy who is nature. Thy who is everything. I ask thee, lend me thy blessings. Guard us. Protect us. Defend us. Yumeja Shikabahikoji. A barrier technique that can block even god-level techniques. Though it can still be broken by god techniques with higher tier than it, such as Takami Musubi. Takami Musubi, O high creator. Thy of the most high, hear our plea. We who signed the contract plead thee, with thy will, a blessing. With blessing, a miracle, O Heavenly One, Takami Musubi. Summon Takami Musubi to the battlefield. Takami Musubi will use his bow and arrow to crush the enemy. Kami Musubi, O Divine Creator, Thy of the Most High, hear our plea. We who signed the contract plead thee, with thy will, a blessing, with blessing, a miracle, O Heavenly One, Kami Musubi. Summon Kami Musubi to the battlefield. While Naruto only used the purification aspect of her, she can also be asked to reflect enemies' attacks. Aim no Manakanushi, O Creator, Thy of the Most High, hear our plea. We who signed the contract plead thee, with thy will, a blessing. With blessing, a miracle. With miracle, a world, O Central Master. Aim no Manakanushi. Naruto only used it to separate Ippon Dotara's power, but actually it can do almost anything. However, some requests have cost. After using the 3 highest ones, Naruto will be granted a chance to use their power by using Zoka Sanshin. Technique name. The technique's power at that time will be increased by the 3 highest ones' power. Zoka Sanshin. Tasuki, to put it simply, it sends the moon, created by Chibaku Tensei, to the sky. Body-specific techniques. Read them at Naruto Wiki or something. Too long if I explain each one. Tendo. Rasengan, elemental variation, Uzumaki chains. Shirado. Rasengan, Hiraishin, space-time manipulation seals, Shiki Fujin. Ningendo. Suiden Jutsu. Assume that he knew all of them except clan-only techniques. Raijin. Chakra sensing. Though Rinnegan can do the same, Edo Tensei. Forbidden to use by Rakudo and Tendo. Kokwangyo no Jutsu. Shikush Ado. Suiden Jutsu. Most of them use shark motifs. Samahata, Kirigakure no Jutsu. Gakudo. I don't think Jugo have any ninjutsu or genjutsu except that his body absorbed nature chakra, which actually made him suitable to be Gakudo's body. Can go to Sage mode, aka Cursed Seal. Jigokudo. His clan dances, bone manipulation. Jido. Genjutsu, limited because Jido cannot summon Doki. Chapter 12 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths in Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? This chapter has yet to be baited. Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review responses. Refler. Original name, body name, alias Tendo, Naruto, Samsara, Tendo Shirado, Minato, Asura Ninjendo, Tobarama, Jin Chikushodo, Kisame. Gakido, Jugo, Jigokudo, Kimimaro, Shirojido, Tayuya, Kanon, Jido. Nanashi 113. Well, that will later be explained when the Samsara characters appear, but I guess I can say this. Tendo thought that they would refuse. He thought that since they have friends in their world, he shouldn't force them to come with him. Night of Elves. Ha ha ha, I'll try. Confrontation? Maybe chapter 14, next chapter is the rest of the 1 month. Or at least, that's the plan. Tertius Armada. Yeah, they are. The only thing different is one has no element while the other is covered with fire. Shadow Maria Love. Ha ha ha, yes he is. Heaven realm in Buddhism is filled with pride and ego after all. Puckfleck. I guess it was a SR prize. I was shocked too when I saw the word count rose like that after I added the description. Golden Dragon 14. As I said above, I was shocked too when the word count became that high just by adding description of skills. SSJ Kyuubi Gohan. That's because I focus on Tendo most of the time and he is the type to hide things like that. I did touch on it briefly in the original Samsara. The part after Tendo regained his memory and Jido appeared to him. Element Kitsune. Ha ha ha, no need to worry. I plan on giving them a happy ending. As for Rin's innocence, she will keep it for quite a long time. Journey will explain better, wait for next chapter of Journey. The Hokage Naruto. Unfortunately, the fight will have to wait as it seems the 1 month arc is longer than I thought. 8 Swords. I suppose he is very dishonest, to himself and other people. Samsara. Game of the Gods Chapter 12 An Eventful Month, Part 1. Tendo blankly stared at the ceiling of his room. All he could hear was the sound of winds rattling the windows of his room. It is nighttime, a few hours after his declaration to the realms. A battle, he muttered. A battle, not a training. Against his brothers and sister, it should be fun. No, it will be fun. However, how am I supposed to win? He asked himself. While in a battle of 1 against 1 he could win against them, in an all-out battle, he doubted his chances. In addition, he would play with Rin after his battle against the realms. He wondered whether he made the right choice in challenging the realms. If Tendo, using his place as Naruto, forced them to obey his will, he would be no better than a tyrant. Even if he is selfish, he was not the type to do that. Son of man, Rikudo called, you seem to be troubled. Tendo nodded. I should start training, however, I do not know how to. It is a fact, he did not know how he should train. Taijutsu. While his taijutsu only reached Jonin level, it should be sufficient to combat any of his realms except Shirado and perhaps Ninjendo. Ninjutsu. With his nature, he should be able to counter any techniques he would face. However, currently he could only connect with one nature at most. That could be a good point to train in. Genjutsu. His genjutsu is adequate. However, it would be useless against the realms and perhaps Rin's eyes. Kenjutsu. He doubted he could train in 1 month and reach Shirado's level. Fuinjutsu. Similar to genjutsu, it is on a satisfactory level. However, he had no talent in it. He could memorize the seals he need, he could replicate them, but he lacked the talent that Geto, as his reverse, posses. Other kinds of weapons. Similar to Kenjutsu, he would lose against Shirado. He doubted he would need to train himself in his own realm anymore. Rikudo's techniques and his own was enough. Rikudo, may we continue in our nature training? The sage was silent for a moment. We will continue training you, however, there is a place we would like you to visit before we begin. Tendo raised an eyebrow. A place Rikudo wished to visit? Where? Mount Katsuragi. The place where our patron god resides. Out of anything he had expected Rikudo would say, that is not one of them. When Geto woke up, her eyes immediately flew open. She could not sense her brother in the house. She ran towards his room and saw Shirado in front of it. Asura. Where is he? Geto asked the second. Asura simply handed her a piece of paper. On the paper was Tendo's handwriting. I am leaving for my training. As I told you, I am taking Rin with me. Tendo, when did he leave? Geto asked Asura. According to the guards, he left at 3 in the morning. Geto sighed in disappointment. Now is 8, in the span of 5 hours, Tendo could go anywhere. Lady Geto, do you have any business today? Geto blinked hearing Asura's question. She tried to recall, a new volume of her favorite manga will be out tomorrow. Originally, she should be babysitting Rin today, but Tendo took the little god with him. She shook her head. No, I'm free. Why? Asura nodded. There is something I would like you to help me with. May I ask your assistance, my lady? Geto smiled. Sure, let me prepare first. Knowing Shirado, he would ask her to make seals for his weapons. Even if that part of the job could be fun, waiting for the weapon to be finished is boring. Fortunately, she just bought a new book, that should be enough to ease her boredom. What was it called? Amnesia, wasn't it? She entered her room and went to her book rack. She took the book and froze. A book is missing from the rack. A doujinshi she drew. Something that she would prefer to be unknown to certain parties in this house, aka Tendo. Who took it? She did not even need to think, there is only one person who could have taken it. Rin. And who is with the little god now? Tendo, I'm dead. Naruto walked on the stairs of Mount Katsuragi with Rin piggybacking on him. Mortal god, why are we here? The blacksmith asked. Rikudo said that he wished to meet his patron god. Patron god? Rin asked, tilting her head in confusion. He thought for a moment, recalling Rikudo's memory. To put it simply, patron god is a god that immortals specifically worship. I thought that Rikudo's patron god is you, but it does not seem to be the case. Back when you were still reigning over this land, the people know nothing about chakra. While some are able to defend themselves from bandits, most could not. That is when they turned to gods. When people of this country still feared your symbol of power, the false moon, their faith to the myriad gods are strong, and so, when they prayed, gods actually listened and assisted them, saving them from natural disasters, protecting them from other humans, and so on. Of course, by now, their influences were reduced as less people believe in them. The greatest influence the gods has in this world are the bloodlines, the blessings they gave to mortals who worshipped them. When Rakudo taught humans how to use chakra, some of them were able to harness and use the blessing their patron gods gave them. One such example is the Hyuga clan. They were descendants of a family who worshipped Omoikane, the god of wisdom, Takamimushi's child. Omoikane gave those who serve him the ability to see through veils of trickery, the ability to see in many directions. Hearing all that, Rin blinked, still a little confused, but nodded. That begets a question. Who is Rakudo's patron god? And when did the sage met it? What did the patron god grant him? He did not recall meeting other deities in Rakudo's memory. We did not give you that memory, son of man. What happened between our god and us are personal. Tendo raised an eyebrow. Rakudo could show the memory he gave to him? He went through Rakudo's memory. Rakudo's birth, Rakudo teaching other people. Rakudo meeting his salvation. Rakudo fighting against the Dadara. Wait, that was all? What about how Rakudo made contract with the Nine in his eyes? What about how Rakudo met the cosmic beings inside the Star of Evil? What about how Rakudo lived after defeating the Dadara? He could see flashes of Rakudo's life. Rakudo teaching his sons, Rakudo saying his farewell to his 9 children. But it is not everything. What else are you hiding from me, Rakudo? The sage did not answer. He decided to let it go. What happened to the sage is not his business. We are here, Tendo declared as he reached the top of the mountain. 2 buildings stood on the peak of the mountain. One was surrounded by a lake while the other was placed on wooden pillars, with stairs as the only way to reach it. Then he saw a young girl with blonde hair and an elderly staring at him in suspicion. Who are you? Why are you here? The old man asked him, his posture ready for a battle. How should I respond, Rakudo? Tell the mortal that we are simply here to visit the temple of Shugendo. Shugendo? That term seemed familiar. If he remembered correctly, it is one of the sect with both Buddhism and Shinto elements in its teaching. My name is Tendo. This girl on my back is Rin. We are here to visit Shugendo's temple, Tendo told the old man. Rin stared at the 2 strangers curiously. The old man relaxed, though Tendo could see that he still had his guard up as he began to speak. Come then, travelers. My name is Tunbi and the young lady here is Hotaru. Tunbi and Hotaru walked towards the temple surrounded by lake. Tendo followed them, Rin still on his back. So, what do you want me to do? Geto asked Asura as they entered Asura's forge. She observed the room as Asura walked towards a wooden desk. The room was covered with papers containing sketch and plans for weapons. It also had a lot of seal formula on it. Not bad, she commented as she read one of them. It was a variant of a basic Uzumaki clan seal that is used to contain fire-natured chakra. She read the explanations Asura put on it. Huyi arrow. Place 291 chakra in it. When shooting, add 10 chakra. Additional 50 chakra needed for it to explode. Geto thought for a moment. The seal seemed to be modified to able to contain only a certain amount of chakra. Shirado placed quite a bit of chakra in it while creating the seal. In battle, adding a small amount of chakra is sufficient to activate it. Adding more chakra than that would cause it to explode. Geto recalled that Shirado used Huyi without any seals several months ago. What made him start using seals? No. What made him start making a weapon from scratch? He has the ability to create a weapon instantly. So why? She filed the questions for later and looked around again. Let's see, what else is here? A seal similar to the first one but is used to contain wind-natured chakra. Tadakatsu Honda's Tanbojiri. To replicate the tail of a dragonfly being cut when it landed on the spear. Place 301 chakra in it. When using, each time Tanbojiri is swung, it wastes 30 chakra. So, Tanbojiri will run out of use in 30 swings? Well, that is if it only has 1 seal on it. Lady Geto, can you take a look at this? Gedo turned around and saw Asura standing behind her with a paper on his hand. She read it. At first, it looked like a simple seal formula to contain chakra, similar to the ones on Asura's usual weapons. Then she reached the part where it determines the kind of chakra the seal will contain. She blinked. "Are you joking?" Asura shook his head. Gedo read it again. No, it was not a joke. Asura really is trying to create this seal. "It's impossible, you know. The seal will be unstable," she told Asura. "Read the last part, Lady Gedo." She did. According to Rakudo, Lady Gedo's chakra should work as catalyst to stabilize the seal. Ah, now she understand why Asura asked her help. He needed her who could manipulate that chakra. The other realms could use that chakra too, though their control over it is rather unstable. This could be interesting. But why do you need this seal? She asked the Shirado. To forge the strongest weapon. The best of this land, no, of this world. Gedo raised an eyebrow. That's quite an ambition. Do you remember, Lady Gedo? Of Master's battle against the Dadara? How could she forget? The battle showed how powerless they were. Even her attacks were useless against the god. The only reason they won was because of the contracts. Without it, they would lose. In that battle, our abilities are useless. My weapons will not be able to hurt it. Our techniques simply scratched it, Asura began. I do not like that feeling. The feeling of being useless as Master risked his life to defeat it. She could understand what Shirado meant, but what does that have to do with this seal? Asura smiled. I am planning to create a weapon that could match the gods in strength. A weapon that could kill them. Did he hit his head when he was a baby? Oh wait, they were never a baby. Are you insane? Asura chuckled. Then he began to told her his plan. The seals that would be placed on his weapon, what kind of weapon it is, how it would pierce through a god's defense. A deity such as Dadara was covered with divine energy. In hierarchy of chakra, this energy is placed above nature chakra, and it is located at the opposite of her own chakra. Her chakra had no nature in it. As an outer realm, her chakra contains yin and yang properties only. However, unlike normal chakra, her yin-yang nature is perfectly balanced, something that is unthinkable to normal mortals. A deity manifests itself in human realm as a being of pure energy. The only way to strike it is by countering it with another pure energy. However, as she is immortal, her energy is too weak to harm a god, which is why she thought that Asura's plan is impossible. But now, hearing the list of seals that will be placed on the weapon, she could see what he was planning. A modified Uzumaki containment seal, 2-4 symbol sealing technique which will result in a 8 symbol seal, similar to the one used on Uzumaki Naruto's seal, and a 5-element seal. Insane. No sane seal master would try to use such combination. She could imagine what Shirado is planning. When the weapon is used, the weapon's 5-element seal and 8 symbol seal will activate. First, the 5-element seal will disrupt the opponent's energy. Usually it will do nothing to a deity because they should be able to fix themselves in a short time. That is why an 8 symbol seal is needed. In that short moment the deity's energy is disrupted. The 8 symbol seal will absorb the energy into the weapon. Then, the modified Uzumaki containment seal will contain the energy. Theoretically it should work, but no mortal weapon could contain divine energy. That is why Asura needs her help. With her yin-yang chakra to act as a buffer, the weapon would be able to store the divine energy for a limited time. Then, when the weapon is swung, the modified Uzumaki containment seal would release the stored energy towards the opponent. Because it was, for the lack of better word, corrupted by her chakra, the energy would be harmful to the deity or to other mortals. In short, the weapon would use the deity's own energy to harm it. Against normal humans, it worked the same way as their chakra would be stolen and they would be struck by a corrupted chakra that is stored inside the weapon. Do you still believe that this is impossible, my lady? Asura asked Gedo. Gedo laughed. All right, you win. I'll help you make this thing. The seal master and the blacksmith began their work, both intent on creating a masterpiece. By the way, where is Jin and Shiro? Jin and Shiro were supposed to be training. They were supposed to train in preparation for their battle against Tendo. However, they were rather busy as they received a mission from Asura. So, why do we have to give this guy back to you? Jin asked Shiro as he pointed towards Han, who followed them with bound hands. On the back of the vessel was a seal that prohibit the man to use chakra. Because our lord has no interest in provoking Iwa right now, Shiro answered. But Iwa attacked us, right? Shouldn't we fight back or something? Shiro raised an eyebrow. Fool. Jin looked indignant but waited for the Hell Realm to continue. Think of how Iwagakure would feel when they saw us taking their weapon back to them like this. Jin imagined the scene, then he smirked. This is one of his plan, huh? He avoided using Tendo's name as Han could hear what they were saying. For now, Iwagakure could claim that this man's attack is merely an accident. They could even claim that this man acted on his own. However, if they attack us once more, Shiro trailed off. Then I guess we'll find out how strong a hidden village is, huh? Shiro said nothing, but a small smirk formed on his face. I doubt they will be any challenge. Tendo looked around as he followed Tunbi to the main hall of the temple. Rin had decided to get off him and is now running around inside the large empty room. There is nothing here, he stated in confusion. Son of man, bestow upon the mortal these words. We seek ye who stand on this land as they have past, present, and future aligned. What does that mean? Is that a clue to the god's identity? Tunbi-san, when he gained the elderly man's attention, he spoke. We seek ye who stand on this land as they have past, present, and future aligned. Tunbi's eyes went wide hearing that. What does he mean? The girl, Hotaru, asked the old man. The old man motioned her to be quiet and he walked towards the wall at the other end of the room. Tunbi placed his hand on the wall and spoke, Om Mani Padme Hum. Tendo raised an eyebrow as he heard the mantra. The mantra that represent the release from the cycle of samsara, the purification of the 6 desire realms. Generosity for Tendo's pride. Ethics for Shirado's jealousy. Patience for Ningendo's passion. Diligence for Chikushodo's ignorance. Renouncement for Gakido's possessiveness. Wisdom for Jigokudo's aggression. As he thought about this, the wall glowed and it disappeared, revealing a stair pointing downstairs, towards the inside of this mountain. Tunbi smiled. Never in my life had I expected to hear those words, and no Gyoja left me. Take care, young believer, he who you seek awaits. Tunbi bowed and left with Hotaru following, the girl staring at him in curiosity. Tendo turned towards Rin, intending to tell her to follow him, but he stopped when he saw Rin's condition. She froze, her whole body seemed to scream fear. A primal fear, a primitive emotion that existed in all living beings. Tendo turned towards the staircase. Who is waiting downstairs? He asked out loud. We will give you a clue, son of man. Perhaps you are able to figure it out before you meet him. Tendo nodded. He walked towards the frozen little blacksmith and put her on his back. While he thought that making her meet another god is a bad idea, it would be better than leaving her without any supervision. When he began to walk down the staircase, Rakudo spoke. Our god is a bodhisattva who decided to appear before us as one of our land's myriad gods. Our god is the patron god to practitioner of Shugendo. Our god first appeared before no Gyoja, a holy man who lived long ago. The no Gyoja that the mortal referred before most likely is his descendant. No Gyoja prayed for a god to appear before him, to aid him in his quest to enlighten the people of his land, to subdue evils in human hearts. The first Buddha to answer his call was Sakyamuni, the sage of Sakya, Buddha of the past, Siddhartha Gautama, one of the first enlightened being who tried to give salvation to other humans. The second Buddha was Senju Kannon, the 1,000-armed Buddha, Buddha of present. It is said that Senju Kannon vowed to work without rest to save all mortals. The Amida Buddha gave him 11 heads and 1,000 arms to assist him in his quest. This bodhisattva later became our younger son's patron god. The third Buddha was Maitreya, the Moroku Buddha, Buddha of future. It is said that Maitreya would appear as the humans lost their paths. Maitreya would guide the lost beings, bringing complete salvation to all sentient lives. This bodhisattva is our older son's patron god. The moon eye plan that Madara of Uchiwa formed was a foolish attempt of his to become Maitreya. Tendo's breath began to slower as he felt a presence near him. He thought that Ippon Dadara was a powerful deity. He was mistaken. Ippon Dadara was a degraded god. The presence near him, it was powerful. Far more powerful than the Dadara. It could match the presence he felt when he stood near the inner rim gods in his eyes. The presence did not inspire fear inside him, instead it humbled him. It did not force him to submission, it did not oppress him. No, it demanded. It demanded his respect, it demanded his obedience. No Gyoja was not satisfied. He believed that the world needed a stronger deity, a deity who could protect them, who would vanquish evil. He prayed one last time, and a bodhisattva appeared before him. The amalgamation, the manifestation of past, present and future Buddha. Tendo stopped in front of a massive door. His hands reached towards the handles. The handles were familiar to him, Vajra, Kongo, the Thunderbolt. He opened the door. Yes, you should be familiar with this bodhisattva, you have asked for his assistance multiple times. The patron god of our granddaughter, the first Uzumaki. Our patron god. A boy with no shirt wearing lionskin belt stood in front of him. His red hair formed a shape similar to a burning flame and his red eyes seemed to see through him. This being is not a boy, but a god. A bodhisattva who chose to appear as a kami, a gongen. Now he understood. Why Gedo and he felt attached to it, why they felt as if their guardian is right, why it felt suitable. In front of him stood he who demands surrender. Bodhisattva of past, present and future. Kongo Zhao Bosatsu. Bodhisattva Zhao of Diamond Realm. Zhao Gongen. Tendo muttered the god's name in awe. While I think that the tone of this chapter isn't quite suitable for this, but I promised, so here we go. Side Story God Quest Part 2 Uzumaki Shio from the Sage's Journey. Free promotional DLC for the new series, The Sage's Journey. Play with this female Naruto counterpart. If she is in your party with Rakudo, Journey, something good might happen. This is a good one, Gedo nodded. She signed the page and suddenly lights filled the area. Then Tendo realized that their surroundings had transformed. It became a temple with a massive Zhao Gongen statue on the north wall. A girl appeared before him, a girl with long red hair and violet eyes wearing a priestess garb. She is cute, Tendo commented. Gedo frowned, jealous. Then she smirked. You know, brother, that girl is you. So if you think she is cute, that means you are a narcissist. Tendo raised an eyebrow. She is me? Then the girl spoke. Who are you? Where is Tenno-san? Tenno. Tendo blinked hearing the unfamiliar name. If he recalled correctly, that was the title of the emperor of a land where their ancestors came from. It meant heavenly sovereign, he believed. Who would choose an arrogant name such as that? Just as he was about to question the girl, she spoke again. Your eyes is like Tenno-san, and you look similar to him too. Just switch the golden hair into silver and you will be a copy of him. Tendo could feel his jaw dropping. That description could only mean one thing. Now that he thought about it, he could see Rakudo naming himself that. Brother, she is talking about Rakudo, right? Tendo nodded, then he realized the absurdity of the situation. Alright Gedo, explain. Why is she here? How did you call her here? Gedo smiled. Yes, Shio-chan. Can you come here? The girl, Shio's eyes narrowed. How do you know my name? Then she moved into a defensive stance. All you've done is making her wary of us. Tendo smacked his sister with a paper fan that appeared out of nowhere. Don't worry brother, it might seem like I did that unintentionally, but it's how DLC character works. You fight them, then if you win, they join you. If you lose, you have to challenge them again. Gedo, stop speaking like that, it is annoying. Then Tendo saw the area around him cracking. If you won't tell me how you know my name, I'll force it out of you. Shio shouted as she took out a naginata. Alright, brother. Your speed is the highest here, you go first. What? Tendo asked flatly. Then to his surprise a blue screen appeared in front of him. Fight escape. The hell is this? He shouted in frustration. Come on brother, fight. He sighed, maybe the madness would end if he won this. He tried to attack the girl but found that his body would not move at all. Gedo. Why I cannot move? Tendo asked his sister. You have to pick the fight command. And how am I supposed to do that? As he asked again, he wondered why the Shio girl seemed to be patient enough to wait as they speak. To his surprise, the girl simply stood there, still with her naginata raised. Why are you not attacking? Tendo asked the girl. Shio glared. I'm trying to but my body won't move. Finally, Tendo shouted, startling the girl and Gedo, another sane person. Shio blinked in confusion. Thanks. You are welcome. Tendo nodded. Brother, stop flirting with the girl. Flirt with me instead. Anyway, to choose a command, you have to say the command you want to do. So, am I supposed to say fight or something? To his surprise, the screen changed. Attack, skill, item, defend. Choose one of them. Attack is a normal attack. That much is obvious, sister, Tendo commented. Big brother is mean. Skill will allow you to use one of your technique by paying certain amount of CP. CP? Shio questioned, puzzled. Tendo wished he could hug her. Hearing her questioning Gedo further proved that she is also a sane being like him and not one of the crazy ones such as Gedo or the guard at Taki. Chakra points. It's the gauge below your HP. Look at the screen. Tendo did and saw 2 gauge with numbers above them. HP 100. CP 150. Then he looked towards Gedo. HP 80. Carbon monophosphide 120. Finally towards Shio, but he saw nothing. You can only see the HP and CP of your team. Item will allow you to use items you have in bag. What bag? Tendo asked. Gedo ignored him. Defend will allow you to decrease the damage next turn by 50%. Tendo sighed. He guessed that is the end of Gedo's explanation. Fine, attack. Tendo felt his body moving automatically and he slashed Shio with a kunai. Ah! Shio screamed but then blinked as she and Tendo noticed that she had no visible physical damage, but there was a flying numbers appearing, 30. It might seem like your attack did nothing but her HP has decreased. Tendo raised an eyebrow but said nothing, giving up in trying to justify the insanity. Next is Shio's turn. What should I do? With what happened when Gedo explained the rules of fighting, the mood they had disappeared completely. Neither of them had any interest in fighting. Can I pick escape? Then a screen appeared in the middle of the field. You cannot escape in event battle. No words could describe what Tendo and Shio felt at that time. Come on, Shio-chan. Attack. Gedo shouted at the poor girl. No wait, Gedo. What the hell was that? What do you mean? Who the hell made that board? How the hell could they determine if we can escape or not? Well, funny thing about that, Gedo trailed off when they heard a sniffle. I want to see Tenno-san. I want to go home. Shio began to cry, the situation finally taking its toll on her. She was taken away from her home. She was forced to fight against 2 people she didn't know, and if they won, they can force her to join them. Tendo glared towards Gedo. Gedo, cease this foolish game of yours. Gedo sighed. Unfortunately, brother. This is not my game, she told him, finally speaking normally. The one who made this game is our last boss. To escape from here, you have to beat the boss, she told him. Is this boss the one who made these rules too? Tendo asked. When Gedo nodded, he closed his eyes. Shio-san, I know that this is hard for you but please stand. We have to fight for now. After this, we will talk. Shio looked at him with distrust but nodded. Fight, attack, she muttered. Tendo saw her approaching him. He did not move at all as she struck him. 25. Tendo saw his HP dropping from 100 to 75. Now it's my turn, Gedo said. Tendo noted that she seemed to be in her serious mode. It seemed that she felt guilty for making Shio cry. The irony of it angered him. They both felt guilty for making the girl cry but they have to fight her. I swear, I will crush the one who did this to us. Gedo and surprisingly, Shio nodded. Sorry about this, Shio-chan, I have to finish this quick. Fight, skill, Gedo. Kusari. Gedo's chains shot towards Shio and stabbed her. 60, I still have 110 HP left, Shio told them. She has double of my HP. Tendo asked Gedo in confusion. As far as he could tell, HP would mean their health. Logically speaking, he who is stronger should have more HP. Well, when a boss appears, they usually have a lot of HP but when they join us, their stats will decrease. I think Shio's HP originally is same as mine. Tendo raised an eyebrow. How did that happen? Gedo shrugged. Don't know. Never thought about it. Tendo sighed as the blue screen appeared before him once more. Fight, skill. He saw a list of his skills, which is surprising. Only two skills appeared, Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin. Why does it only display two skills? Tendo asked Geto. You have to level up or do some quest for the rest of your skills to appear. I give up. You will explain after this. Geto smiled, alright. He could see some description below the skill. Shinra Tensei. 150% damage, all enemy, may stun. Bansho Tenin. 200% damage, one enemy, may stun. Bansho Tenin. Shio was dragged towards him and he stabbed her. I am sorry, he muttered to her, 60. She winced but nodded, it's alright. Then it was Shio's turn, or at least, it was supposed to be. It's my turn, Geto declared. Why? Tendo asked her. As far as he could tell, this world obeyed its rules. So why is it Geto's now? She is stunned because of your technique. Now that he thought about it, there was a mark above Shio that looked like a lightning. Fight. Skill, Geto. Kusari. The chain stabbed Shio once more and the battle was over. A flash of light covered the area. Suddenly they returned to the Taki administrative building, but this time, Shio was with them. Are you unharmed? Tendo asked her, concern clear in his voice. Shio nodded, I'm alright. Geto, can you explain now? Geto smiled, though it was not a happy one. Right now, the three of us are transported into another world by a mysterious entity. As far as I could tell, the inhabitants of this world followed the rules of a role-playing game. Our fight is an example of that. I have a question, Shio called out. Yes? Who are you two? Tendo and Geto looked towards each other. I suppose in short version, we are twins. My name is Tendo, she is Geto. How do you know my name? Shio asked. Geto walked towards the DLC desk and showed Shio her page. This is. Shio trailed off in shock. I summoned you using this, Geto told her. Then she bowed, sorry. Shio nodded, her focus still on the book. It's fine. Then she began to flip the pages on the book. Ah. Tenno-san. Tendo and Geto looked towards the book in interest, then they froze. Tenno from the Sage's Journey free second promotional DLC for the new series, The Sage's Journey. Play with the future incarnation of Rakudo from after Namikaze Naruto's death. If he is in your party with Uzumaki Shio or Tendo, future, something good might happen. I died? Tendo asked in shock. Chapter 13 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto. Summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths and Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? This chapter has yet to be baited. Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review responses. Puckfleck. Thanks. Golden Dragon 14. I need humor to keep my spirit up. Then the humor turned into a second story. The Hokage Naruto. Ha ha ha. Thanks. Element Kitsune. Indeed he is, technically. Yeah, I feel a bit guilty about Shio too. As for Tendo, well, he spent the last few months as the strongest mortal in his land. Then he found out he died, quite a blow to him. SSJ3 Kyuubi Gohan. I know, I like the humor there better, easier to be crazy than in the serious story. Druid FWY. I am back, again, damn mid-exam. More background of Rakudo. Well actually his death, in this chapter, and more about bloodlines. If you think learning about God enlightening, try this chapter. Even I am stuck sometimes in writing this. Shio as Reimu, by the way. Remember the Reimu that I told you about? Here is a character ith similar personality as her. Zelga Lim Lee. About why Rin is scared, next chapter. Right now it is focused on explanation behind why Rakudo asked Naruto to come there and Rakudo's death. Fuyuhara Sora. Yeah, mostly about conflict between Yaoyorozu and Bodhisattva. Ha Cthulhu Mythos. I have special plan for that, but not now. Sorry about that, I am more focused on Tendo's journey. Because Jido and Shirado is just a recap from the unrevised version with more explanation. Side story, originally it was just for humor, then it turned into another story. Night of Elves. Yes sir, I will. The paths will later grow more independent and be their own person. As for baby Naruto, what to do? What to do? 8 swords. Well, funny story about those white eyes and other bloodline users here. Element Uchiham. Correct. I play Fire Emblem Awakening and wonder what if I brought character from my own story as DLC. Kuroeli. Insane for the win. Cody Skater 31. I don't think anyone else have that problem. How about you change browser or delete the cookies in your browser? Maybe it will help. Love the rewrite pick, by the way. I am still depressed because of some of the scene in that game. Shish 8 ad a Dao. Thanks. Warning. This chapter contains a huge amount of information about deities, especially Amatsukami from Shinto, and some of Buddhism deities. I will put summary at the end of this chapter to make it easier. Before any of you begin commenting though, while religion here plays quite a part, I do not support any specific religion. This is characterized by Tendo. Tendo accepts assistance from the 9 Amatsukami, but he is also now meeting Zhao Gongen, which is a bodhisattva. Later on, angels of El Shaddai, Deva and Devi of Hindu and so on will also make an appearance. Additional note. I am busy with mid-exam. I will try to update but I think that I won't be able to until the 30th of April. Samsara. Game of the Gods Chapter 13 An Eventful Month, Part 2. Tendo scrutinized the being standing in front of him. The deity met his eyes with his cold ruby eyes. The eyes, which to him were unlike its color. The eyes were completely dead, devoid of any warmth. A mortal? No, a demigod, the bodhisattva stated with a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Tendo raised an eyebrow. A demigod? Him? He turned his eyes towards the girl, hiding behind Tendo, part of Dadara, unexpected, not of this world. Rin hid further while Tendo's eyebrow raised higher hearing that, Lord Zhao? Zhao Gongen turned towards him once more. Speak, he commanded. Tendo opened his mouth but stopped. Why exactly am I here? He was here because Rakudo told him to come, yes? Why? We commanded you to come to this temple out of necessity, son of man, Rakudo answered his unspoken question. Necessity? Let us speak with the god, Rakudo told him. Tendo allowed the sage to overtake his consciousness. It has been quite a long time, Lord Zhao, Rakudo began to speak. Hearing Rakudo's voice out of Tendo's mouth, Rin took a step back. It's the bad one, she muttered. You are not of this world, Zhao stated, ignoring Rakudo's greeting. Indeed, I recognize your presence. You are of, #. Hearing the words of power, Tendo was struck by a massive headache. This is Kotodama, the soul of words. The language of the gods. Are you in pain, son of man? You cannot comprehend it. Not while you are still trapped within your mortal existence. Tendo tried to clear his thought, hoping to ease the pain. As the pain lessened, he asked the sage, can you understand it? We are able to hear his words, however we cannot comprehend it. It is beyond us. How did he know you anyway? This is another world, right? The gods exist in plane above our own. Mortals' belief such as dimension held no meaning to them. They exist in fourth or perhaps the fifth dimension beyond mortal. Speak of what you seek, cursed one, Zhao commanded. We implore you to accept this one's descendant to be your champion, as our descendant has become 100 years ago. What? Tendo shouted while Zhao seemed to be considering the offer. Rakudo, explain yourself. To put it simply, son of man, a champion is a servant of gods. The gods are not allowed to interfere directly with mortal affairs. Therefore, a champion, a mortal who serve a god is needed. In fact, most heroes in the past were champions. Some mortals even became a deity after their death. Tendo would have scowled if he possessed a body right now. That does not explain why I have to be a god's servant. He did not like it. While he was fine with being tasked to complete missions, he disliked being ordered. He noticed that his other self, his mother and even Rakudo had that trait in them. Is it hereditary? Have you ever wondered, son of man, how we died? How our granddaughter died? Our granddaughter and us are far more powerful than you, we are far more experienced, and yet we died, far younger than other mortals. Now that he realized it, that is true. He recalled Rakudo being cursed after defeating Dadara. He recalled the sage growing older. He recalled the sage saying his farewell to the 9. About the Rakudo's granddaughter, he had no memories at all except about her birth which Rakudo witnessed. Wait a second, farewell, How did the sage know he was about to die soon? What happened between his last meeting with his 9 children and his death? We shall continue this tale later, son of man. Lord Zhao is about to give his answer. You are quite fortunate, mortal. In our current situation with Takamagahara and Yomi, I am in need of capable champions. You and your descendant should suffice. Takamagahara, the celestial plane where the heavenly gods resides, ruled by Amaterasu Omakami and Takami Musubi no Kami. Yomi, the land of the dead, commonly believed as the homeland of demons, ruled by the Yomosugami, Izanami no Makoto. So they really exists, Tendo muttered. Even after reading about them and facing Dadara, he had never actually gave the existence of the land of the gods and the land of the dead any thought. Rikudo continued his conversation with Zhao Gongen, paying no heed to Naruto's pondering. We understand the problem with Yomi, however, a conflict with Takamagahara? What has the Amatsukami done? Tendo recalled the term. Amatsukami, heavenly deities, a group of deities that has formed and lived in Takamagahara. Ippon Dadara was once one of them until it was exiled. Other than Amatsukami, other common group of deities are Kunatsukami, Tsukumagami, and Yomosugami. Kunatsukami, land gods. Gods who ruled certain lands and is the embodiment of the land. Technically speaking, the Kunatsukami of this land would be Ippon Dadara. Yomosugami, god of Yomi. Only one of them has been named, Izanami no Makoto. Tsukumagami, artifact spirits. Gods that resides within materials and artifacts. Most tales seem to have told that any artifact that has existed for 100 or 1,000 years will give birth to gods. The heavenly deities tried to expand their dominion over the land of rising sun once more, trying to exile us, the Gongen and the other bodhisattva. Lord Hachiman's patience is running out. Land of rising sun, the land of 8 million gods. If he recalled correctly, the people of elemental country came from that land. What does it look like, I wonder? In his mind were image of land filled with gods and mortals who followed them. Hachiman Daibosatsu, the great bodhisattva Hachiman, tutelary god of warriors and god of archery. He once read that the great bodhisattva was recognized as the protector of the land of rising sun. This conflict Zhao Gongen spoke of, in a history of ancient world. He read that once the rulers of the land of rising sun tried to stop and crush the growth of Buddhism, and establish Shinto as the land's one religion. However, while it caused quite a ruckus, it did not manage to completely erase Buddhism, and now Buddhism is one part of the land's culture. This was brought to the elemental country. Most of people in THS country believe in both Kami and Bosatsu, spirit and bodhisattva. How is Lord Hachiman planning to handle this? As the representative of bodhisattva in rising sun, he should already be prepared for this problem. As awkward as it is, it appears that Tendo is in a camp that support bodhisattva. He wondered how Rikudo managed to form contract with 9 heavenly gods despite being a follower of Shugendo. It did not matter to him though. The gods can argue with other gods. All he cared about is himself and his friends. That is why we are in need of champions. Conflict is unavoidable. The bodhisattva shall be forced to send champions as our representative in the coming war. Kongo Zhao Bosatsu has been without champion for 100 years. Your arrival today changes that. Cursed one. I am relieved. Had I failed to enlist a champion, we would be forced to summon Neza and Wukong. Neza, Nada Taisei, a protector deity, commonly known for riding on wind fire wheels, universe ring around his hands and red armillary sash around his body. Believed to have fought and became good friends with Wukong. Sun Wukong, Seidan Taisei, the handsome monkey king, the great sage equaling heaven. A mythical being who rebelled against heaven, was punished and later saved by monk Xuanzing. After journeying with the monk, he later became a bodhisattva. His Ruyi Jingu Bang is the inspiration of Shirado Seidan Taisei's technique. Rikudo nodded. We understand, Lord Zhao. It would be dangerous if the victorious fighting Buddha come to this land. However, our descendant is still ignorant of the existence of gods. Perhaps you would like to enlighten him? So be it. I shall speak with the Godeling. Godeling? Yet another strange title added to him. Do not worry, son of man, Zhao Gongen shall answer your questions, Rikudo told Tendo as his consciousness returned to his body. Tendo opened his mouth but closed it again. How was he supposed to ask questions? There were too many questions in his head. How annoying. He disliked being incapable of understanding what happened around him. Zhao Gonggen stood still, watching him with a hint of interest. After much deliberation, Tendo decided to ask the question that bothered him the most. The hell just happened? He was sure that if Geto is here, she would have laughed at him. To his surprise though, the Bodhisattva simply nodded. You are confused. Godeling? Ignorance is an obstacle you must overcome to reach enlightenment. Worry not. I am here to assist you. Tendo sighed. He had a feeling that talking with this god would be as tiring as talking with Rakudo. Then he noticed that Rin is missing from his back. He turned around and found her peeking behind a pillar near the door. Good mortal god is back. Tendo chuckled. At least he could count on Rin for being her usual pure self. How sad it is when he thought the reverse form of a degraded god more normal than his current situation.
Yes, I have returned, do not worry. Hearing that, Rin smiled happily and returned to hide behind his leg, watching Zhao warily.
I see that you have established a good relationship with Dotara's other, Zhao stated. Tendo nodded, his body tensed when Zhao turned his eyes towards Rin. Then I suppose that shall be a good place to begin. The Bodhisattva raised his right arm and a Vajra was formed above his hand. The Vajra began to glow and light covered the entire room. Geto blinked as she stopped working on an 8-symbol seal. Lady Geto, is there a problem? Asura asked her as he worked on the weapon. His back was facing her but she could imagine him raising a curious eyebrow. She shook her head, nothing, it's just that my connection with brother was cut off for a moment. Shirado turned his head to the side, that is strange indeed, my connection with master is fine, there were no problem. Geto closed her eyes and sighed in exasperation. What has he gotten himself into this time? Tendo opened his eyes and gasped in surprise. He could feel Rin's grasp on his leg growing tenser. Zhao stood a few feet beside the two, standing there and watched the same sight that mesmerized Tendo. In front of them were countless gods, gathering in front of 2 thrones inside a room that would not look out of place in an imperial capital. Gods were everywhere in the room, all of them were standing straight, stiffly watching the empty thrones in front of the room. Where are we? He muttered. We are inside Dotara's memory, Godeling. We are within Takamagahara. Zhao replied as he scanned the gods in the room, assessing their threat level. How? Tendo asked as he followed Zhao's lead, watching the heavenly gods, searching for any dangerous ones. It is a simple task for the gods to enter the mind of mortals. The current Dotara is nothing more than a powerful mortal, divine, yes, however, not immortal. To his surprise, most of the heavenly gods seemed to be at the same, or even lower level than Dotara. None of them could be compared with Zhao Gonggen except few. 2 shirtless muscled men, one with spiky hair and the other with hair that formed a bald spot on the top of his head. Their skin color were strange, green and blue respectively. Raijin and Fujin, he heard Zhao's mutter. The god of thunder, Narukami Raiden, better known as Raijin, and the god of wind, Shina Suhiko Fujin. It is said that the 2 divine brothers were born from Izanami's rotting corpse as she laid in Yomi, the land of the dead. Another threat that could be compared to Zhao is another man with black hair and samurai armor. He had a refined air around him. Tendo thought that he felt similar to Shirado, now that he watched the god closely. Takamikazuki no Kami. Takamikazuki, the god of thunder and sword, in books, it is said that he was one of the heavenly gods that descended upon the land of rising sun, defeating the land gods and conquering it. Dangerous, this god is dangerous. Unlike other heavenly gods, this god is a pure battle type, he must be very skilled and powerful. I wonder who will win if he and Zhao Gonggen fight each other. Both Zhao Gonggen and Takamikazuki were able to control thunder. They were both more battle-oriented than other gods around them. That would be a match I would not want to miss. The next threat is, a girl? A gray-haired girl with beautiful face, her pure white hair and mesmerizing red eyes, beautiful. Turn your eyes aside, Godeling, Zhao shouted. Tendo's eyes grew wide and he turned his head to the other side. What was that? Tendo asked. It was not like genjutsu that shinobi used, it is a pure charm, nothing more. That goddess had the ability to charm anyone who saw her, this is what Tendo suspected. Aim no Uzume, goddess of dawn, mirth and revelry. The great persuader, heavenly alarming female. Tendo recalled what he knew about the goddess. According to a tale, when Susanoo raged in the heaven, killing Amaterasu's priestess, Amaterasu, who was scared by her brother's wrath, hid inside a cave and would not come out, sending the world into utter darkness without the sun. The gods tried to convince her to return but failed. Until finally, the gods placed a mirror in front of the cave and Uzume began to dance. It is said that as she danced while tearing her clothes off, the other gods found this to be comical and they laughed merrily at the sight. This dance would later be used in ritual dance. Kagura by priestesses of many shrine. Well, except the striping part. Though, recalling her face, Tendo certainly would not mind watching that. Suddenly he was sent flying away by a punch. Tendo skidded on the floor and turned towards the one who punched him, his cheek still aching. Lord Zhao? He questioned. I sensed an impurity. It has to be eliminated. Yes, being with this bodhisattva all the time would be tiring, very tiring. Anyway, Amaterasu, who grew curious with the sounds of laughter, peeked out of the cave. Then she saw her reflection in the mirror that the gods planted. The beauty of the mirror attracted her and she stepped out of the cave. Immediately, Minato Jikaruo closed the cave behind her to prevent her from escaping while another god tied her with a rope. The gods asked Amaterasu to return and she agreed, as long as Susanoo stayed away from her and Sun returned to the world. Another legend involving Uzume was how she descended to the land of rising sun, assisting Amaterasu's grandson, Ninigi no Mikoto, in conquering the land. She persuaded Sarutahiko Okami, a land god, to yield. She and Sarutahiko later married each other. Godeling. Look towards the thrones, the greatest threats has come. Greatest threats? Tendo froze. He recognized the presences, he recognized the three heavenly deities that just arrived into the room. A black-haired, black-eyed god in pure white robe, walking beside his goddess counterpart with similar appearance to him. Kamimusubi, two of the creation gods. From the other side of the room was a young woman looked to be about her teens, walking while being surrounded by countless priestesses. Her white hair were even brighter than Uzume. Her eyes were pure gold. Her robe were the same color as her hair. Around her were radiant light, separating her from other heavenly gods. This is the first time I have seen her. As expected of the goddess who took over Takamagahara immediately after her birth, Zhao praised. Yes, Kamimusubi were powerful. They are among the creation gods of rising sun. However, the young woman, Amaterasu Omikami, was even more dangerous. She was above other heavenly gods. She might even be a match against Takamimusubi and Kamimusubi. Where are the other noble children? Tsukuyomi and Susanoo, Tendo wondered. As far as I know, Lord Susanoo was exiled and is currently living in Yomi. Tsukuyomi left as he considered taking care of mortals and other gods as a less important task. I have a feeling that the three noble children do not get along at all, was Tendo's comment after he heard Zhao's answer. Then, she tripped. Huh? Yes, the radiant goddess of heaven, the shining heaven, the imperial great goddess tripped and fell to the floor. One of her priestesses helped her to sit. Her face formed a sad look, similar to a kicked puppy. The gods immediately descended into chaos, each trying hard to reach her and comfort her. Lady Amaterasu, are you unharmed? My lady, please allow this humble servant to heal you, my lady. Omikami-sama. Wait, what the hell? I have heard tales of Lady Amaterasu's charisma, Zhao commented, completely serious. That could not be called charisma. That is just cuteness. Tendo was proud to be the man who managed to Tsukuyomi a god. To Tendo's surprise, the victorious one turns out to be Uzume. The great persuader carried Amaterasu and placed her on the throne. Amaterasu smiled happily to Uzume. The goddess of dawn blushed. Wait, she is married, right? Tendo asked, indicating towards Uzume. One cannot be sure with the gods. There were rumors of Lady Uzume's preferences. Tendo felt as if his image of gods were breaking. He doubted he could summon Amaterasu without remembering her charisma. Then Takamimusubi spoke. Very well then, let us begin. Tendo sighed in relief. He had expected another comical scene after what happened with Amaterasu. Lady Amaterasu is impressive, Zhao stated. Tendo turned towards the bodhisattva with disbelieving face. Look around you. Unlike before, The Amatsukami who were tense are now relaxed and are joking with each other. This made me wonder if she did it deliberately. Zhao was right. The gods' expressions were stiff before, but now they all seemed to be relaxed and calm. Some even smiled as they watched Amaterasu. If she did that deliberately, she is dangerous, Tendo thought as he turned his stare towards the shining heaven. Amaterasu is now looking towards the gods with a happy smile on her face. She looks a bit like Rin. Wait, now that he noticed it, why is Rin so quiet? He turned to see her, but to his surprise, she is not there anymore. Where is Rin? He searched for her desperately. He found her. She is watching a god curiously, a god with one eye. Wait, could that be Aim no Mi Hitotsu no Kami? Zhao confirmed it. Huh? But that god's eye is a normal eye. It is not the same with mine or Rin's. Tendo was confused. The god's eye is just a normal black eye. It is not an eye of God. That is why we are here. Do you not think it is strange? A degraded Shinto god who possessed the eye with power over cycle of samsara, with power to form contract with gods. It should be impossible. Now that he thought about it, how come this kind of eye exists in the first place? How did Dadara acquired it? It made him shiver as he realized just how unknown his own eyes is. How often had he used it without knowing what exactly it is? Tendo was about to call Rin to ask her about their eyes, when Takami Musubi spoke. Report, he commanded. A boy with scrolls all over his body spoke. Report. Number of faith decreased. Who is that? Tendo asked. And what does he mean by faith? The gods drew their power from faith of humans. While even without faith, the gods are still above mortals. However, when battling another gods, the amount of faith is crucial for determining the winner, Zhao answered. So that is why Dadara need Rakudo to be its priest. Zhao nodded. Omoikane. What is the reason for this? Takami Musubi asked, the god of wisdom. Tendo hummed thoughtfully, so that is Omoikane, the source of Byakugan. He who serves one thought, Omoikane. Answer. Demons, retreating. Land gods, interfering. Humans, grow arrogant. Hearing that some of the gods seem to be agitated. The land gods? Okunanushi Kun's group, then? Do you have any suggestion to solve this matter? Omoikane-kun? Kamimusubi questioned. From her tone of voice, Tendo was immediately reminded of his mother. As expected of the great ancestor. Advice. Secure a champion. Conquer the land. Demand surrender of land gods. Takami Musubi nodded. How about it? Do you have other suggestions? He asked the other heavenly gods. Some voiced their agreement with Omoikane, some advised to wait before moving. Then a voice spoke, silencing them all. What if we make another land? The one who spoke was Ippon Dadara. No, at this time, he was still Aim no Mi Hitotsu no Kami. Continue. One eye. The blacksmith smiled. Even if we conquer the land now, they would simply leave us later on. We should just create another land and people whose purpose is to supply us for faith. The people of this land will fear us and worship us. The gods turned towards the one-eyed god in shock. They won't be able to disobey us. They will live knowing that we are watching them. That should solve our faith problem. Unacceptable, Takamikazuki declared. We are not a creator. Without Lord Monokonushi's approval, we cannot create life. Creator? Tendo asked Zhao. Zhao nodded and waved his hand. Immediately the scenery froze. Rin blinked and looked around as everything became gray. I shall explain of how we, gods, came to be. In the beginning of the world, there exists the primordial god, the creator of universe. Is that not Monokonushi? Tendo asked, confused. Aim no Monokonushi, Brahma. Chaos or in your language, Chaos, Ahura Mazda, El Shaddai who is better known as YHVH, and many other creator gods are aspects of the primordial one. This is one of the reasons why we, the Bodhisattva, refuses to name any being or even to consider the existence of a creator. To us, creator is irrelevant as long as we are unable to save mankind. Tendo tried to absorb that information, so Monokonushi is not the creator? Monokonushi is a creator but not the creator. Let me explain. What do you believe a god is? Tendo thought, spirit? Deity? Zhao shook his head. No. A god refers to beings who received pieces of the primordial one. Pieces? This, Blue flame covered Zhao Gonggen's right hand. Tendo recognized the feeling around the flame, divine energy, the same energy that he felt around Dadara and to lesser extent, Rin. Indeed, any being who received Divna is considered as a god or deity. In your case, Godeling, your eyes possess this quality, however, you are still immortal. Therefore, to Rin, I am a mortal god, Tendo muttered. Zhao nodded. To I, you are a deity, however, you are not a bodhisattva. Because I have yet to reach enlightenment? The ruler of Diamond Realm nodded once more. Similar to this, to a kami of Yaoyorozu. You are another kami, however you are not an Amatsukami, Kunatsukami, Yomosugami, or Sukamagami. You are merely a kami. Tendo nodded in understanding. Another example, to the Diva and Devi of Hindu, you are a diva, however you are not one of them. To the Olympian gods, you are a god, but you are not an Olympian, a titan, a personification or a primordial beings. The closest definition in their language for you is a demigod. A demigod, Zhao Gonggen did call him that before. To the angels of El Shaddai, you are an angel. And this is important, should you meet one of them, never introduce yourself as a god, demigod or even as a deity. The angels of El Shaddai are known to be aggressive and believe that their lord, El Shaddai is the only true god. Tendo made a note of that, angels of El Shaddai, dangerous. There are countless gods and countless classifications for each of them. However, a special case is the creator. Almost but not all creators are served by numerous deities who worship them. In one example is Aim no Minakanushi to Kami, El Shaddai to angels. Ahura Mazda to Yazada, which is Zoroastrian's equivalent of angels or deities. So, basically, creators are usually the highest of a group of deities. Do you have any question, Godeling? Tendo thought for a moment. Well, there were actually lots of them, but he wanted to see the continuation of this memory first. Then he remembered, I have 2 questions. Ask, then. In elemental country, what kind of gods exist? Tendo asked. Knowing the deities that exist in his land would be beneficial for him. It could at least allow him to prepare for what might come. Only the Bodhisattva and Kami know of your country. That land is created by Dadara, which is why the Kami know of it. We, the Bodhisattva, only found out because of our relation with the Yaoyorozu. Tendo nodded. What about demons? What are they? Zhao's eyes burned with cold anger. They are beings who possessed a small amount of divine and yet they misused them. The divine rejected them and transformed them into beings who are opposite of us. So they are like Dadara, then? Degraded gods? Zhao nodded. Yes. Do you have any more question? Tendo shook his head. No, thank you for the lesson. Good, always remember to thank those who assisted you, that is a good dharma. Sorry to disappoint you, Lord Zhao, but I am not exactly a Shugendo follower. Tendo thought, then again, it is not like he has to be a Buddhist to follow dharma, or morals. Then colors returned to the world of memory and it continued. Who cares? Minakanushi never appeared in front of us even after all this time. Don't you remember what happened 1,000 years ago? Those Olympians once created their own humans, granted that they were later eliminated when that Pandora girl opened her box. But the point still stands. They can make life. Why can't we? Blacksmith argued. Because it is forbidden. Takamikazuki shouted. Enough. See it for yourself. My creation. The one-eye waved his hand and a human being was formed. The human was naked and it had no gender, it did not move as it had no life. This being that we have created is far more superior than the ones in the rising sun. They are able to harness a weaker form of divine. We call it chakra. With it they are able to replicate what we are able to do in a far smaller scale. Then the one-eye flicked his fingers and the first chakra human began to move. With them as our army, even defeating and conquering other deities would not be impossible. Thanks to the law, we cannot attack them. But with these mortal warriors, we will be able to wage a war in which they cannot fight back. The law? Tendo asked Zhao. Approximately 2,000 years ago, Lady Amaterasu, Lord Vairocana, Lord Vishnu, Lord Zeus, Lord Odin, Lord Osiris, Lord Ahura Mazda, Herald Metatron and countless other deities met and they agreed for a non-aggression pact. Those were a list of impressive names. Amaterasu Omikami, ruler of Takamagahara. Vairocana, center of the wisdom Buddha. Vishnu, Deva preserver of the world. Zeus, ruler of Olympus. Odin, Allfather. Osiris, Lord of Underworld. Ahura Mazda, the Divine Wisdom Creator. Metatron, wait, he did not recall ever reading that name. Who is Metatron? Tendo asked Zhao. Voice of El Shaddai, Herald of Almighty, Angel of Contract, the Lesser YHVH, the angel closest to God. Do not worry, none of other deities knew that he exists until that meeting. Tendo nodded. This pact contains the following. 1. No divine shall interfere with mortal affairs. 2. No divine shall deliberately assault other divine, in form of physical attack, mental, or faith. 3. Should there be a conflict with other divine, both sides shall appoint mortal champions to fight in their stead. 4. Any being, mortal or immortal, who have killed a divine shall be given the ultimate punishment. Tendo hummed in understanding. That certainly is a necessary pact. He would not want to see what will happen if the gods fight each other without restraint. Then the memory continued. What you have done goes against nature. One Eye, Lord Takamimusubi. I humbly request for vote. We should banish this vile demon, Takamikazuki declared. Lord Takamimusubi, you understand, do you not? With our army, we can reign supreme. Takamikazuchi's request is granted. The One-Eye gasped in surprise. The result of the vote was clear. The one-eyed god shall be stripped of his heavenly god position and shall be banished to the land of dead. Lord Takamimusubi, you cannot do this to us, the blacksmith shouted. I can and I will. You have gone against my father, One-Eye, no, demon. An arrow flew from Takamimusubi's hand and stabbed the blacksmith. Immediately his skin blackened, transforming into a grotesque shape familiar to Tendo. The shape of Ippon Dadara that he faced. The degraded blacksmith god. The degraded god howled in rage. It tried to attack Takamikazuki. However, Takamikazuki is faster, much more faster. With his sword, Futsu no Matama, he cut off one of Dadara's leg and stabbed Dadara's lone eye. Die, demon. Dadara was enveloped in a bright light and disappeared. The last thing Tendo heard was, Lady Amaterasu, why did you save it? When Tendo opened his eyes, he, Zhao and Rin were standing on a plains. We are on the land of rising sun. We are about to find out what caused Dadara to grow so powerful, Zhao told him. How are we able to see? Dadara's eye was stabbed, yes. If this is its memory, we should not be able to see anything, Tendo pointed out. To a god, an eye is not needed to see. We are able to connect ourselves with the land to perceive what the land see. Then a figure appeared near Dadara, like a ghost. The figure appeared out of nothing. Dadara recognized the figure, so did Zhao Gongan and Tendo. From the corner of his eyes, Tendo saw Rin trembling even more than when they met Zhao Gongan. Why are you here? Dadara asked as it writhed on the ground. The figure said nothing, merely placing a hand over Dadara's broken eye. Immediately it transformed, ripple pattern formed on it, 9 Magatama began to spun and placed themselves on the eye. The eye of God, she is the one who made it, Tendo asked in disbelief. Even Zhao's eyes showed his surprise at the sight. Why? Dadara weakly asked. The female figure simply patted its head with a kind smile. Then, as the figure waved her hand to Dadara, the figure began to disappear. Dadara laid there watching where she was. Then the blacksmith began to speak. We swear, we shall always serve you, wait patiently on your throne, Our Lady, we shall hand the world to you, for Our Lady Amaterasu. I find this hard to believe, however this explains how such a powerful eye was created. Lady Amaterasu is also believed as the Danichi Nyorai, the Vairocana by people of Rising Sun. It would be easy for her to create an eye that is able to rule over samsara and gods, Zhao muttered. The question is, why? Tendo asked. Still reeling from the fact that the goddess that most of his land worship was the one who created his eyes. He absent-mindedly patted Rin's head as she shivered from fear. Why did the shining heaven give such a dangerous weapon to the degraded god? Light began to cover the area as Zhao spoke. I have come here to seek answer, and I leave with yet another unanswered question. However, this trip is not without benefit. It further strengthened my belief that it is crucial to turn you into my champion. When they returned to the temple, Zhao began to speak. Now that you possess a basic understanding of deities and demons, I shall explain to you of champion. Tendo nodded. Then Rin tugged his arm, causing him to turn towards the little god. "We are tired. Can we sit?" Tendo turned towards Zhao, the bodhisattva nodded and the mortal god sat with the little blacksmith on his lap. "Explain what you know of champion." Tendo began to recite what he knew. A champion is a servant of God. They act according to the god's will in mortal realm. This is because of the law that the gods signed to prevent a straight conflict between the gods. Zhao nodded in approval. A champion sometimes can become deity after death, that is all I know. Indeed, that is good. Let I fill the unknown. When a mortal became a champion, their patron god grant them blessings, those bloodlines that you mortals speak of are among those blessings. These blessings may sometime be handed down to their descendants. Tendo noted that it meant that the clans with bloodlines were once champions or at least descendants of one. Wait a second, that meant the Hyuga clan were descendant of a champion. He recalled what he had read once in a book. After Rakudo Sennin began to teach people how to use chakra, users of bloodline limit began to appear around the country. Bloodline user means champion. Rakudo died without any clear reason. Why? Rakudo served Dadara. Rakudo once served Dadara. Rakudo was given a blessing by Dadara. Which means, I see that you understand why Cursed One asked you to become my champion. Rakudo died. No, he was murdered by Takamagahara champions. They cannot allow someone who serves Ippon Dadara live. They sent champions to kill him. Zhao nodded. Exactly correct. The same happened to his granddaughter. And should you fail to grow stronger, the same will happen to you. As they sent not 1 or 2 champions but 108 champions. The bloodline users you see now are what left of the champions. Out of the 108, only some remained. However, those 2 are strong, yes, far stronger than me. What difference could being a champion or not make? If I recall, his granddaughter is also your champion. The bodhisattva shook his head. Right now, it would make no difference. However, with your potential, in 3 years, I will be able to turn you into a match for any lesser god. That prospect sounded interesting and tempting. What is the catch? Good, do not lose your clear mind, especially in face of temptation. First, it is obvious, however, let me remind you that you have to do all the task I commanded you to. Tendo nodded. Second, I am sure that you are training under the Cursed One, now? With the addition of my training, your time with him will be cut, replaced by training under I. Well, that is both an advantage and disadvantage. The third is perhaps the most crucial one for you. Your 9 contract may disappear. What? His eyes widened in surprise. As you become my champion, you may engage the Amatsukami in battle. I do not believe they will assist you, knowing that you are their enemy. All of the 9 will disappear? Tendo asked, worried. He would fight Rin soon, while he would rather not use the 9 against her. Having a backup plan would be preferable. Zhao Gongan shook his head. When my first priestess came, she lost her contract with Takamimusubi, Kamimusubi, Aim no Takodachi, Umaeja Shikabahikoji and Amaterasu Omakami. 5 of them, Tendo muttered. That is over than half, but if he refused Zhao's offer, Takamagahara champions would still attack him. And he would have no one to depend on. Perhaps he should ask for more information before deciding. What will I receive if I join you? Tendo asked. The ruler of Diamond Realm nodded. Of course, I shall grant you my blessing, the ability, Vajrayana. The power to become as strong as Diamond and as fierce as Thunderbolt. You shall also be given one of my Vajra as a weapon which should prove quite effective against the divine. I shall also train you. As a side effect, with your contract with some of the 9 disappearing, you will be able to form contract with other gods. Should you choose to become my champion, I will give you a trial. Should you pass it, I shall form a contract with you. Well, that is a very tempting offer indeed. A new ability which seems similar to the nature he is learning from Rakudo. A new weapon, which according to Zhao Gongan useful against deities, training under a god, a new contract and additional chances of finding gods and form contract with them. On the other hand, if he refused, he will keep his contract and current skill set, nothing else. There is also the threat of Takamagahara over him. Your decision? Zhao Gongan asked. You are welcome to ask me questions in PM or review. There may be some parts of the explanation about Kami and Bodhisattva that I forgot to include here. No omake right now, I am busy with mid-exam. This chapter is longer than I had expected. Point 1. The creator of the universe is called the primordial one, the first one. It later disappeared after creating the world. To put it simply, it is similar to Force in Star Wars or Chakra in Naruto. It is embodiment of divine energy. All divine, deities, gods, and so on, hold part of its divine energy inside them. Point 2. Creation gods, divine beings who hold special place in a certain sect of deities. In Greek case, it is chaos. In Abrahamic religion, YHVH. In Shinto, Aim no Manakanushi. In Hindu, Brahma. Buddhism has no creator god. Point 3. Deities has many names, such as Deva and Devi for Hindu, Amatsukami, Kunatsukami and so on for Shinto, but basically any beings with divine energy in it. Angels are technically deities, but they lowered themselves as they considered YHVH as the one true god. Point 4. Law. In many fanfic I saw people saying that a god do not interfere with mortal affairs. Well, I tried to do that with logic that there are too many gods with different perspectives, causing them to have to make this pact to avoid conflict. 1. No divine shall interfere with mortal affairs. 2. No divine shall deliberately assault other divine, in form of physical attack, mental, or faith. 3. Should there be a conflict with other divine, both sides shall appoint mortal champions to fight in their stead. 4. Any being, mortal or immortal, who have killed a divine shall be given the ultimate punishment. Point 5. Champions. Well, in short, they are heroes who are blessed by gods. Later on expect famous figures to appear as champion. Think of it as Fate Stay Night's servants, except that they are contracted with certain gods. Point 6. Demons. Degraded deities, deities that went against the natural law. Point 7. Rikudo's death. As you can see that I do not think that simple chakra poisoning can kill the god of shinobi, even if it is from a god. Here he is killed by the first generation bloodline users, 108 of them. The remaining bloodlines in shinobi world are what left of them after Rikudo finished with most of them, finally dying, which I will explain next chapter. Updated because I forgot something. The Kodadama Zhao spoke. #, hash, has a meaning. Try to figure out what that is. Hint. This is how I write Tenduan, that language. %#, and this is how I write number 0 to 90123456789 equals. Final hint. Use QWERTY keyboard. Chapter 14 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto. Summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths and Rikudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? This chapter has yet to be baited. Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review responses. RG. Thank you, I'll do my best. By the way, the code you gave me, try to read it using the guide below. Druid FWY. Yeah, I actually thought of making crossover story. Though I will try to finish Samsara before that. Why, what could that foreboding feeling mean? Whistles innocently. Yes, Senju and Uchiha are both unaffected, so is Uzumaki. They are not Amatsukami's champions. Amaterasu here is quite full of contradiction. Read this chapter for more contradiction. Paul. Thanks. Jostanos. Yash, I only found this code because I was bored. 8 swords. Actually, does FF have a category for Campioni? Aloxamax. Damn is right, it will be epic. Or at least, I'll try my best to make it epic. Well, with all the deities here, there are many options for Naruto to take. Zelga Lim Lee. I'm sorry, I got too excited with writing the gods. If it makes you feel better, only some will be major in this story, and they will have bits of explanation whenever they appear. Among the heavenly gods last chapter, only Amaterasu, Uzume, Takamikazuki, and Omoikane will be major. Nanashi 113. Thanks, I was afraid that it will be too confusing. Ecocide. Exactly correct, don't worry about the numeric code, though. FF deleted part of the code, making it almost unreadable. The answer is cycle 1372. Element Kitsune. The only way to describe Amaterasu right now, full of contradiction. Yes, they will. When their patron flipped their switch, they will get a power-up, explained this chapter. and either they follow their gods or... Yeah, the bit of humor I can include there. Maybe next chapter I can do something like that. Kuroeli. Below, Rikudo will explain. But here is the short version. Out of 108, Rikudo killed 63, his granddaughter killed 24, leaving only 21. Note that the champions possess bloodlines stronger than their descendants. This chapter's Rikudo will explain. Tertius Armada. I did straight off too far from the plot, didn't I? Sorry, I want to give a couple of days but I have an exam, so I wrote this in a hurry. Shadow Maria love. Ha ha ha. I aim to please. Insanity is always good. Reishin Amara. I am not confident that I can do a crossover yet. I'll try a crossover in the future though. Lord of the Morning. There are similarity of course. I also like Campione, but does Campione have a category here in FF? Besides, the characters that appear here will be from myths or religions. I don't think any Campione's human character, such as Godu, will be here. Now, the gods on the other hand. Ha ha ha. Answer of Kodadama below. Drigas. Well, Naruto is basically on the enemy side without him knowing it, so there are a lot of disadvantages. Luadsent. Thank you very much. Legends, mythologies, and religions are my passion, so I know more about them than most people. I will try to meet your expectation. Well, funny thing is, I am a computer science student, because my parents asked me, what are you planning to become if you enter religion or philosophy? Doesn't mean I can't continue learning about them, though. Simsalabim. Ha ha ha, thanks and I am sorry to hear that. But, my grammar? As in standard grammar mistake. Or how Naruto and the characters speak. If it is how they speak, then I am sorry. I am trying to emphasize the difference in how Naruto speak with other character. As for Rikudo, I am trying to point out the difference between traditional people and current era people. For Rin, I am placing her as a childish character with otherworldly feel. The others are the same. I picked style that suited their personality. SSJ3 Kyuubi Gohan. Well, that is what the summary last chapter for. In case you find them to be boring, I've outlined the important parts. The answer of Kodadama is cycle 1372 feet, but because removed part of the numeric code, there might be some people who got different number. The code is this. QWERTY UIOP is from left to right. $% and asterisk. ASDFGHJKL is backquote and $% and asterisk. ZXCVBNM is and $% and for numbers. 01236789 is from left to right. The 4 and 5 disappeared because they are the pointed bracket. You know, the ones that appeared when you press shift and I don't know why FF doesn't accept them. Well, for now I don't think I have a prize for answering it, but maybe if I have another quiz, I can give prize X. The first reviewer who answered it right can choose the next DLC character for the side story. But that might be later when I have a quiz. The quiz is probably about deities. And I'll try to make it fair by giving question about commonly known deities or deities that is already in the story. Samsara. Game of the Gods Chapter 14 An Eventful Month, Part 3. Your decision? Zhao Gongan asked. Tendo chuckled. It is not like I have any other choice. Either I join you, or I will meet the same fate as Rikudo and my ancestor. I accept. Zhao Gongan shook his head. There is always a choice. Should you refuse my offer, I will help you. That is the least I am able to do for her descendant. While he was curious about Rikudo's enigmatic granddaughter, who is also his ancestor, Tendo decided to move on for now. What do I have to do? There is a trial you must pass, as I have informed you. Your task shall be to recover one of my Vajra, Zhao informed him. Tendo raised an eyebrow hearing that. The task seemed to be simple, too simple. Where is it? It is within another shrine of mine. A shrine which stood on a ruined village, your village. The mortal god's eyes narrowed. Uzushiogakure. Shortly after he was given his task, Tendo and Rin began their trip to Uzushiogakure. Tendo calculated for a moment. With our current speed, it will take us about 3 days to reach Uzushiogakure. That is not good. 1 day was spent to reach Zhao Gongan's temple. If they need 3 days to go to Uzushio and spent another 3 returning, that already took a week. A week from a 1-month training trip. Rin, I am running, follow me. Tendo told the white-haired girl who ran excitedly around him. The girl nodded cheerfully and he began to pick up his speed. As he had expected, the little blacksmith kept up with him easily. However, bandits, annoying, in front of the two mismatched gods, were 10 bandits threatening a band of merchants. "Give us your money," the bandits shouted, and they even said something very cliché too. Tendo sighed. Rin tilted her head. "Can we play?" Tendo shook his head. "No, I am sorry, Rin. These toys are too weak," and he would rather not traumatize the merchants. He had to keep up an appearance of being a kind shinobi after all. Somewhere in Takigakure, Geto burst out laughing. Tendo sighed and disappeared. The first bandit was unconscious before he realized it, his neck being stabbed by the blunt side of a kunai. The second bandit met the same fate and one by one all of them were knocked down before they could fight back. Finally only a lone bandit was left. He shook in fear seeing the bodies of his fellow brigands around him. "Should I kill you? All of you?" Tendo asked him as he appeared in front of the bandit. None of the bandits were dead, but it did create a good mental damage towards the lone survivor. The bandit shook his head frantically. "Please, I'll do anything. Please don't kill me." Behind Tendo, a merchant shouted, "Kill them, shinobi. We will pay you for your assistance." How boring. How sad. Tendo would be the first to admit that he absolutely loves fighting. He likes seeing human spirit flare brightly as they fought. However, killing? Well, he had no problem with that, it is just that killing is a useless. That is such a boring way to end a human. Killing a weakling is worthless. Killing those with potential is a waste. Killing those who are strong is sad, as he would lose another challenge. Basically, he disliked killing, doing it gave him zero benefit. Then again, he allowed Rin to play with people as she wanted. "No," Tendo told the merchants bluntly. The merchants and the bandits seemed surprised. "I really could care less whether they live or die. I saw you and the bandits on my way, so I removed you, that is all." With that said, he called Rin and began to walk away. Wait. You'll just leave us with them?" one of the merchant asked him, pointing towards the bandits. He sighed, "Such a spoiled human, I doubt they can do anything, they are unconscious. Besides, you just tried to trade their lives for money. I do not like that. Money, such an annoyance. Some humans believe that everything can be bought with money, even lives." He sometimes wondered, those people that requested an assassination, what do they think a life is? He had never acquired such mission himself, but should he acquired one, he would kill them by his own hands. Such a disgrace to human existence should not live. He half expected Rakudo to comment on that, but the sage seemed to be silent. As Tendo left, a thought struck him. Since when did he begin to consider himself different from humans? After a few hours of walking, Tendo sighed again. This time, on the road were an old man and an old woman, carrying 2 large bags on their back. Perhaps they are a married couple? The old woman seemed to be struggling with the weight, the old man were no better. Well, if they need assistance, he should be able to help them. Seeing as they were an old couple, their home is probably not far from here. If he is lucky, they would be in his way to Uzushio. "Don't give up, dear. Soon we will be back home. Back to Iwagakure." Namikaze Naruto, cursed. "Thank you, Tendo-chan, Rin-chan." The old woman who introduced herself as Long thanked them as they stopped near a wooden house in the land of Earth. "No, it is fine." Tendo bowed as he said it with a smile. Rin followed suit. "We are happy. We meet 2 good toys and see new places," Rin cheerfully told them. They both seemed to take being called toys by Rin quite well. They simply thought that she is rather unique but still treated her as if she is their granddaughter. Outside, he was calm, but inside, he was cursing like a storm. His relationship with Tayuya certainly had helped his vocabulary to expand as he managed to find a new curse word for every hour spent in taking the old couple to their home. 6 days, wasted. He was hoping to shout all his frustration to Rakudo, but again, the sage seemed to be ignoring him. Even if he and Rin ran towards Uzushiogakure, they would spend at least another 3 days. 10 days, and if he add his return trip to Zhao Gongan, 12 days. Add his first day when he met Zhao, it would be 13, almost half of his trip will be gone. Well, he cannot blame the old couple. They said that they were supposed to be on a trip together, but they were tricked and lost their money to return. Long and her husband, Sean seemed to be good people as far as he could tell, but they were too trusting. They even sold their belongings except the precious treasures that they claimed held their memories together. After that story, what kind of bastard would he be if he left them? 13 days is still alright, he just have to train twice as hard to make up for the lost time. Our apologies, we must be going now. Please take care of yourselves, Tendo told the old woman. Before that, Tendo-chan, here. Long handed him a bag. Tendo blinked. May I ask what this is? Sean laughed. It is our treasure. It was my first gift to my wife, Tendo-chan. When you meet your special person, give it to her, okay? Tendo nodded and thanked the elderly couple one more time. Let us go, Rin. Rin happily nodded and they left again. Not again. This time, he did not pretend to be calm as his eyebrow twitched madly. 2 days, about 2/3 to Uzushio, yet another problem. This time a genin team. From Kumogakure, if their forehead protector were any indication. They were surrounding their dead sensei's body. From their puffy cheeks and faces, it is clear to Tendo that they were crying. Mortal God? Are we going to play with them? Rin asked. No, Tendo sighed. Much as wished he could not leave 3 children alone, especially since someone killed their teacher. We will help them. Escorting the genin team back to Kumogakure took 3 days, thank Amater. No wait. Thank Zhao Gongan for that. After they arrived at Kumogakure, this happened. Alright. You kids are here, back safe and sound to your village, excuse us. And he and Rin ran from the village. Yet another time, wasted. When Tendo saw a ruined gate away from him and Rin, Tendo felt as if he could laugh madly. First day of his trip, spent by meeting Zhao. Second day of his trip, the bandits and merchants, then meeting the elderly couple, Long and Sean. 6 days were spent to reach Iwagakure. Then, 2 days after, he met the Kumogakure genin team. 13 days, spent doing that. Now, after a day, by his trip's 14th day, he reached his goal. Finally, he muttered. He and Rin entered the ruined village and avoided a palm thrust from a cloaked being. Personally, Tendo did not know whether he should be happy that there will be a battle, or happy for being able to unleash all of his frustration. Rin, do not interfere, alright? I want to play. Rin nodded rapidly and sat, watching him like a little kid would watch a puppet show. Although, that attack seems familiar, Tendo noted. When the cloaked being moved into a stance, Tendo's eyes narrowed. A Hyuga, Tendo realized. No, after 14 days of silence, the sage finally spoke. He is not a Hyuga, he exists before them. Tendo raised an eyebrow hearing that. The not Hyuga rushed towards him and began to attack him, trying to disable his chakra points. Rakudo, that is certainly Juken, Tendo told the sage. It is but a memory, a ghost of the past, bound by his punishment. Tendo thought for a moment. You are Omoikane's champion? He asked the man warily. The being said nothing but continue attacking him. Annoyed, he kicked the man away, sending the cloak covering his head away. Tendo felt sick. Now that the man's face was uncovered, it showed a deformed face. The left side of his face were skeletal while the right were just a pure black with single Byakugan eye. What the hell happened to him? To his surprise, the creature began to speak. You, brood of that accursed woman. Tendo raised an eyebrow. Speak clearly, please. Who is this woman you speak of? Those accursed eyes. You have them. The creature continued to scream, ignoring him. I guess it meant your granddaughter, Rakudo. Indeed, it is one of the champion who tried to attack her, Rakudo told the mortal god. Tendo shrugged. Does not really matter to me, I suppose. Though, does being a champion grant immortality? Had Rakudo possessed a body, he would have shook his head. No, we believe that this creature is a demon. It might have tried to defy its patron. That is troublesome. So defying your patron would result in that. Tendo motioned towards the raging demon. Perhaps, was all Rakudo said. We will kill you. Just like how we killed her, none of you shall escape. The Byakugan demon yelled madly. And who is this? You are talking about. As if answering, more deformed creatures appeared from the rubble. Oh, them. Suddenly a white bullet shot out, a bullet that he had seen once before. Tendo avoided the bone bullet and raised an eyebrow. A Kagaya too. The Byakugan demon attacked him again. He avoided the palm strikes easily. The demon's attack might be rapid, but they were too slow. You cannot win against us, monster. You will die BG for your life, just like her. Hearing that, Tendo stopped moving and caught the demon's hand. What did you say? His voice was cold. She died, begging for mercy. We grant her none, and you shall meet the same fate. Now that would not do. Insulting his and his mother's ancestor like that. His pride would not allow it. Naruto, when Rikudo called his name, he knew that the sage is filled with rage. Make them suffer. Tendo chuckled. It is not as if I have any other plan. The bandits, they are worthless to kill. These demons, however, Tendo's eyes turned towards the demon. You said she died begging? Very well, let me entertain you by believing your lie. Then, I shall do the same to you, all of you. Fire covered his hand. The demon screamed in pain as its hand was melted by it. Another demon, this time a canine-like demon, tried to attack him, but Tendo slammed his foot to the ground and an earth spike stabbed the canine demon. None of you shall escape. You will beg not for your lives but for death, and I will not grant it. Rin giggled as she watched the mortal god playing with the broken toys. That seemed like fun. The toys were all right even when mortal god pulled out their eyes and their fingers. They even screamed for their eyes back. How fun! Wonder if she can play with them after mortal god is done. Wai. Go, mortal god. Rin cheered the mortal god as he pierced another demon's mouth with a spear. Ah, I am satisfied. Tendo sighed contentedly as he threw a fish-like demon away. Was that Kisami's ancestor? Those demons break far too easily. Well, he at least kept his promise. They are alive, though he doubted they could do anything anymore. Even though they were supposed to be degraded champions, they were weak, far too weak. How exactly did you die facing those weaklings, Rikudo? Rikudo chuckled. You are mistaken if you believe true champions to be as weak as those creatures, son of man. Champions are those who are blessed by gods. Their abilities are far above other mortals. Tendo waited for the sage to continue. The first White Eyes champion was a woman. She possessed the ability to see not only through illusions or physical objects but also mind. She is able to predict what we would do in battle. The champion of the Bone User clan was able to not only manipulate his own bones but also manipulate others. He was able to weaken his enemies and strengthen his allies. Those are quite impressive. So champions possessed a stronger version of the bloodlines that exist right now? Correct, son of man. That is why they are a threat you must never underestimate. Their numbers are many, their abilities are varied. Out of curiosity, how many did you manage to defeat? We eliminated 63 of them. Our granddaughter eliminated 24 of them. Only 21 are left. You really are powerful. Though, your granddaughter only killed 24? That seemed to be quite small compared to your count? Because eliminate means to kill every single one of them. To put it by your words, massacre the clan. In our time, there were no clan, but in our granddaughter time, some of them made a family. And we have to kill them? Tendo asked. Killing those people who knew nothing about the war between the gods and his problem with Dadara felt wrong. It is either them, or us. That is quite a blunt summary. Wait, the clans now know nothing about the gods, yes? Why would they attack me? That part is confusing. Why would the clan attack him? They are still champions by proxy. Should their patron commanded them to do so, they cannot resist, or they would be transformed into those creatures. I see. Tendo felt a bit sick. He knew that the gods did not view human highly. Rin's attitude showed that. But, the fact that they could create such creature easily. Of course, not all gods are merciless. Konohana Sakuya's clan, the illusion master with the name Yakumo, were forgiven even though they refused to attack us. Well, that restored some of his faith. He should talk with Zhao about that, though. He would rather not become one of those creatures. I suppose I should search for the temple. Unexpectedly, he failed to find it. Where is this temple he spoke of? There is no temple, Rikudo stated as if it was a common knowledge. Oh, I see. There is no what? Tendo's eyes were wide open in surprise hearing those words. There is no temple for Zhao Gongen in Uzushiogakure. The only temple for Shugendo in this country is the temple on Mount Katsuragi. Then why am I here? Tendo asked Rikudo, his anger rising. After all the suffering he went through, wait, the bandits, the elderly couple, the genin team, the demons, All of that events happening in one trip should be impossible. Son of man, do you know what time this is? Rakudo asked, amused. Evening of the 14th day of my trip, Tendo answered, unsure where the sage is going. You are mistaken, this is the 6th day of your trip. All of those events you speak of? They were done in a single day, each of them. What? But, it all felt real, it is real, however, they manipulated the sense of time you were feeling. What seemed to be days for you is actually only a few hours. They? Who is this? They? Tendo tried to recall what he went through. He saved a group of merchants and spared the bandits. Then he met an elderly couple, Shan and Long. Those names, they were out of place in the elemental country, and those names reminded him of two people he read once. Shankai and Longnu. The two students of Guanyin, the Senju canon. All of those were the trial, Tendo muttered. Even after going through the trials his paths set to him 3 years ago, he was still tricked. Then that means, Tendo took out a scroll and swiped a small amount of his blood on it. The box Longnu gave to him appeared. He opened it. In it was a Vajra and a glowing pearl. The pearl of light. This confirmed the elderly couple identity. In a legend of Longnu, when the Dragon King's third son was swimming in the sea in form of a fish, he was caught by a fisherman. Unable to escape, the third son was about to be sold and butchered by the fisher. Learning this, Guanyin sent Shankai, her apprentice, to save him. At first, Shankai failed to win the auction for the third son. Shankai pleaded the fisherman to spare the fish. The other bidders were outraged by Shankai's words. Then, Guanyin projected her voice to the humans. A life should definitely belong to one who tries to save it, not one who tries to take it. The crowd listened and Shankai managed to save the third son. Longnu, Dragon King's granddaughter, heard the tale and volunteered to be the one who delivered their gift, the Pearl of Light, to Guanyin, as a sign of appreciation for saving the third son. When she met Guanyin, Longnu was impressed and humbled by her. She pleaded to be taken as Guanyin's student so that she might study Dharma. Guanyin accepted in one condition, that Longnu become the new owner of the Pearl of Light. A gift from Shankai to Longnu. It is technically true as Shankai was the one who was sent to save the third son. Tendo felt like laughing but he held it in. All of those events forced him into choices. He did not know whether he managed to pass the Bodhisattva's standard or not, but it did give him quite an interesting experience. Let us go, Rin, he called the little god who was playing with a demon's corpse. Rin nodded and followed him. As they walked towards the gate, Tendo sensed a presence behind him and he turned quickly. There was no one there. We should go, Tendo told Rin. By the time he and Rin arrived at the temple, it was morning. The trip back surprisingly only took a day. Perhaps because there were no trials this time. The mortal god went towards Zhao Gonggen's chamber. The Bodhisattva requested to see him in private, therefore he sent the little god to play at the forest. He did warned her not to play with humans. You have returned, Zhao Stted. How was your trip? Tendo chuckled, enlightening. Zhao nodded, that is good. Where is the Vajra? Tendo handed the ritual artifact to Zhao. So, what is the result? Tendo asked the Gongen. Zhao began to speak. In your first trial, you subdued the mortals without killing them. Good. You spared them. Good. However. Tendo cut in. If you expect me to give them a speech about how life is precious and how it could not be compared to money, you expect too much. I am not a saint. Zhao nodded. I took that into consideration. While you were wise enough to recognize the problem, your rather apathetic nature prevented you from fixing it. Tendo sighed. I am originally the heaven realm of this body, after all. Do you expect me to be a humble caring man? Zhao continued. In your second trial, you did quite brilliantly. You assisted them without complaints. However, it would be better if you take joy in assisting others and had no dark emotions. Impossible. I am a selfish one by nature. It is how I am. While I will help those who need assistance, it does not mean I will do it happily. In your third trial, you did well. Zhao Gonggen nodded in approval. What is the point of that trial? I can understand the first two, but why the third? It is to test your patience. Would you be angered by all the obstacles you met? Or would you stay calm and collected? I must say, except for you leaving abruptly, you managed to control yourself well. Tendo felt like cursing. The answer just confirmed that the gods like to mess with him. In your fourth trial, you failed. He had expected that. Zhao probably wanted him to forgive the demons or something like that. Sorry to say, he was not that good of a man. They annoyed me, was the only justification he could give. You are too willful, too selfish, I should have banished you from this temple. Tendo raised an eyebrow, but you did not. Why? You could still be saved. Honestly, if not because he was sure he would die if he did so, Tendo would have laughed. Talking about the demons reminded him, I have a question. Speak. Those demons, they were champions once, yes. Tendo left the unspoken question hanging. Will I end up like that too? Zhao Gongan shook his head, so long that you did not act against Dharma, I shall not punish you. Translation. As long as he did not do anything unreasonably evil, he would be fine. Tendo thought for a moment, seeing the demons made him doubt his choice. Then again, the other choice was to be alone against the champions, and if what Rakudo said were any indication he would rather not risk it. Damned if he do, damned if he do not. Fine, what do I have to do now? Zhao nodded, close your eyes. Tendo did so, and for a few moments, nothing happened, then he felt pain. As if his eyes were ripped out of his socket, he could feel his soul being ravaged. His contracts were destroyed, the gods were screaming at his audacity. Their message went through to him. You shall not receive our assistance any longer. We, gods of heaven, shall never forgive this betrayal. Then, nothing. Tendo opened his eyes. In front of him was Zhao Gongan, examining his eyes with a flicker of interest. How curious, Zhao formed a mirror and handed it to him. What he saw made him froze. Only 3 contracts remained. Tsukuyomi, Suzano and Aim no Manakanushi. Even Amatsu Mikaboshi's contract disappeared. Why? He did not expect an answer. Zhao said nothing, confirming his suspicion that even the Bodhisattva found this to be unexpected. Tendo considered whether screaming out of frustration would be worth it. Deciding that he had more pride than that, he remained calm. While losing 6 of the 9 were quite a blow, he did not mind. He preferred to fight using his own strength, it is just that they are useful as a backup plan. Besides, the mortal god turned champion smirked. Now that I became your champion, when are we going to start training? How about the blessing you promised me? The Vajra? The contract? He received something more interesting in return. After a few hours, Zhao Gongan finally relented and began his training. Still in Zhao Gongan's chamber, Tendo stood with the Vajra he recovered in his hand. How am I supposed to use this in battle? Just like all other Vajra, it was a small gold staff with sphere at the center, representing the universe. At both ends were gold 8-petaled lotus flower, one representing samsara, the other representing nirvana. How is he supposed to fight using that? What do you know of Lord Akala? Zhao asked him. Akala, Fudo Mayu, one of Vajrayana Buddha deity. One of the 5 wisdom kings, deities who protected the 5 wisdom Buddhas. Among the 5 kings, Akala is the protector of Vairocana. What does Fudo Mayu have to do with this? I assume that you are proficient in manipulating divine energy contained in your eyes. Then place it to the Vajra. It will answer your questions. Tendo blinked but did so. The Vajra began to glow. One end of the lotus flower opened and a blade of light formed from it. The light dissipated, revealing a 2-edged blade. A diamond blade covered with thunderbolt and blue flame. Then he recalled another attribute of Akala. Akala's statue is known to be carrying a sword with Vajra as its hilt. This is Akala's blade? Tendo asked Zhao in confusion. Zhao Gongan nodded. Both Lord Akala and I are deities of Vajrayana. The similarities between Lord Akala and I are many. Both of us are wielder of Vajra. We are both wrathful deities who vanquish evils to help mankind reach enlightenment. We both are symbolized by blue flame. And finally, we both are Bodhisattva of Vajrapani in the land of rising sun. Vajrapani, the name literally meant thunderbolt in his hand. A deity of Vajrayana, characterized by several key points. His expression is wrathful, his loincloth is made of tiger skin, his right hand held a Vajra. All are characteristics of Akala and Zhao Gongan, however, there were also differences. Vajrapani had a third eye. Vajrapani held a lasso in his left hand. In Zhao Gongan's case, the lasso was replaced by chains. If he recalled correctly, it is said that Bodhisattva under Vajrapani's protection was known to be invincible against attack of mortals in Gods. Well, he supposed that explained Zhao Gonggen's rather forceful nature. So both you and Lord Akala are the same? Zhao thought for a moment. I suppose you can consider us brothers. Lord Akala is also one of the deity my Shugendo worship. Now, let us continue, there will be more time to talk later. Tendo nodded. For the next blessing I promised you, the blessing of Vajrayana, you may seek the Cursed One for training. He was the one who trained my first priestess. So Rikudo had that blessing? His question must be clear on his face as Zhao answered. Indeed, it is how the Cursed One managed to form his nature ability. Finally, I have promised to form a contract with you. However, before I do so, I shall explain of the rules of contract within your eyes. Tendo focused his attention to Zhao and listened. Any information about his enigmatic eyes would be appreciated. After examining how my first priestess formed a contract, I came into conclusion that the contract within your eyes are separated into 3 categories. A partial contract, a standard contract and a full contract. A partial contract allows the gods to use 1/10 of their power at the cost of 1 day. That meant the outer rim. Only Tsukuyomi and Susanoo are left. A standard contract is the contract most gods form with their champion. This is the contract I shall form with you. Half of our power, paid with a month. 0 contract for him, right now. At least until Zhao form a contract with him. Zhao's words implied that other champions possessed a standard contract with their patron gods. Does that mean other champions can use similar ability as his? A full contract. Gods rarely form this contract. Only mortals who has done them great service may receive the honor of such contract. In case of the Cursed One, he had slain Datara and sealed the outer gods inside the Star of Heaven. This contract allows the gods to manifest their full might in the mortal plane. Acquiring it seemed to be difficult. With Takami Musubi and Kami Musubi's contract disappearing, he doubted he could form a full contract easily. The description Zhao gave explained why Takami Musubi and Kami Musubi literally appeared when he used them against Datara. That is the end of my explanation of the contract. Now then, Godeling, do you wish to forge a contract with I? Tendo nodded. Close your eyes. As his eyes began to close, he saw Zhao Gonggen's hand on his forehead. There was a silence and then, it is done, huh? The contract has been made. You are free to go. Huh? When Tendo opened his eyes, he could feel it. A new Magatama, forming in the middle rim, replacing Amatsu Mikaboshi's Magatama. That was too simple, he had expected a dramatic ritual or at least a flash of light but... Well, no use in pondering about that. What should I do now? Tendo asked Zhao. You are free to do as you please. I do not believe I shall summon you until the time of our confrontation with the Amatsukami. However, be careful, Godeling. I sense a trouble ahead of you. Well, he was about to fight against his own realms and Rin at the end of this month. But he had a feeling that this is not the trouble Zhao predicted. I will be careful. Rin, Tendo called as he descended from Mount Katsuragi, searching for the little god. He wanted to train with Rikudo immediately but leaving the little one alone for a long time is just inviting trouble. He received an answer in form of a white blur running out of the forest. Mortal god. Mortal god. The scary one is here. Rin shouted as she jumped and hugged him, shivering all the while. Scary one? That is a new name. Who is this, scary one, Rin? Tendo looked towards the forest from where Rin ran out of. The scary girl. Well, that did not help much, but he had a bad feeling about this. If his guess is correct, then this scary one is. Then another blur of white appeared from the forest, stopping in front of him while pouting towards Rin. Somehow, this is not what I expected as my first meeting with you, Amaterasu-sama. The shining heaven looked up at him and smiled happily. On his back, Rin stuck out her tongue to the imperial goddess. She did not speak, just like what he saw in the memory. However, somehow he knew what she wanted to say. You are searching for me? Tendo asked the goddess. She nodded, still smiling. Why? To his surprise, she seemed to be confused by that question. No, not the confused, why did I do that? But more of a, why are you even asking that? Then she spoke. You are looking for your champion? How am I supposed to help you with that? Amaterasu pouted, then pointed towards Tendo, then at herself. Me? You mean, I am your champion? He is Zhao Gonggen's champion, not hers. Seeing her looking confused made him wonder if the goddess is all there in her head. Amaterasu waved her hand, motioning for him to crouch. Well, it is not as if he could fight back if she decided to force him anyway. He followed her commands. She giggled happily, but there were no sound coming out of her mouth. Then, she kissed his right eye. Tendo froze, his brain could not process what just happened. After she took her mouth of his eye, she looked at it and nodded proudly. Amaterasu-sama. The goddess waved happily and disappeared, not unlike how she disappeared before Dadara. There was a silence. Tendo still tried to make sense of what just happened. The goddess, who is full of contradictions, just appeared before him. She left his great-grandmother, and yet, she appeared before him and even claimed that he is her champion. She kissed his eye. What just happened? That does describe his confusion well. Then Rin asked a strange question. Mortal God, why did you make a contract with the scary one? Tendo blinked. I did not create any contract with her. Rin pointed to his eyes. Dreading what just happened, Tendo formed an ice mirror and saw his face. Yet another Magatama formed, this time in the inner rim. A full contract. Amaterasu Omikami just formed a full contract with him. The hell? Yes, I just did that. Yet another contradiction added to Amaterasu. By the way, I just noticed that a year and a month had passed since the first samsara was posted. This gave me an idea for a side story. You are free to skip it if you want though. Side story. Samsara Anniversary Special, aka Samsara. Behind the scene. A man wearing a blank mask sat in front of Tendo and Geto. Alright, it is over, let us go. Tendo stood and began to leave the room. Wait. Big brother. I know that you are annoyed, but give it a chance, Geto begged. Tendo gazed at the masked man and Geto coldly. I do not see any reason to entertain our dear author's worthless attempt of humor. Not only that, this whole section is basically him telling the readers his heroic journey to create this barely adequate, worthless, not even worth the trouble story, yes? The masked man fell as if stabbed by million arrows. Big brother, that was uncalled for. It is true that DL-san is a worthless human being who only found joy through researching mythologies, religions, anime, manga, light novel, games, and did nothing really useful for the world, but he is still this story's author. I think you are far more cruel than I, Geto. Tendo watched DL-san, unmoving body, with a hint of pity. At least allow him to have his moment of fame, brother, Geto told Tendo. Fame? Can you imagine how annoyed the readers must be? Reading about this pathetic excuse of human being? This is no fame, this is just him getting in the way. Yes, just like how some of the humans who appeared in television tried to act cool but failed miserably. Bastards, you both are bastards, DL muttered. What was that? Worthless human? I can let an insult to me go, but insulting my brother is a big no-no. You both insulted me, the author, he who created you. What else can I call you two but bastards? Tendo smirked. I am afraid that in your delusion, you seem to forget that both Geto and I are technically Namikaze Naruto. The Kishimoto guy created us, you just distorted us. DL had no way of defending himself hearing that. Alright, brother, DL-san, stop arguing, let's just begin this side story, okay? Tendo sighed, being with this annoyance is already a torture enough, let us just end this as swiftly as possible. I do not recall you acting like that in the main story, DL protested. This is a mutiny. I am afraid that I act exactly like this, in the main story. Try to reread the previous chapters, especially my interaction with Geto and other people. The only reason I act overly polite lately is because I am talking with gods. So you are only pretending, brother? Geto asked. Of course, who would want to act like a polite man all the time? I would rather snark on people all the time. Let's just get this over with. The readers must be very annoyed right now. Your very existence is what making this annoying, oh foolish author, Tendo smirked as the author glared at him. Alright, first question. How exactly did you get the idea for the first samsara, DL-san? DL immediately sulked, because of a review. Tendo smirked, it must be quite a review, then. Can I see the review? DL shook his head, the story, Twin Seal got deleted. It wasn't me who deleted it though. Tendo's smirk grew more cruel, of course, I recall that story. It was a very pathetic attempt of a story. It looked like it was made by a 13 years old who was having delusions of fantasy world. It was bad, failure, worthless, even a vomit would be more appetizing to look at. Big brother, DL-san looked like he was about to cry. Why I am just repeating what I recall of that story. If I remember correctly, the review he was talking about basically stated same. I wonder why someone with that kind of brain could reach university. I thought you would be suspended from school to avoid contaminating other students with your idiocy. Well, anyway, to the readers, DL-san took a very hard blow reading that review. Yeah, I did. Then I made, why he is always late, to follow another reviewer's suggestion. He said that I should start with the humor one shot. Ah, why he is always late, the base of Kakashi's insanity, Gedo nodded sagely. Right in one. Then I tried making Fate servants, because I like reading history, mythology, and religion. The Fate universe is a good place to test one shot about heroes like that. Tendo nodded. I suppose I can see traces of Samsara's style of writing in that. Then DL grinned. Then I made the original one shot of Peace and Order. Which, if I may add, is still pathetic, Tendo told him bluntly. DL glared towards the heaven realm. Then there is the first Samsara. It was made by using premise Naruto, Rikudo's reincarnation. But then it transformed into this. Tendo was about to comment, but Gedo slapped her hand on his mouth. Big brother, just like we planned, we will do this chronologically. DL's eyes narrowed, not that they could see it behind the mask. You both planned something? Do I even want to know? Gedo laughed nervously. No, not really, she answered as she turned her eyes away. Tendo had no such restraint. We are planning to insult you and point out the mistake or plot hole in your story, one by one from chapter 1 to the end. You both are evil, evil creatures. Be gone from this place, devils. I am afraid that the angel and devil arc is still 2 stories away from game, worthless author, Tendo coldly stated and, spoilered. How dare you spoil my story? Gedo waved her hand. It is not like it is confirmed anyway, it will probably be cancelled. Just like the original game where Nyarlathotep was supposed to be the antagonist. Damn, there is nothing I can say to that, DL muttered. Alright, start from prologue of the first Samsara, Tendo pretended. To read it, alright, it was the single most cliché, boring, worthless, not even remotely interesting prologue I have read. DL can say nothing about that. First of all, I seem to recall a reviewer even pointing out a mistake about how father asked the Sannin to take care of mother and if I remember correctly, you put Minato in place of Naruto. Such a mistake, this is certainly a display of the author's stupidity and carelessness. And yet, after all that, you still rarely read your own story, God knows how many mistakes are left. Anyway, you are fortunate, this chapter is short, therefore, your list of mistakes is also short, Tendo told the worthless author. Next chapter, some readers said that the story caught their interest because of it. Gedo began to read. I must say, DL-san, this style of writing is quite unique. Why did you switch from this into a usual storytelling method? You used this style sometime but then you switched back to story method. Why? Gedo asked with a raised eyebrow. Because making a story in that form will be too difficult. No, Tendo cut in, he is lying. He just thought that it would be hard to add humor in the story if you write like that. So all of it is because of humor, huh? Gedo's eyes clearly told that her respect for the author began to lower. Well, that's one of the reason, Tendo sighed. I can tell that pursuing this matter is worthless. As a reviewer told you, the humor can be out of place in this kind of story. Next point, Big Brother's personality change. Yes, that part is one that I am curious about. Why exactly did I went through such a change? Tendo asked. To tell you the truth, I felt as if the dark Naruto cliché is too much. I mean, look, everywhere I go, there is always at least one dark Naruto, evil Naruto, Konoha-hating Naruto and so on. I mean, what kind of 12 years old is like that? Logically speaking, while some 12 years old can be hateful or angry, their personality are still changing. It's rare to find someone with exact same personality since kid. Tendo's eyes showed his disbelief. Let me get this straight, you are using logic, in a world where people can walk on tree and water. Where people can blow a fireball and waterball from their mouth, where eyes gave them magical ability of hypnosis, black flame, and summoning a giant image of God? If you put it that way, yes I did. How do you expect to reach your goal with story like this? Tendo asked, amazed. He has a goal? Geto truly sound amazed, and that just increased the damage. To get this series put in TV tropes, actually. Sounds like impossible. I mean, the stories that is put there is on a whole different class. There is Nobody Dies from Neon Genesis Evangelion, and then there is Chunin Exam Days by Perfect Lionheart. Ah, I've been there before. Geto nodded sagely. The TV tropes page for that FIC seemed to be quite. As they say, either you hate that story or you love that story. Geto sighed. Personally, I hope DL-san didn't end up like that. The sheer amount of haters and lovers of Chunin Exam Days is beyond belief. Anyway, this guy changed my personality because of logic, and then he made me more weak. That is actually another point of samsara that is confusing, right? Brother's fluctuating power level. What do you have to say for this, DL-san? Well, strong as he might be, Naruto is still a kid. Comparing his skill against Kakashi, Itachi and so on is impossible. To put it in statistics, his ninjutsu, chakra, and other stats are as high or maybe higher than most jonin, but his skill and experience is lacking. So you believe that skill and experience are very important? Geto asked. Yes. But you do realize that with the arrival of the gods in this story, skill and experience are basically useless in face of overwhelming firepower, yes? Tendo asked. Don't remind me. Next point, the fight in the exam. It was, to put it bluntly, boring and repetitive. In my defense, Naruto at that time found out that the Uzumaki chakra chains are effective against the tailed beasts. That is why he used them. I mean, if you found out a boss's weak point, you would attack it, right? For massive damage. Ignore this delusional waste of space. What is the next point, Geto? Geto gritted her teeth as she spoke. Big Brother's pairing with Tayuya. In the original version, it was Fusan, yes? DL nodded. That is because I need a character with strong will to be paired with Naruto. And they can't be one of the Konoha Kunoichi, because 1. I try to pick characters in his age group too. The Konoha Kunoichi who are within his age group are too controversial. What do you mean? Imagine the outrage if I picked Sakura or Ino. If I pick Hinata, that would go against my target of strong-willed character, Tenten. Well, sorry about this, but I forgot. The Outer Realm nodded. But why Tayuya? What about Fu? If what we see of her from the new Naruto game is correct, she is also a strong-willed tomboy, right? DL scowled. First of all, the game, Storm 3 came out too late, far too late. Deidara once said that the Jinchuriki they captured hated humans. That is all I got for their personality. How am I supposed to guess that she is a tomboy? That is the reason for Fu and the other vessels' weakness. The Storm 3 game is just far too late. He seemed to be depressed. Tendo commented. Anyway, I chose Tayuya because she is strong-willed, will make a good tsundere pairing with Naruto, and she have red hair. Red hair is always good. No problem here, Tendo nodded. Next point then, Uchiha Shisui's appearance in the Uchiha clan in Samsara world. Why did it turn out like that? DL nodded. First, I need an event to establish Itachi as a hero for Konoha, making him being the Hokage more logical. I decided to use Uchiha Massacre for that. I replaced it with the events in the story, also about Itachi's girlfriend. Him killing her is actually canon. What about Shisui-sama's presence in the Uchiha village? Tendo asked. Well, he is basically Konoha's spy there, to make sure that the Uchiha cause no problem. But when he got back from Konoha after submitting his report, he was met by me killing the villagers. Tendo scowled. You are quite cruel. You introduced the Uchiha and killed them soon after that. The author frowned. I had no choice. I need you to learn responsibility. I need you to grow up. You were too apathetic by that time. I can't have you killing people easily. Look at this chapter. At least you don't kill anyone who annoyed you now. Tendo nodded. That does not mean I have to like it. You don't, just know that I do what I think is necessary. Next point. Madara being revealed as one of the Samsaras chosen. Well, that is how I justify Madara having Rinnegan. It's better than the canon's Sharingan Mangekyo Eternal Mangekyo Rinnegan evolution. Tendo chuckled. That did cause quite an uproar to the fans of canon, DL nodded. Next point, the Akatsuki fights, they seem to be quite weak here. Example. Sasori was defeated quite easily. Forgive me for saying this, but Canon Sasori was defeated by Chiyo, who while skilled is already old, and Sakura, who is basically only trained for 3 years, DL commented dryly. If anything, he is stronger here as he actually managed to take down Shirado. How about Deidara? Naruto would have lost if not because of your help to contain the suicide explosion. Tendo smirked. About Deidara, there is quite a shameful mistake in Samsara. Yes? About Deidara using paper instead of clay? I blame the fact that Fu knew nothing about him and she assumed that the white bombs are paper. Tendo shook his head. No, just admit that you were asleep at that time and just wrote without thinking. DL groaned. Fine, I admit that I didn't recheck what I wrote, it was 3 AM, damn it. Next, Orochimaru's death. DL smirked. Now what could you be talking about? I seem to recall saying that he is dead, but that is it, yes? Do you plan to pull a Kishimoto? Tendo asked with a glare. Maybe, but it is still in a planning stage. Next, we will talk about me being the Heaven Realm and about the Rinnegan in this story. To tell the truth, the Rinnegan being like this, with the realm system came to me when I wrote the part about you being comfortable when seeing the moon. I thought that since Rinnegan is based on the realms of Samsara, I should put that as its ability. Then, as a reviewer commented, you guys are pseudo-OC, but it is either I make you guys as, technically, Yami Naruto, or I use the past Senju, Uchiha or Uzumaki in your place. The problem is, the names Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki are not enough to take all your place. Because I cannot use 2 from the same era. Example. Using Madara, I cannot use Hashirama, Izuna, Tobirama and others from that era. That is why I picked other Yami Naruto. It is better than literally making OC of Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki. You were traumatized by your first story, yes? The one with OC Uzumaki, Tendo asked, amused. Shut up. Then what about Rikudo pretending to be Heaven Realm? Well, that part wasn't supposed to be there. In the first draft, Tendo is Rikudo, Naruto is Naruto. But here, it became Tendo is Naruto, Rikudo is Tendo while Naruto is stuck as baby. Hearing that, Tendo and Geto stared at him blankly. And how exactly did it come to this? Geto asked. A whim. I thought it would be more interesting that way. It would also took care of the problem of how Naruto know how to use Heaven Realm. I have no plan on making him learn how to control Heaven Realm for months. Well, it might be crazy but at least it worked, Tendo muttered. Now, this is the greatest problem with the first Samsara, the missing arcs, Geto said with a smirk. No, anything but that, DL shouted. You see, everyone, this lazy worthless human removed 2 arcs from Samsara. Konoharuki's arc, which is placed in 3-year time skip, exploring more about my relationship with the Konoharukis and Tayuya and Haku. And the other arc, is the Jinchuriki arc placed after I unlocked Rinnegan and before the Cage Summit, exploring more about my relationship with Mother and the vessels. Geto sighed. Unfortunately, because of this lazy bastard, only some scenes are written. Here is an example. From Rookie's arc, no, Inuzuka, bad dog. Naruto shouted as he smacked Kiba with a rolled newspaper. Ruto, that's a bit too much, don't you think? Tayuya asked. You are right. Any more and I would be assaulted by those animal lovers club. I heard that they managed to pass a petition to protect Tora from the shinobi. I shudder to imagine what else they can do. From Jinchuriki arc, you know, little fox, you shouldn't try messing with us. Kumogakure, Ni Yugito smirked as she sat on top of Naruto. Why? Don't we play for a bit? Unfortunately for you, little kitty, I am more of a dog person. Naruto opened his palm towards Yugito, Shinra Tensai. Yugito felt herself being blown away before she rolled in the sky and landed gracefully. You know, lover boy, cats always land on their feet. Yugito moved into a cat-like stance. So you like to play rough? Let's play. A blue cattail formed behind Yugito as her eyes narrowed. Naruto laughed. Rough? Kitten. I doubt you can even walk by the time I am finished with you. Flames surrounded Naruto's body as he prepared himself for a battle. Big brother, you sound like a playboy in the Jinchuriki arc. Tendo seemed to be horrified seeing himself acting like that. Why the hell did I act like that? DL laughed. Well, don't you remember when you were power high? After you awaken your Rinnegan? That arc is basically Kushina trying to snap you out of it? You mean I acted like that in the whole arc? DL nodded, happy to have found his revenge. Delete it, delete the whole arc now. No, can't do. If the readers want it, I will happily put that arc in side story, or maybe I can make a one-shot for it, DL smirked. Bastard. Do you hear that, everyone? Listen to me and say no to that arc. Like hell am I going to act like that? Calm down, you two. Let's move on. The next problem, the outer gods. Them eating Toby made his death anticlimactic. That was actually important. It gives this world Toby a sense of mystery. If Tendo know who he is, Tendo would just tell Jiraiya that and it would kill Toba's presence in the canon world. How is Toby supposed to start a war when this happened? I am Uchiha Madara, the drama queen known as Toby declared. No, he is just Uchiha Obito, a dead last who can't even wake his Sharingan up until a few moments of his death, Tsunade told the other Cage bluntly. Scoffed, not even worth our attention then. Do you want canon universe end like that? DL asked Tendo and Geto. The two shook their head. Good, that is why I kept Toba's identity a secret, though all readers must have known already about his secret identity. Next point, Game of the Gods. Ah, so we are moving to the second story then. What about the fight with Dadara and the ending? Geto checked it. The only problem I found is about the lack of description. Well, those who read Samsara should have noticed. I am bad with description and details. Think of it as giving everyone a chance to use their imagination. For an example, I don't want to spend a paragraph just explaining Zhao Gongan's chamber. The best I can do is probably a hexagon room with torches at the sides. In the center stood the Bodhisattva of Diamond Realm. Tendo winced. Wow, your description really is bad, sorry about that. About the game, I think the main problem people have is the inclusion of the gods, Geto told them. Well, think of it like this. Tendo right now is powerful, too powerful. The only humans who can probably match him are Hashirama, Madara and Minato. And even then, they would be in trouble as most of Tendo's attacks are one-hit kill. Tensei, Hachiman, Zhao Gongan. Even Ningendo's Soul Steal is one-hit kill. And don't get me started with Yaoyorozu no Kami. Yaoyorozu and Zhao Gongan combined destroyed Madara's perfect Susanoo that even destroyed the 5 Cage. And the relevance of you speaking about my superiority is? Tendo questioned. How am I supposed to create a threat to him? The answer is simple. I already placed many hints about gods in the first Samsara, so I placed them here. As threats to him, as a new hurdle. You are one cruel man, author. After I became the strongest mortal you want me to face gods? Tendo asked. DL scoffed. You should thank the readers, Tendo. Thanks to them, you only have to fight the Amatsukami and their champions. The original version have you fighting against the outer gods and old ones, who basically made earth gods cringe in fear. Geto sighed. Knowing you plan on making us fight them later. Not in this story, no, you won't fight them in the whole Samsara story. However, I have a special plan for this series. Tendo shook his head, moved to the next point, Geto. If we interrogate this guy now, he would whine about us forcing him to spoil his plot. Geto nodded. Next point. Amaterasu Omikami. Geto's eyes narrowed. Why is she kissing my brother in this chapter? The outer realm began to rage. Tendo smacked her head. At least it is only on the eye. I cannot believe I just said that. DL grinned. Amaterasu-sama is one of the most respected goddess to me. I cannot stand having her just like the other gods. Let's list everything she did since her appearance. First, she acted like a little girl, tripping and almost crying, but Zhao implied that she did that deliberately. Second, she saved Dadara, but she allowed Takami Musubi to turn it into a demon. Third, she created the eyes of God and gave it to Dadara. Fourth, Amaterasu left Rikudo's granddaughter when she joined Zhao Gongan. Fifth, she did the same to you, but then appeared and made a full contract with you. Tendo narrowed his eyes, and that is the strange part. According to Zhao Gongan, a full contract is rare, yet she did it to me. She even claimed that I am her champion. You have to wait for the answer, Tendo. I am giving no spoiler here. Is that the end? Geto asked. DL nodded. I don't think there is anything else. Tendo punched him. Journey, you idiotic fool. What about it? What about my death? What about the RPG side story? You left them both with cliffhanger. DL scowled. I am having a rush writing game right now. Journey will have to wait. As for the RPG side story, next chapter, I promise. Because this chapter's side story is this, behind the scene. Which you only do so that you can tell to the readers that you want this story in TV tropes, Geto pointed out. That is one reason, yes, really, the only thing you can do to lower yourself even further is doing a dogiza to the readers, begging them to add you to TV tropes. DL glared. What kind of author do you think I am? I have my pride. If my story is not in TV tropes, that means I am not good enough. I just have to continue writing. Such an overly dramatic declaration from a being far lower than a snail. Really, you should be ashamed of yourself. First is the RPG side story's self-promotion, then this side story? Such a pathetic being you are, author. Tendo shook his head sadly. Shut up, we're ending this section. Geto smiled. Now. With all this said, we of Samsara Crew would like to thank you all reviewers and readers for the support shown to us for the past 1 year and 1 month. We will try hard to meet your expectation. We apologize for any mistake or any offense we may cause. Also, special thanks to Jostanos, Druid FWY, 8 Swords, and Element Kitsune for helping me with the story. For other reviewers, I would also be interested in discussing your opinion or suggestion for this story. PM me if you want to suggest something. DL bowed. By the way, does this story format went against FF's rules? DL asked. You did not even know that, worthless author? Well, I plan on backing up this story, in case they got deleted. I even entertained the thought of moving to AO3, archive of our own website. But that is just in case. If a story from Samsara series got deleted, then I will move to AO3. It is always good to have a backup plan. Goodbye for now. See you next chapter. Geto shouted. As the screen goes black, 2 voices continued talking. We'll do this again, next year won't we? No, foolish author. No one wants to see your presence contaminating this FIC anymore. Bastard.